Locked behind bars we should be. Nature boy, the man who thought he was free. Living life on the edge, breaking the law. Now paying the price, feeling the raw. Behind concrete walls, his freedom's restricted. Thought he was invincible, but he got convicted. No more running wild, no more living large. Nature boy locked up behind these bars, scheming and plotting, trying to deceive. Nature boy thought he called you for the eye. Locked behind bars we should be. Nature boy, the man who thought he was free. Living life on the edge, breaking the law. Now paying the price, feeling the raw. Behind concrete walls, his freedom's restricted. Thought he was invincible, but he got convicted. No more running wild, no more living large. Nature boy locked up behind these bars, scheming and plotting, trying to deceive. Nature boy thought he could always achieve, but crime catches up, there's nowhere to hide. In the web of justice, there's no room for pride. Locked behind bars we should be. Nature boy, the man who thought he was free. Living life on the edge, breaking the law. Now paying the price, feeling the raw. Behind concrete walls, his freedom's restricted. Thought he was invincible, but he got convicted. No more running wild, no more living large. Nature boy locked up behind these bars, scheming and plotting, trying to deceive. Nature boy thought he could always achieve, but crime catches up, there's nowhere to hide. In the web of justice, there's no room for pride. Locked behind bars we should be. Nature boy, the man who thought he was free. Living life on the edge, breaking the law. Now paying the price, feeling the raw. Behind concrete walls, his freedom's restricted. Thought he was invincible, but he got convicted. No more running wild, no more living large. Nature boy locked up behind these bars, scheming and plotting, trying to deceive. Nature boy thought he could always achieve, but crime catches up, there's nowhere to hide. In the web of justice, there's no room for pride.
Hey y'all. Y'all know I got to change. Y'all know I'm gonna change the words, right? Y'all know I'm gonna change the words. And when I tell you Kulu on his bullshit, Kulu on his bullshit, his bullish. On his bullish, on his bull, he ain't playing. He ain't playing. And let's not forget the video credit goes out to Kulu. Go check him out. Right? I started the video yesterday. And if y'all want to see the rest of the video, go on over there. Now, I like to say hello to all of my replay gang. Hello to my Bush babies. And let me give a special thanks to the people that's in the chat. What is going on, Nick? Hey, boss Jackie. Check that. Okay. I gotta get the phone. So we're gonna start this. I tell you, we're gonna start kind of early today, and I might finish yesterday's. But Kulu done went and found the friend. He done found the London, England friend. Yes, he did. He not effing around right now. All right. He has been found. So him and Moose done linked back up and shit. And
they're all caught. The women are released is what it seems.
Audio Jungle.
Yo, man. Welcome back to another powerful broadcast. We got a show for y'all today, and I mean a show for y'all today. But before we get started, let's go ahead and remind people on why we're here. Just a quick, 40-second video before we get started, and then we're gonna get into the Solar's buddy, who he is, and the whole 9 yards on that whole situation.
Another big dumb.
150 pounds of marijuana. People are in custody after allegedly trying to smuggle 150 pounds of marijuana from the San Diego airport to London. According to a federal complaint, 2 men and 2 women were arrested by Customs and Border Protection on Tuesday after officers started investigating the men who each had a checked bag. After learning the men were also traveling with 2 women who also checked their luggage, officials found 93 packages of marijuana. Each suspect allegedly denied knowing what was in the suitcases, with one of the men saying that he was offered $2,500 to carry the case along with his flight to a hotel in London. All the suspects were charged with the exportation of a controlled substance. They're set to be in court next Wednesday.
Okay, so that's where we're at. So Solar and Musa, as y'all know, have and
Show up
is
the
still arrested.
trees.
They're still in custody, guys, in federal custody at a federal, I guess, jail in San Diego, which we're gonna go and get some boots on the ground down there. They were arrested October 29th for trying to smuggle over 152 pounds worth of marijuana through an airport with 2 other women to London to meet an unidentified individual, is what the federal documents say. We also found out that Hadu, Musa's lover, was arrested 3 days prior to Musa's arrest and Solar's arrest for trying to smuggle in suitcases of marijuana as well. And we know that Solar recruited Hadu, Leslie, Jesse, Musa,
Dumb,
and the other girl,
dumb and
Darlene.
dummy.
And they're all caught. The women are released, is what it seems like. But Solar Musa is locked the fuck up. Okay? So we were asking the question, who, who was Solar meeting at London? Because we knew he took a trip to London. So let's go ahead and dive into that. But before we dive into that, I want to show you the receipts real quick. As you can see, Courtney Pete Townsend, right? That's his register number, age 29, release date unknown, location MCC San Diego, which we'll get into that in a second. Dalen Armstead, as you see, Musa, which we're gonna get into him and what he's been up to lately. He's been on some like heavy drug, like high behavior, which we're gonna get into. He's stashed away and arrested at the same location. A release date unknown, guys. So they're still in federal custody right now. They're still locked up. They're not out on bond. They're still locked up, and they're probably going to be locked up for years to come. Okay. Let's dive into who this London dude is. Okay. Who did Solar meet in London? Right? Because that is going to be the key to who was the drug supposed to go to. Who convinced Solar to convince Musa, Hadu, and others to smuggle drugs from California all the way to London? So this is still posted on Solar's page. As you can see, London Rising. This is Solar, on his London trip almost a month ago, bragging and trying to make it seem like his business opportunities and his Forex trading got him to London and he's enjoying his life, making money. So this is at the end of the video. Solar makes a mistake and reveals who his London buddy, his London friend is. All right, so first things first, peep the head nod. So peep the head nod, right? So peep how Solar acknowledges him, right? The head nod.
Point. Let me know if you can hear me.
See?
Let me know if you can still hear me. What's going on with you? My man, Amo.
We out here, man. London. I mean,
My man, Amo.
His man Amo.
we out here, man. London.
He says, "We out here, mate," or "We out here, man." London, and you can hear kind of a UK European accent from old dude. Now, this is who Solar met in London. This is video proof. I'm not making this up. I'm not a rat. This is Amo, and it's hilarious because after it's revealed who it was yesterday. Homeboy posted on a story with a ski mask, a shiesty mask, talking about he can't let nobody know who he is now. He always gotta wear a shiesty mask. Okay, so this is who Solar met in London, and now he's acting hella shady. And I'm gonna give him a call on Instagram live for y'all tonight, and we're gonna see if we can get a hold of him.
Let me know if you can still hear me. What's going on with you? My man, Amo.
We out here, man. London. I mean,
Yeah, man.
I'm really from Brooklyn, you know. Pulled up though.
You have
We're snitching on
Yeah,
himself.
heading back to the airport now. Right to JFK.
I'm gonna be chilling out here for a little bit though.
Yeah, you might stay longer.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I want to finish this point with you guys real quick. So the devil's going towards the base of the pyramid. The Christ will be going towards the pinnacle of that pyramid. Okay. I choose to live that way because I want to have that connection with the source myself. I don't want to have to seek God and seek stimulation and seek the connection to God solely through the body, solely through the five senses. I don't want to do that. I want to do that, and I want to connect to God through spirit. I want to connect to the Most High, not just anything. And God is in everything. God is in everyone. God is in all things. But I still choose to connect to the Most High, which is what is in alignment with me and my purpose. So with that all being said, I'm gonna go ahead and let this one go. I'm actually gonna post this one. There's some beautiful messages in here. My me and Amo, we're gonna keep working on music. You know that this guy is great with music. Yeah, crazy with music. So look up for Amo. I put him on my story, so y'all go look at my story.
Yeah, man, you're gonna do it. Now follow me.
Yeah, you guys can go follow him. Go check out his music. We're gonna be making more of it. Yeah, shout out to Aura. Hey, Aura, we gotta release that song. Aura, hey.
Yeah.
Me and
What's
Aura,
up, Aura?
we about to be putting some music out too. So I'm just doing this little.
Right, so Buddy's already looking sketch as fuck. Hands in his pocket, eyes down. He look high as hell. It seems like he's trying to hide who he is, right? Solar don't give a fuck because he's an idiot. He's a dumbass. So he's gonna, flaunt around, be open and free and zingy, and he gonna get caught up. But this dude seems like he's a little bit more smarter than Solar when it comes to like the criminal activity, allegedly. So this was the dude today on his story. Let me show y'all this, and y'all tell me what y'all think. Is this normal or is this weird? After we find out who he is yesterday,
guy, because
Available balance of $257,343.55. Press 1.
So I come outside now, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
I can't let nobody know who I am.
Ninja, please.
1 second. What the hell?
He's a dumb diddy dumb. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
What the hell?
Dumb diddy dumb.
Oh, Black Beauty. That's what I'm saying. So, the little bald dude was talking shit about me and King World yesterday on another content creators platform. I'm not in real life in Florida. I wouldn't be. Or what did he say? I wouldn't be laughing like that in his face. Talking about Solar is what he said. That's what Leo said. The bald dude.
He said that
on another person's platform yesterday.
What
so
is that? What else he
we'll
said?
address that towards the end, and I think that maybe somebody, flagged him and let him know, yo, Kulu Beam Team, S Squad's on your ass. So now all of a sudden, he's got to wear a mask mask every damn day now. Every time we go outside, he got a solar flash the camera. And then from there, we found out who he was.
55
Now,
cents. Press
today,
1.
So I come outside now, nigga. I
Nigga,
can't let
you
nobody
ain't
know
rich.
who I am now, nigga.
You ain't rich.
Nobody.
You going to jail.
Nigga, it's all moving outside all the time, bro.
I gotta make a song called You
I
Going to
don't give a fuck
Jail.
where I'm at, nigga. Going on my shit.
You gonna
Yeah,
go
yeah,
to trial.
come
You
outside.
ain't
now,
gonna,
is that
yeah,
not
right.
suspect to y'all, man? Is that not weird?
No, you
After we
ain't.
find out who he
Don't
is,
believe her truth.
now
Do not
almost
believe
10
her.
hours, 18 hours later, he's talking about now he can't leave the house without a shiesty mask on. He can't let he can't let nobody know who he is now.
$50.55. Press 1.
They all
I'll come
stupid.
outside now,
That's
nigga.
why y'all getting arrested.
I can't let nobody know who I am now, nigga.
Ninja,
Nobody.
you see them eyes
Nigga, it's
and
all
them big
moving
old
outside
ears.
all the time, bro.
Mm-hmm,
Don't give a fuck where I'm at, nigga.
mm-hmm,
Going on my shit, bitch.
mm-hmm.
All right, so before we get into his little shitty ass music
Uh-huh.
and we give it, our breakdown analysis because we're music heads, the fact that now he has to wear a poo shiesty mask, now that we revealed who Solar, who Solar was connected to in London, which we're gonna get into the other aspect. Yo, what's up, Trey Joes? Now, Trey Joes, man, this dude's not wearing a poo shiesty mask. Talking about he can't let people know who he is now.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. What happened to his accent? So before we get to the music, that's what he's doing. Guys, that was posted 10 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me show you why he's doing that, because we were able to correlate Solar's video that he posted with Oh Boy to Oh Boy's story 6 weeks ago. And but matter of fact, Solar's in the same vehicle as Oh Boy. So let's go over that. So this is who Solar met in London almost 5 weeks ago. And this is who I believe him and whoever else was with him concocted this plan to smuggle in drugs and to recruit Musa and a Hadu and these three other women
Dumb, and
to
dumber.
smuggle in over $1 million worth of fucking marijuana to London. This is Oh Boy. And now all of a sudden he's wearing a Pusha mask. Now all of a sudden he wants to not let people know who he is and he moving different now. Yeah. If somebody must have warned him, man, somebody must have tipped him off about Beam Team and S Squad because, is he moving different? But
see, the problem is with these dumb people, they think about that life is doing dumb-ish. About that life meaning not getting caught. That is what about that life means, right? It does not mean to do the stupid stuff and act stupid and be stupid. You said a crackhead thesaurus. What am I? Right? So that's what about that life means. It means you know what you're doing and how not to get caught. That's what about that life is. It doesn't mean let me show you my money. That's not about that life. Does that mean putting pows and videos? That's not what about that life means. Talking stupid on the internet. That is not what about that life means. About that life means you know the streets as much as you can know. You know how it works and not to get trapped up in it. That's what about that life means. So when you do dumb shit and we say you're not about that life, that means because you're looking mighty stupid right now, right? You showing your money. You letting us hear stuff to your account. That's why a lot of y'all is getting taken out very young, right? Getting taken out very young because you're not about that life. You think you're about that life. The people who are about that life is out of the game and changed their life, and now they probably old and got another set of problems. Older. They made it to be older with another set of problems. That means they know how to think. They know the streets. They watch how you walk. They watch how you talk, right? He's so smart, this stupid guy right here. He's going to deal with guys that are hot, right? When I mean hot, I mean far as with the government. They're hot. They've been on the internet for years. And their ex-leader, or could be they still leader, whom knows, is now locked up. They have been from country to country to country to country. That's what we mean by you ain't about that life. Why would you, whom is quiet as kept, should have stayed quiet as kept? You let them convince your ass. That's why I said this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Well, let's go.
But he ain't moving too smart yet.
Told you he ain't
You know
smart.
what's up, Zeke, man? Shout out to you, Michelle, Trey Jones, Mac J, McCarty, Black Beauty, BP, Midnight Dream, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. Clark, man, what's up? So this is Solar in the car after being picked up from the airport in London, heading to whatever hotel is before they met with whoever they met with. And this is before Solar was doing his lives.
He's driving on the right side.
So a lot of the things that I do.
You hear Solar's voice in the background.
Shit is so different from America. London, here I come again.
Again?
Oh,
He said again. So that must have been his third trip down there.
missing this shit.
He said again.
So I'm trying to see the GPS location to where they're going.
I know y'all missed me in the UK.
So look at old boy. He got a white hat, the fur. See, this is who I think, right, is really connected to the drug game.
Oh, they're
This
gonna
dude
find
right here
out.
who's driving a whip.
They're gonna find out.
Wait, never mind. He's not driving a whip. It's different. Homeboy with the GPS is driving a whip, and this dude right here is in a passenger seat because the shit's flipped. So homeboy got his hat down, white hat, the fur shit, right? That's kind of sus to me. So he then slams the camera around to Solar. So you see Solar right here with the little shitty ass beads.
He got his feet up.
Filming, talking about
Ew.
it's so green. And then you're gonna see his little shitty ass curls.
So green here. Yeah, this shit different.
Right, so you see Solar right there, you see his curls. All right, so I'll play that one more time without any eruption.
He's driving on the right side.
So a lot of the things that I do is I get about it.
Whew.
Shit is so different from America. London, here I come again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know y'all fucking missing this shit. I know y'all missed me in the UK.
See? He been there. That's his third trip then. That would have been his third trip, dummy. You can't make frequent flies out
Now
there.
here's the Hilton London Paddington Hotel, the same hotel that Solar was staying at, right? And then we see him walking the streets. This is the same street that y'all saw him live on, walking the damn streets. Now you're about to see Solar in a black shirt, the same shirt that's connected to the live stream, I think on October 6th or 7th, that you see him walking and bragging about business, you know, being paid for his flight. It's the same outfit.
But the
Now watch Solar
UK
brag with a bunch of
got
money,
a
pounds
house over
in his
there.
fucking hands.
The money, you know, you come to UK, get the bag, bro. You know what I mean?
What do you mean? Hey, bro, show them this.
They
might not believe you. You gotta show them. You gotta show them how the UK bread works.
Come on, son.
You gotta show them how this
Come on,
stacks.
son. Y'all niggas is
I believe
playing.
this is worth more than US.
Y'all niggas don't want to fucking travel and get money, man.
Yeah,
Come on, son.
Oh, give me a break.
Travel, get money. He's on balcony sound. Stop fucking playing, man.
Right, so travel money.
Oh Lord. He acting like he got money. Wasn't it just like, was this the same guy? Tell me if I remember. Who said he had on Musa drawers? Stop acting like you was getting money. You know how to get money, but y'all couldn't keep money. You knew how to get the money, but it wasn't your money, and you ain't getting money. You ain't living like that. Wasn't you the guy bragging about wearing Musa drawers? Who remembers when they first got them? I got on Musa underwear. Right? Who's following soul out of Burger King, let alone oversee? They done did it. No IQ test required, apparently. Just sad and embarrassing. Now he acting like he getting money. You was just, man, listen, let's go. I got a little cold, so I ain't talking too much. I got a little cold, so I'm gonna be letting stuff play because this weather's getting ready to change again. And I could feel that we're gonna get a lot of rain or something, so I'm really stuffy. Right? But y'all better leave Kulu on them alone. When Kulu and them get on their bullish, when they get on their bullish, they gonna find you, bad boy. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when it come for you? He on his bullshit. I should have left people. Y'all gotta leave people alone. Now when they get on their bullshit, okay, now your ass been found. You have been beamed. Let's go.
Driving on the right side.
Now look at Solar.
The money, you know, you come to UK, get the bag, bro. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Right, so that's a little stack right there that he got.
Hey, bro, show them this.
And you got Solar say, hey, bro, show him this.
They might not believe you. You gotta show.
So then you're gonna see Solar with a stack of cash. Now, I wonder what Solar did to get that stack of cash. Because we know that he was offered $2,500 to smuggle drugs. So did Solar smuggle drugs or like smuggle a small package on himself or on his body or in his ass? Because we know how he can, take shit up his ass. So he must have smuggled it up his ass through the airport the first time and then made a little bread just to prove to the boys that he can do this shit. But Solar couldn't shove 150 pounds of weed up his ass. Now that's too much. Now you see Solar with a little stack of bread. Now I wonder how he got the little stack of bread. No wonder why he was bragging like he was a big dog out in London.
Selling his bus.
See, look. Now we know it's Solar because he got that damn ass ring. And he got a little Egyptian necklace.
UK bread work.
Look, he's flexing his UK bread.
He said none of that money for them kids.
I believe this is worth more than US.
Y'all niggas don't want to fucking travel and get money.
So one more time.
They're trying to sell us people. Travel and get money. Travel and get money.
Money. You know, you come to UK, get the bag, bro. You know what I mean?
What do you mean? Hey, bro, show them this.
They
might not believe you. You gotta show them. You gotta show them how the UK bread works. You gotta show them how this stacks.
You can't even hold money. God damn.
Y'all niggas don't want to fucking travel and get money, man.
He can't even hold it. He ain't never held that much money. Look at him.
You don't want to fucking travel and get money. He's on balcony.
He can't even hold a stack of money.
Had all that British pounds, but did he send any of them fucking bread?
I said that
to,
first.
Velvet, or did he send any of that fucking bread to is whatchamacallit? Hell no, he did not. He's flexing on another nigga's Instagram talking about, bro, look at his money. Now give me my money type shit, right? And his daughter get nothing from him. Now this is the dude that was flexing that cash. That was
he couldn't even hold the money.
Talking about he from Brooklyn.
Let me know if you can still hear me. What's going on with you?
Man. Hey, bro. We out here, man. London. You know what I mean?
Out here in London.
Brooklyn, you know?
Yeah, in Brooklyn, you know.
You had like that.
Yeah, man, but-
That's old boy that was flexing the cash.
Yeah, that's what that money. That what that
Self-snitching. That's old boy
uh-huh.
that was fucking flexing that damn little stack of like a stack of London bread that he got. While he from Brooklyn.
Let me know if you can still hear me. What's going on with you?
Yeah, man.
Hey, Mo.
We out here, man. London. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
I'm really from Brooklyn, you know.
Yeah, in Brooklyn, you know.
You had like that.
You going to jail too.
That's
You
old
know.
boy that was flexing the cash.
Right to JFK.
I'm gonna be chilling out here.
Self-snitching. That's old boy that was fucking flexing that damn little stack of like a stack of London bread that he got. And talking about, yeah, it's gonna travel and make that cash.
Recruiting.
I don't know what's in that suitcase, Black Beauty.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's see.
What's in the suitcase?
You know what I mean? Yeah, man. I'm really from Brooklyn, you know.
You just stop telling people that, please. Thank you, Kylie.
Yeah, heading back to the airport now.
So that that very could be the fucking drugs in a damn suitcase, low key.
One little suitcase. Yeah, I'm gonna stop
could
you.
Be the drugs in the suitcase, Black Beauty.
You know what? That is so stupid. Yeah, your ass belong in jail. You went out there with that little behind suitcase. That would be a reason to stop you. Duh. It ain't like you business people. You would think you would have two suitcases. You would go out there with that little ass suitcase and you thinking it's aluminum, right? You thinking it's aluminum that you're gonna put clothes around it, and because the suitcase is specially made, right? They're not gonna see through the suitcase, right? Yo, I don't know. People still do this. People still do this. My. I cannot. But okay, let's carry on. That special suitcase did not work. Okay. All right.
That's old boy who he met in London. Now I try to tell Solar King World, Mac J, like we all try to tell Solar, stop hanging out with these people, man. Change your life. Go get some fucking help. But everybody else thought we was mean and we're this and we're stalkers and we're haters and we're jealous of Solar and this and that. Nah, we just try to warn them, man. We just try to like, yo, bro, like you're going on the wrong path. And look what happened. Look what happened when Solar kept taking y'all's advice and kept living his life and, doing him. Look what doing him got him. That's what doing him got him. Crazy shit. And then, oh boy, now today talking about, he can't let nobody know who he is. Is why you scared, Amos? Is you scared the feds is coming for your ass? You scared the federales is coming? Mac J, why you think he in a Pushaki mask now?
$343.55. Press 1.
So I come outside now, nigga. I can't let nobody know who I am now,
Why you think he
nigga.
can't let nobody know who he is now?
Nobody. Nigga, it's all moving outside all the time, bro. Don't go for damn, man, nigga.
Does he not know that his phone can be tracked?
On my bitch.
Does he not know that his cell phone can be pinged to a certain tower?
No, he don't know.
To show the proximity area at a specific time in which you were at. This is why if you're ever going to commit a crime, whether it's a serious crime, robbery, murder, and I don't recommend this, do not bring your fucking cell phones. If you don't know where the fuck you're going, make sure you buy a fucking map months in advance via cash, and then you don't bring your cell phone so they don't have the cell phone data And it shows that your cell phone was at the house the entire time as a form of alibi that can be used in court for your benefit. So he thinks wearing a Pooh Shiesty mask. Exactly, Mac J. And you put me moving to silent, yeah, and you going live talking about you can't let nobody know who you is now. See, this is how I know that he likes Solar in some ways. He can't put the phone down. Like, if you gonna commit drugs, if you gonna smuggle drugs from Brooklyn to London, and then meet a dude, and then 2 weeks later he gets caught smuggling over 200 some pounds worth of marijuana to London, I'd be offline. I have all my shit deactivated. New cell phone, you know what I mean?
You supposed to have a burner phone, stupid. Duh.
It's crazy. Yeah, now you're wearing a full mask talking about he can't let nobody know who he is now.
I can't let nobody know who I am now, nigga. Nobody. Nigga, it's all moving outside all the time, bro. Don't give a fuck where I'm at, nigga. I'm putting on my shiesty, bitch.
You cut that hair? You cut that hair?
So now real quick, right? So he's scared. He's hiding his face. He's afraid that the feds is after his ass
Big Vic?
and all that shit. You know, if I was him, I would be too shit. If I was him, I'd be fucking shit too. I'd be shitting my pants if I was him. I definitely would be shitting my pants. Because he gonna be locked up too.
Wait till y'all hear my new song. Wait till y'all hear my new song.
Extradited back to fucking California, and his ass gonna be fucking, you know, sentenced there. Oh man, what's that, guys? I'm trying to pull up this dude's shit.
Hey, low kid, welcome.
My tripping. I have the niggas. I have his shit on my shit right now. Is that real Amo music? 1 second. Another nigga that blocked me. There we go. All right, so I'm gonna send a message real quick. Second. One second. All right. Now let me screenshot this. So I sent him an invite. So let me show you 1 second. So people don't think I'm capping about this shit. 1 second. Let me send this over. All right, cool. All right. So I DM'd him. We're gonna see if he responds back. It's to the message to see if he wants to talk. This is Amo, the guy that met Solar in London. We're gonna, get to the bottom of this. We're gonna get to the bottom of this to see what's going on, see if he knows anything. So here's his music right now called Amo G Prevailed. Let's listen to it. Let's see if it's something. The beat to me already sounds like a little Fruit Loop, Fruity Pebble. Cuckoo for Cocoa Crisp.
Is in there. You click the link.
Is golden crisp ass beat.
That's
not fresh. That's actually shitty as hell. Like to me, it sounds like one of Solar's beats. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. Now, let me know what y'all think about the beat, man. Shout out to Megan up in the building. You know that shit sound like one of Solar's lame ass beats?
Don't do all these racks. Can you believe that?
Young kid from the trenches. If he beefing, I'ma drench him. Came up learning lessons. Sat me down in adolescence. They said I was a bad kid. Slaying with my ratchet.
Oh God.
I came.
Nah, bro. Like you need to be man. You need to be flipping fries with Solar. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Like, man, you need to pack this shit. Throw your computer away. Throw your little fake ass studio away. Throw your little, software and delete that shit. Uninstall that shit. Like, and you need to be flipping patties with Solar, man. And you need to be putting fries in a boiler, in a fry fryer. And you need to be heating up some chocolate chip cookies, heating up some apple pies at Whataburger. Like, that's what you need to be doing, bro. Straight up, because this ain't gonna work, man. What's with y'all niggas, man? Try to be rappers. Oh my God. This shit sucks. This shit literally ass to my ears.
Came up with passes. They said I couldn't do nothing. My teachers hated on me. Now I'm racked up, semi-clocked up.
I bet a nigga named Solar. This smuggle drugs and now his ass is gonna get locked up.
Weapons holding my sweater. Cause I ain't letting up. Please don't try to rob me, bitch. Cause I'ma wet you up. It's about how you know.
Okay. See, yeah. That shit's ass. That shit's fucking ass, man. Fucking Pisces, Armand would roast that nigga and wrap that nigga into a Bolivian, man. Armand and Pisces will wrap that nigga into a figure four. Rubbish, exactly. It's using the UK language, fucking rubbish. That shit is fucking rubbish. Hello, man, that shit garbage, mate. So that's Amos, man. So I DM'd him. Let's get into the DMs so I can show you what's going on. And we'll see if he responds, and we'll see if he wants to come up for a show or come up and speak about it. So as y'all can see here, I'm gonna share my screen with y'all. Yeah, that definitely sounds one of fucking Solar's shitty ass Fruit Loop beats, fruity tooty ass zingy beats. So you see the real Amo said, "Peace. I know you and Solar were friends. I wanted to inform you about the situation he caught up right now, bro."
Hey, my brethren. You can hear me? Take your get off mute. Everybody's stuff running slow today. I'm gonna give him a chance to say hello before we start, right? Before I press it back. Once he take himself off of something here on, damn it, off of mute. No, you're not backstage, Kev. You're in. What happened to Cosmic Curve? What happened to manifesting and all this other stuff? We all confused. Truth. We confuse people messing with them.
Hey, Suge, what's up, gang?
I'm gonna treat my cocoa baby like that. No, you not. You are not gonna be treating my cocoa baby like that. I don't think so. No, you will not. No, you will not treat Coco, my Coco, like that. Now I'm gonna find her, so I'm not giving you nothing, Card. I'm sick of you. Oh, sorry, God, I thought I was on mute.
Y'all got drama in the streets over there, Suge?
I'm sorry.
In the background.
I just realized I was not on mute. I said, kept talking. Let me go. Oh, my head ain't on mute. I do not. Let me. Don't be go reporting me, okay? Jesus Christ. Look at Jack laughing at me. All right, back to the regular show. God, dang it. I could have sworn I pressed mute on this. Hey, brother.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, just real quick, and I'm finna go back on mute so we can finish the video. What you think so far about old boy?
What's boy?
Remember, I was saying yesterday about I think all of this is like I think, dude, like, I mean, think about this.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody knows that don't even sell drugs that, for instance, you can't send a package through the mail. We all know that. You don't even have to be in the streets to know that. This dude is on the internet literally trying to recruit people to smoke. I'm back on mute, dog. Yeah, that's crazy.
That's why I said I am embarrassing reporting this stupid shit, right? But we got to talk about it. I mean, we ain't got to, but we're talking about it. Matter of fact, we're talking about how stupid it is, right?
It just smelled like Rico all the way through the
somebody
laptop.
Put that in my, I think it was St. Hudson. She put that in my in the what you call it. She put Rico. She said that too.
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't think of that word, but yeah. That is traveling.
It's screaming Rico.
Yeah, that's
internationally.
Rico.
You got you know, it's like, come on. You just gonna meet somebody from London that's gonna put you onto a money opportunity that includes traveling and traveling with something which is undisclosed. They ain't told you how you gonna travel and make money. They just said travel and make money. Come on. But anyway, yeah. I'm on mute though.
I know, right? And then you could tell Solar never held that much money. If he did, he didn't even know how to hold the money. He holding like this part hanging. It probably be all up. Solar, you know, up. You got to practice.
He looked like he was playing Monopoly.
Right?
He was playing Monopoly.
They had Monopoly money. That was what you supposed to made it seem like you always got money in your hand. Not like what I do with this. Like how
he didn't even know how much. He didn't even know how much money he has in his hand. I guarantee he does not know where euros translates in US dollars or other.
No, he would know. That part I would give him. He would know that. But have he ever held that in his hand? No.
Yeah, it's wild.
He's what you call smart, stupid, or stupid smart. I don't know which one to put first. Right?
Hey, truth. That's the truest thing too. Because when I came in here and I was like letting people watch this, they literally thought this was like a reality show. You know how they make the reality shows look like they just like real-time footage? They didn't believe it was real for a long time.
I remember them days. Who was it that used to be in your house? I don't know what was
My
about
family
somebody
members
at the
said
house
that.
a couple of times. And you said I had to let the watch see it to believe it because they used to hear you talking to that.
They was like, "What are you talking about in there?" Yeah, and then my whole family got involved. My pops and my moms, everybody was like, "Yo, is this real?"
You was like, yeah, this is real.
Yeah, like this was so far from real. I was like, "This can't be real."
Indian moms.
Yeah, my mama always has something to say. Yeah, she'd be like, "Listen, I'm not the smartest person in the world, and I'm an old woman." She said, "But why they ain't got together and jumped on him and beat the mess out of him?" I said, "You know what, Mom? You don't even watch it, and you understood that little bit about it." But she started understanding. She said, "The reason I started because I didn't know young people thought like this. Because my mom out the loop, she's 80. She don't know. She didn't know that black people were in cults. And then she was like, young people it is hardest to convince of anything." But I said, "Mom, it's different now." Yeah, that's why I said she started peeping. She was like, "Lord," she was like, and so that woman right there, that little girl, she let that man beat on her. All of them let him beat on him. And then he went to sleep and they woke up for him to beat on him the next day. She just shook her head because it was inconceivable of her. She was like, yeah, but it's this crazy. Yeah. Anyway, I'm on mute so we can get through the video. Sure. I get to talk and stuff. Had a chat guy in me.
But these people gives me a headache,
Wow. They like your kids. When your kids call you with dumb shit, and you be like, "Now, didn't I tell you not to do that dumb shit before you even died?" That's how it is with them. It's
exactly.
Like,
that
what?
You know what?
Exactly. Did now? What
exactly,
have your ass done now?
They not tell you not to call me. They don't call me, damn it.
Don't call me from no London jail with nobody with no British accent talking about they got whoever collect call. No, Courtney. No, we don't know a Courtney. No. Yeah, they wild, man. That's wild. I would hate to be their parent because you never want to give up on your kid.
With him, he'll go, well, you know what? My last name is Townsend, right? And
technically that's British.
If you look up the word Townsend, some of the word Townsend, remember, y'all got the town, and the Townsend came in, right? So part of that word belongs to Britain. So my family, is Britain. I have a Britain.
And what they don't realize though,
that's what you get.
They'll get you over there. You're an American. You're not anybody famous or of any diplomatic or military status. You'll sit over there in their jails. They'll give you something like 7 years for that. The guy that they caught in North Korea, all he did was took a poster. He tried to bring a poster back that he had took off the wall in the train station over there. And when he got to the airport, they locked him up and they sent him back in a pine. Well, he was comatose and then he passed like a week after he got back here just for stealing a poster. That's why I said these other countries, they laws are different.
No, but they was in New York. But what happened? I mean, not New York, Lord. I mean, they was in San Diego. But what happened was, hey, my sweet Umi, I think what happened was we haven't watched it in so long that we all thought when we seen Britain that they were in Britain. Yeah, but he did. He did go to London.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
So this would have been his third trip.
We don't know what he did while he was there because see, they're gonna let you do some stuff before they come get you. Right.
He's stupid because no normal person in their right mind take trips back and forth to London. Unless even when the artists come out here, they don't rush back to London.
This is the thing about traveling also.
And it's stamped. The dates are stamped. So they see there is a frequent flyer. Alert, 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 alert. Right? You got to show that.
Right. One of the questions they ask you is, what is your business in London? And if you can't come up with a legitimate reason, you like, I'm just here chilling. Okay, now they're gonna get curious because when people come to London, they either coming on vacation and usually they're wealthy to take a trip abroad, or they're people who may have dual citizenship or have family there, or they may be there on business.
That's the part they didn't catch.
Yeah, immigration they'll ask you those kind of questions.
Well, if they call, right, say you my auntie, right?
Right.
Because sometimes they do call.
They will every time.
When my uncle passed and I had to go down to Trinidad or wherever,
Yep.
right? But being that I had been there and went back, right? They was like, and what's the number?
Right.
And let us call. You know how many years ago that was?
Right.
So can imagine what they doing now. That was moons ago when I went down there. And being that I had, I learned my lesson. You always go down there with just what you need. Don't go down to these islands trying to be cute because they're going to take all your shit.
Right.
They're going to take all your shit. I'm not talking about strangers, I'm talking about family members, right? They're going, oh, this nice. Everybody round up to see you. Next, you know, all your stuff is gone, right? So you only take what you need and make sure it's floppity flops or whatever, but just make sure you look just like them. Right? Don't come up there trying to be cute, right? Because it's gonna be. But the point I'm saying is, being I don't know what they was thinking or whatever, and then just so happened I had the obituary. Like I said, that was years ago. That because I went back to back, and they just put me out of nowhere. But you know, and they was like, and what's the number? Show off shit. I don't know if anybody else experienced that. I experienced that, and they made that phone call.
That was just a couple months ago when we moved my grandfather back home, and also it was his last remaining sibling. It was her funeral. Do you know when I told them I was there for a funeral, they called the funeral home. They made sure that the name that I said of the person that was deceased was that person, and that I was a member of that family. Yeah, they called while I was there waiting. While I was there waiting on my luggage. They don't just go, oh, you just here kicking it? Who you here to see? Oh, my friend. What's his name? If you don't have no history, oh, we just met. Oh, you just met and you coming abroad to see him. See, it's things like that. They're gonna ask you, but what's his flat address? You're not gonna have any idea because he don't know that dude.
Right. But, and then this is not their first rodeos, right? That's why I said their first. This may be y'all first rodeos. But people who've been that's like being a doctor. You have heard anything that anybody has to say just in different ways. You would like all they say back is go Then they just order some tests and call it a day. But don't think you going up in there and you fooling them, right? Especially if they know what they're looking at. It's different if they don't know what they're looking at, but especially if it's obvious that hey, and then that's what they're gonna test you for anyway. But stop thinking you fooling people because you're new to this is their profession. You're in the game. This is their profession. Profession lasts longer than people that's in the game. Like when you're in the game, you might be in there no more than 10 years, right? So if you start out at 15, you might be out by 26. You're going to be out some way, form, or fashion, heaven, hell, or jail, or you're going to even mature, right? But either way, you're not. But professions, you could be 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. Some people don't want to retire. So you just got in the game, but compared to somebody who that's their profession and they refuse to retire and they've been there 40 years. And imagine you telling them some bullshit. And they heard 40 years of bullshit. But you thinking you smarter than them.
I just think that, you know, to me, it just all feels like a setup. They're using that dude to get Solar to reveal some information to them or about somebody. That's the only reason he's involved. Nobody. And listen to me. I don't care if it's the dumbest drug dealer in the world. They are not under any circumstances going to recruit somebody like Solar, because if anything happens, guess who's responsible for it? The people who gave it to him. You can look at Solar again,
but they should go. That's what I'm saying. This is what makes it so embarrassing, because even the people who recruited him is even dumber.
But they're letting. That's why I said it all feels like a setup, because it seems like they're just letting them do things and letting them indict themselves and let them tell on themselves. This dude has already been on camera with Solar, and then he comes on and goes, "Oh, I gotta wear a shiesty mask from now on so nobody knows who I am."
After he showed his little bank account like he rich, 200 and something thousand. Like, Ninja, that's nothing.
Now again,
It's
they
a
got
lot to a lot of people, but y'all fucked up over a meal. That's nothing.
yeah. It's like I said, I just that's just a hunch I have, but I think when it's all said and done, all of this is part of whatever else they got going
Whatever
on
thing they got going on,
to him
right?
up Solar and whoever else they looking for. Solar might be using Solar to get to whoever they looking for, but that's the only reason that Solar is a part of any of this. Solar is an idiot. Anybody who's seriously doing something illegal, they're not going to even have somebody like Solar around them. They wouldn't even let Solar drive an Uber for them.
Musa.
Or Musa, because they talk too much.
From Carbonation.
They're on the internet every day. They're all mentally disturbed. You see how, Musa, whatever he was doing, these people, you got to realize nobody that's seriously making money and that's got their freedom on the line are going to deal with these two people. When you see stuff like this happen, just like just with the YSL trial, look at all these cast of characters that come out, because those are just people to get to who they really want to get to. Those people just have access to them, and they'll jump in unwittingly. They don't know how they, like I said, you just got to look at the whole, why would you be getting on social media bragging about what you're doing? Why would you do that in the very first place? That's the first question I have.
You give me a headache again, and the headache coming back. The headache coming back. Every time you speak about it's how stupid they are. Every time you say
and get away with it unless they letting you. There's no way you can be doing that much illegal stuff and getting away with it unless they're allowing you to. It's giving Nature Boy to me, but yeah, I'm on mute those.
And then they did the same exact thing Nature Boy did. They spilled the beans without him. I'm like, well, I thought you were smarter. And didn't you say you were smarter than Nature Boy, Solar Boy? And Musa, of course, Musa gonna talk because Musa is Nature Boy. So of course, if Nature Boy talk, Musa gonna talk. That it's like they are both of them are Nature Boys, but in two, it's like Nature Boy is split. But both of them are Nature Boy, but Musa has embodied him. Musa has that real darkness.
You want me to tell you something?
Nature Boy has what?
Yeah, you absolutely right about that. He embodies the darkest part of Nature Boy, him above anybody else. Solar got the bullshit game, the smiling, the playing cute. He got that from Nature Boy. But and y'all might think I'm crazy. And again, I have no facts. This is just all speculation. This is my thought. But as crazy as this might sound, I think Nature Boy may be involved in this in some kind of way. I believe that
if he wasn't, I would have made him part of it. He said after I was going to court, Your Honor, I testified, Your Honor, all his followers is still out to get me, Your Honor. Look at them, look at them birds. Look at them birds that's still on TV, Your Honor. Look at that one. My wife, see my wife up there? Her name is Soka. She got a warrant. Look at her. They just act like they told they're gonna give me, Your Honor. Go get him, Your Honor. I would damn that.
Hey man,
Nature Boy. Well, all of them gonna be laughing together. He won't get the last laugh, but they will be having the last laugh together. Right? They're gonna be singing a song together, and they're gonna be sending messages to a pigeon. The pigeon. Right, you gonna send that to that jail. You send
like Shawshank Redemption. Hey, I want to see if they go to court early in 2025 for that flying the drone with the weed into the county jail, because they should be coming up no later than about March 25 on that case.
Who?
The three blind mice, the Color Purple sisters. Remember when they flew the drone into the jail? They still ain't.
No. Ready didn't go to court. It's only the two blind mice left. Remember, they made sure Malaya did nothing.
Oh yeah,
she's the only free bird.
Well, I want to see, and then Zoka got another case going on, so I want to see what happened with their cases.
No, she's a fugitive right now.
That's what I said. I want to see what happened with once they catch up with her for this, and then she still got to face being, you know, one of the drone babies. And so I want to see what happens, because that's going to be a fair case.
And then the fact that they think it's okay, talking about what they doing to the black man, you're going to see what they're going to do to the black woman. Because you think you're going to see what they're going to do to the black woman. Because guess what? Them jails are full too.
Guess who got more time than Charles Manson? Them 3 girls. They got more time. So yeah, like I said, it's interesting because, see, people don't realize, like, it might not have nothing to do with the Nature Boy and the Terry case, but if they know, for instance, that Nature Boy was pimping them, or it may have been Nature Boy and Musa, they don't know if they're still being investigated for things like that, or interstate trafficking, because they moved, you know, across state lines several times.
They are going to be investigated forever.
Yeah.
Right? Up until, remember, they are checking their progress one way or the other, right? The same way they let Amon into the Air Force, right? Even though he's in the Air Force, they're still checking him.
They can monitor you in the military better than they can when you're on the streets.
Right. But at least he said, you know what? Remember, none of them technically is lazy when they're under command. Right? They lazy in the real world, but in whatever world they're in, they're not lazy. When Nature Boy say get up, he say get up. When he say fix that tent, he means fix that tent, right? When whatever he says to do, they do. So they're not lazy like in that behalf, right? So that's what will make Amon strong.
That's why I said yesterday, he's gonna be a good soldier. He's already indoctrinated to the process. Nature Boy would keep them up all night. So it's nothing for him to get up at 6 a.m. for PT and to be told what to do in a structured environment all day long.
He went through boot camp, and why he the only one. I think I wasn't there, so I wouldn't know, because I think, like, I don't know about the exercise part, because Nature Boy made sure they didn't stay in shape so they couldn't beat him up. But far as the yelling at me, you this and you that, didn't bother him at all.
Matter of fact, he's gonna thrive, because I've seen cats like him that came in the military. Some people need to be led, but that's in the right way. See, when you take a guy like him who will take that and not internalize, because he's been desensitized to the yelling in a 24-hour structure, but the structure is not even that deep in the military the way Nature Boy had them. So
they go to work, after work they get to chill.
He's going to get paid. He's going to get paid, and he's going to be able to move up in rank, which he wasn't ever able to do in carbonation.
And it's on the government bill. Right?
It's on their dime. That's what I'm saying.
He might figure, listen, I don't want to go to these regular jobs. I got to go to what I'm used to.
It's close to what he was doing already.
And they pay. He still get to live for free.
And I'm gonna get more money. I don't have to give Nature Boy my cash apps. I can save my money. Now all the stuff Nature Boy had, I can buy for myself. He's gonna be all right.
I'm gonna show him how to live for free and get medals and all this and travel the world.
Listen, he's gonna be all right. And he was smart enough to know I cannot live in the real world like we were living at Carbonation. He realized that. So did Joy.
A way,
So did Joy.
Found a way, yeah.
They found a way within there. She still kind of has probably her certain beliefs. It may be not all the Nature Boy's knowledge, but she maybe still believes in the grounding and stuff like that. I've heard her talk about. That's cool. But long as you live in a normal life and you're not running around in a cult like a zombie doing dumb shit, you could think and believe whatever you want to. It seemed like her baby's well taken care of. She's married. Seemed like she's doing well. But those people that still try to hold on and think that they can make that their actual life, because see, Nature Boy spent 95% of his time telling them that you create your own reality. So I think they believe that as long as they stay in this fantasy land within their mind, they'll be able to exist in that, because to a large extent, that's what they were doing in carbonation.
I also think the recklessness that came with being like in carbonation of doing stuff that they know that was wrong, but they can't prove it. So that makes you feel like a little entitled, but you don't know your ass is still going to get caught. But I think a lot of that was that recklessness that they were living, right? I could do this, nah, but you ain't got no proof, right? And I'm gonna do it in your face, nah. Right. So I think that's why you still see Azoka on the TV, right? That's that recklessness, right? I know I was supposed to went to court. I didn't go to court, but I'm going to still I'm still going to profess God, like, and nah, not knowing that, baby, when I get to your ass, right? This is what they saying. But remember, it's a lot of more people, there's a lot of more criminals in the world. They're just not concentrating on them.
Yeah, that's why they're not going.
But that does not mean when I do get to you.
When they get you, when they stop you on the tape, they got that. They got everything you got coming to you.
When I do get to you, right? I got a bunch of cases. Hey, fool, I got a bunch of cases sitting on my table. That's going, but I okay. I ain't forgetting nothing, right? But I think a lot of that comes from that recklessness of them thinking that they really could do whatever they want to do, and who's going to stop them, and not want to do it in your face. Okay.
Well, when you think about it, the reason they feel that is because, again, not us, but their supporters, they allow them to do exactly that for 5-7 years. They could come on, put on anything on social media, say anything, do anything right in your face, and tell you not only are you not going to do nothing about it, you're going to send me money to keep seeing us do whatever the fuck we want to do the way we want to do it, and nobody's doing nothing. That's why they believe so strongly that they can still do that. Velvet still has in her mind that she's the queen of something. Maybe carbonation ain't together, but in her mind, she has convinced herself since she was about 13 or 14 years old that she's a queen, that she's supposed to lead a tribe, and blah, 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 blah. That's why you can have a person still saying and doing the things after they seen Nature Boy crash and burn, after they seen what happened to 99% of the other ex-members. Look at all of them. Where they at? Star,
I think Star went to another.
Look at all of them. Any of them. Pick any of them out. Go back to the original Ethereans. Go back to
Melanation. Hold on, bro. Let's not forget. I don't know if you've seen it. I have not seen it, but all I seen was a picture. If anybody have seen it, let me know. Tell me Musa did not bump back into Pee Wee.
He didn't bump back into her.
You know what I mean.
He went and looked for her. He went and looked for her.
They were never apart.
Out of contact.
Out of contact. They go on here crying about these men, and they know for a fact they still in contact. They know they've been
I'm gonna tell you something.
Bumping.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Of it all.
Even when these women get away from them, like you said, they still deal with them behind the scenes. And proof positive is, I never thought I was a player, but you a cold MFer when you could tell a woman you're so unattractive that I can only look at the only way I can bear to look at you is from certain angles. And you still got that chick on your side, and she will try to smuggle drugs over into another country for you. You a bad motherfucker. You a bad motherfucker. You a bad motherfucker. Because hey man, it's unbelievable. That's why I said a lot of times you'll hear these ex-members, or so I don't even call them ex-members, but you won't see them and they'll say they not with carbonation no more. Yes, they are, because they still financially support them. They still mail letters to Nature Boy. You know, look at what's her name?
Still send their bussy. Look.
Yeah, look, what's the little skinny bony girl that got the package? What's her name? Trinity. her and Natural or whatever his name was, Rambo, and what's her name? Yeah, they still, Serenity. They still support Nature Boy.
Whatever the fuck, Stephanie.
They still support Nature Boy to this day.
Yeah.
He got a gang of people from his Bigo crowd that still support him to this very day. Dude blew through millions of dollars. He done gave out untold diseases. He's probably done more damage to our community. Probably nobody's done more damage to the young community since Dr. York. And yet and still, you still have tens of thousands of people within our community that support him and that support them. That's the craziest part.
And it's thriving. No, I would not do $1 million for no time in jail. We're gonna take that out of the universe because number one, the way them jails go, you might not live to see it. And the things that you're gonna go through, baby, for your mental health, you're gonna need more than $1 million.
People think jail is just being confined behind bars. The things that go on in prison, the whole world, most adult people don't know. And I didn't know until I actually walked up in those prisons when we used to do our program, and we would walk up in the prisons, and they got so comfortable that they would carry on with everyday life as if we wasn't there. Some shit that blew my dome still to this day. The first day that we went in, it was real quiet and everybody was like calm. And I was like, oh, maybe it's because the camera's gonna be here, because it was cameras that came in with us. And I thought maybe it's because of the cameras. No, it was because they was having a prison wedding that day. So everybody wanted to. Listen, they made food. They call it a spread. They made a spread. The guards knew what was going on. They was like, yeah, when they had a prison, we don't have no fights or nothing because they don't want to get locked down. Because they listen. I was just like, yo, that's why I said people don't really understand. These people don't want to play with jail because they all gonna tell, because none of them will survive even past the holding tank in prison. They won't, and it's not a game, but these dudes are gonna find out real quick. Musa, Juju, Jax, none of them are built like that. They're not built like that. And I'm not saying you got to be the toughest in the world, but you know how people who are predators, they can spot weak people just like Nature Boy can spot his victims from a mile away. Them dudes in prison, soon as they hit that gate, it's over with. They're going to get extorted. They're going to get sexually violated. And that's going to be their experience. I don't even care. I don't care if they go to the county jail. They are going to get exploited. And that's the part that they don't understand about. So if they think their mind is fried right now, put that trauma on top of it and then set them back out here and see how they function. Whose man are they going to be? Whose father are they going to be? Who? If you owned a business, would you hire any one of them to do anything? I wouldn't hire them to sweep the lot. It's just, and that's the sad part, because you churning out so many of these young people, because it's not just the Carbonation clique. You got that whole other Bigo clique that's, the TKOs and the people they see, and they think that that's a whole lifestyle too, this whole poly community. All of those people are falling victim, because you got people, they're intermingling, they're crossing over. Like you have some of the Carbonation people that have been over there and dealing with them people. It's diseases floating around. All of these people, listen to them talk, go on their live, listen to them talk for 5 minutes. These people are in a bad, dark spot mentally. To talk about the things that they talk about, to entertain the things that they entertain, and to do the things that they do for views and for money. It's not just, like I said, it's not just the group that's watching Carbonation. You got a whole subculture within our community, man, and we don't realize how big it is, man. It's a lot of them. You got the people that follow Young Pharaoh. You got the people that follow the House of Consciousness community. You got the people that follow Nature Boy, TKO, Rashad Jamal. You got all of these people. They all fall in the same bucket, and it's a gang of them, because them dudes be having 10K subscribers and better. And these people, it's a lot of them. Sometimes it feels like it's as many of them as it is of us. And that's what we have to really, really realize. This is just a microcosm. Nature Boy and them this ain't nothing. you multiply that by all the people that I named, and then all the other people that I don't know. Those are the people that we know about. But you know how these kids, they internet rats, so they know all these little obscure content creators, and they be in these, little dark web pages and things like that. So it's a gang of them. It's a bunch of them, man.
All right,
and
I'm gonna get this video not that long, so let me get to it. And I still want to finish the one from yesterday, but y'all know I had to get up early today. And y'all hear my little cold, so I'm sure I can't talk too much, but don't worry.
Nick stupid. You be over there trolling, talking about they dragged TK on yesterday on Instagram.
They did. Girl, you got to hit me up for this, Nick.
Trolling.
Nick, why you ain't hit me up? I can't stand that man. I'm sorry, I can't stand that man. With every being in me, every fiber, he is worse than Nature Boy, right? But he just again know the game a little bit more than Nature Nut, right? No, they know the game a little bit more. But with every fiber, I can't stand that man. That's one evil man. Evil.
Just rub you the wrong way without even saying that. You ever did that? You ever just met somebody and they just rubbed you the wrong way before they said
Nick, we would love to have seen. Nick, we would have came and backed your ass. You gotta let us know before you get the dragon, so we could come in there and cheer your ass.
Yeah, let us know when you trolling, so we can come over. Because Nicole is crazy. She catch all the good. She catch all the good.
And boss lady, we might have to call her Hollywood Nicole now.
Right.
Gotta call her Hollywood Nicole lady.
What's up, Fundi? What's up, Prototype? Hey, I love that comment. Prototype said, I love my freedom. Remember this. I don't know who said the quote, so I can't give them proper credit, but it's not mine. But somebody said, those who would sacrifice their freedom for their protection deserves neither. Anyway, I'm on mute. I got some Zaza twisted up. They make me smoke. They be giving me, I'm telling you, they make my ass hurt. I can't stand them. They just boy, they is like, boy, make my ass hurt.
Yeah, let me tell you, when Kev is on one, when Fool is on one, I can't with them. I cannot with them at all. When both of them are on one, oh my God, oh my goodness, oh my God, oh my goodness. When just thinking about some of the things that come out of their mouths, right? When Fool is on one, my sis on one. When my bro on one, you never knew it was going to come out of their mouth. But
hey, you know what's crazy?
They go raw. They're going to give it to you. But no, Bolivia. Now finish that sentence, please. That's my part.
You know what's crazy?
No, finish my Wu-Tang part first. Give it to you. But no, something. Outside of straight of Bolivia. Masturbation, proclamation.
You went back in the creation. That's like 88. Damn.
That wasn't no damn 88. You know myself.
Hey, you know what's crazy, Suge? When I would get into it with people, they would think that you sent me, right? They would
me. Now hold on, now I can get on mine. So I handle my own now.
I know, but they would think that you would send me because they like, okay, she sent the ignorant one over here to, and I'd be like, nah, I'm just trying to talk to you. It took a long time, but that's how I end up getting cool with Solo and Aaron, because I just talked to them. They was like, man, you crazy, but you know what? For real, I don't say nothing with malice, and I mean everything I say. That's real.
I knew when Janae told that story, right? First of all, about her, like she's the one that he acted like he was going to Mexico, even though she took her dumb ass at that point. Yes, I could call her dumb. At that point, she was dumb. When she took her dumb ass there to Mexico, and she paid for everything, and it was acting like how they was eating and the way he was treating her. And I'm like, nah, that boy gone. And then here she go, the other dumb one. At that point, she was dumb. Here she go. I don't know what she said. You don't understand him. Some bullshit. She said, now here she go, had to go get a restraining order, right? I'm like, it's like,
Yeah.
I'm like,
as timid.
I have never, I'm sorry, I've never been in love like that ever. And I don't ever want to be like in love like that ever, right? I've never, ever loved somebody to the point that you're going to say what you want to say, do what you want to do, and just that gaslight. And at some point in time, that gas, like, even if you, let's say you was able to gaslight me,
Yeah.
you can say the slightest words, all that shit go out the window, right? All that shit went right out the window. Like, you would have to continuously, I would still have to get my way, and you would still have to watch what you say. There would be no coming back. Oh, baby, you know what I'm saying? Nah, nigga, it's on now, right? So you would have to gaslight me in the most nice, sweetest way ever, right? Like, certain things you would have to watch, right? Because you know, no, you're not. There is no, I don't have that type of love that you could do whatever you want to do to me, and I'm just gonna hold you down.
Well, see, that's why.
Nah, y'all got me all the way effed up.
That's why I disagree with people when people say that they were so in love, they put up with this or they did that. To me,
no, man.
To me, that's the opposite of love. You're addicted to that person, but you can't love a person and go against your morals, your own internal. I'm not talking about what somebody told you. I'm talking about if you would do something because somebody else told you that you wouldn't normally do on your own, that's not love. See, that's what people say, oh, they just love them so much. That's something different.
Ain't no way. And some of the stuff that came out of that, man, but especially, I mean, first of all, ain't nobody topping Musa. I heard a lot of men call them very ugly. They even talked about when they say you gotta hold your head a certain way.
Nobody
topped that one yet. I want to look at certain angles.
There's no goddamn. A pimp has never said nothing more diabolical to his bottom bitch than that. I can only look at you from certain. That's crazy.
You got to hold your head a certain way.
That is crazy.
Like, now I'm serving F your fit.
And I'm gonna risk my freedom.
That's why I said when y'all on one, y'all better leave them low. I'll be rolling.
That's why it blows my mind.
I'll be cracking up. But see, that's needed though, right?
When you hear women,
that's needed.
When you hear women talk about the characteristics of the worst boyfriend that they've ever had, those guys, all of those guys, they check every single box: narcissistic, violent, gaslighter, public humiliation, all of those. A psychopath, a serial killer, a dictator, and a narcissist.
Daddy.
They all have
baby maker.
They have all the same exact traits. Now go to the next step. As a human being, you see those traits in a person.
No, you don't necessarily do, right?
How do you get tens of thousands of people to follow you, though?
That I can't explain, but you couldn't explain. But my thing, even with an untrained eye, which I had I did not remember, them terms were not out then. But you still could never say what you want to say to me, right? You could still never do. I wouldn't care if I had like a name to go with it. So nah, ninja. What the fuck is it? Like, people don't know, boy, that I could turn into that beast like real quick. You did certain you ain't gonna say or do. Like, minute I can't address certain nigga, you ain't gonna look at me ever again. Bye. Like, people don't know how to just leave, right? Go or like people scared to walk. Not, man. Listen, it's hot. What's that old song? It's too many fish in the sea. Small ones, tall ones, fine ones, kind ones. It's too many. But it's too many out there. God made one of you men, He made millions. I ain't got picked up with no parts of your shit. Right?
The irony in this situation, as much as they exploited and mistreated women, it's going to be men that are going to exploit them in the same way. Definitely if they get locked up, but even on the streets
for what they do, right? I don't care even if the young woman
karma,
is stupid,
karma is gonna come back.
That doesn't take away your crimes, right? God,
But think about it.
The universe still sees what you do too, right? You're going to get it in their relationship because you're going for it. He's going to get it out of the relationship, but everybody pays the piper.
Yeah, think about it like this too. When if you see a guy that will get on the internet and rub another man's feet, and you're a predator on the street,
but they may not seen that, right?
Yeah,
they may not seen that. But even who I'm talking about, them dumb girls, right? There's no way. I ain't that much. Oh, I'm a lover back to life. My ass, right? My all of my it ain't gonna. I'm telling you, certain things. I don't know how they don't have that snap button, right?
Yeah, everybody don't have it.
Right, everybody don't have it.
And that's
everybody
why
don't have that. They don't have that either. Some people it's a certain tone. Some people is a word that you could turn into a whole different person.
Hey, listen,
real quick.
You can look at me a certain way. You can look at me a certain way, and you gonna bring that inner ninja out on me. You can not that I looked at, but it's when it's just when you get to a certain point in life, like I have, and like a lot of us have when you get to a certain age, it's just certain bullshit you're gonna skip past.
Now,
like if I see somebody tripping, I just walk the other way because I know what I'm gonna do to them if they bring that toward me. So I just walk the other way. And even in situations where when you see certain things go on with people, I just had to understand that no matter how much sense you talk to that person, everybody they don't have that button. They don't have that switch.
Right, because they think they know more than you. Right.
And I always ask people like that. In the history of your life, out of all the women that you've ever known that have tried to, air quotes, fix a man, how many have been successful? How many have rehabbed a violent?
Well, hold on. I'm gonna get right back to that. No, I'm talking about when he said it's a lot of people that watch them, right? And I'm talking about like it could be like they're in England now. Let's say people in England have not watched. That's what I mean by not everybody saw it. Right, because people in England they might not know, right? We talking about they are international now. That's what I meant by everybody didn't see it. That's what I'm talking about, right? When I was talking about Kevin, so all the people that's watching them, I said not everybody saw it because now they're international, right? But if I know if I'm a dealer or something, I'm gonna study yo. I'm quite sure you're gonna tell me something. Now, I'm not saying. Let me correct myself. I'm not saying that you're not going to go through things in a relationship. Yes, you are. Right? That's a difference. That is a difference. But when it's downright disrespectful, oh hell, baby, I am the type of person, I'm telling you, your voice can go too loud. You ain't got to worry about me no more. Your voice can go up too. You're going to speak to me in a certain level also. Just to conversate.
Exactly.
Once your voice, you ain't gotta do nothing else. I'm not gonna know what else you're capable of.
We don't have a bottom.
But again, that's just me.
Yeah,
right?
We don't have a bottom in our community. Nothing is unacceptable anymore. Like I said, you can sell cat, you can sell drugs, you can gang bang. All of these things are looked upon as you're lit. You get in the bag. There's no bottom. So how can you? You can't even shame people no more. They're not embarrassed by anything. Look at the things that people will record themselves doing. It was unfathomable. It was.
Hold on. Is it that girl that we know of? Fool?
Huh?
She said, oh, there is a sister in England covering them. Her name is Usan. Is that the Unsan that be everywhere? Is that the same one? I don't know. What's Unsan you talk about? Let me find out.
Hey, listen.
But I want to get back to this, though. I do want to get back to this.
These people so crazy. They just yeah, man. We got a lot of work to do, family.
Okay, let's go. I'm gonna rewind it back a little bit. Then I'm just gonna just let it play for a little bit because I do want to finish the last of yesterday before hopefully I can, because I be fuck around, y'all be hearing nothing from me. And then you're gonna hear Nick talking about me and shit, right? She's no host, she's another no host bar, right?
Yeah, that definitely sound one of fucking Solar's shitty ass Fruit Loop beats. Fruity Tooty ass Ziggy beats. So you see the real Amo said, peace. I know you and Solar were friends.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to inform you about the situation he caught up right now, brother. So that's what I said to him. So we will see if he responds back. So we will see. We know he was with Solar, so he can't cap. And if he lies and try to say he don't know Solar and this and that, why you lying? Right? So it's gonna lead us to dive even deeper into the situation. And I already know old boy's name. Like I already know, everything about old boy.
Oh
so
boy.
If he wants to block me and shit like that, we just go ahead and give him a call.
Oh.
Is what you say? Did he Solar just got locked up? Rewind it. What do you want me to rewind? The mask part. Like in his rap. Okay, so let's see what he said in his rap. Sorry,
I wouldn't even say
the beat
nothing
was just so
to him.
ass.
I'll let Kev handle him.
Man,
I ain't got
I
nothing
couldn't
to
focus
say
on it. I can't even lie to y'all.
Kev
So
better
ass.
get him. Get his
Came up learning lessons. Sadly, can you believe that? Young kid from the trenches. If we beefing, I'ma drench him. Came up learning lessons. Sat me down in adolescence.
Nigga, this how I'm moving outside all the time, bro. Nigga, this how I'm moving outside all the time, bro.
Yeah, you better come forward.
Where I'm at, nigga.
You better turn yourself in already.
Pulling on my shiesty, bitch.
Listen, guys. Mute up.
I'm gonna let you and Nick attack him.
Yeah. Don't do all these racks. Can you believe that? Young kid from the trenches. If we beefing, I'ma drench him. Came up learning lessons. Sat me down in adolescence. They said I was a bad kid, slaying with my ratchet. There's all in my
Who is a bad kid? Tell me.
I couldn't do nothing. My teachers hating on me. Now I'm racked up, semi-clocked up, niggas hating, cause I'm next up. They just wanted to fuck.
Oh my God, this is hip hop.
What is what?
Throw it away.
What?
Throw it away. Give it away. Give it away. Give it away. Oh, I can't. I can't, Kev. I can't.
Wow.
Help
I ain't heard nothing this fast since he put him and Janae song.
Can't do this. Kev, I can't do this.
Is that the UK dude rapping? I know that ain't Solar ain't got that much bass in it.
Well, I ain't gonna say Brooklyn. I think he just said that because that's his name.
Oh, okay. No, please don't. Right. I'll call my people and tell them you want here represent Brooklyn. They come find you and beat you up.
Oh my God. Give it away, give it away, give it away. No, I couldn't even hear that whole song. He said that something. He said, I was a bad kid. You're a bad kid. Smuggling, goddamn. Boy, bye.
Cause I'm bad up. Weapons all in my sweater. Cause it's my time, you know.
You know what? I'm gonna have my
I think he says if you try to rob me,
I'm gonna have my grandson make a song. Shit, why not? Right? Let the toddlers do it, cause that's what they sound like.
Well, which is like the most weakest.
Sure, the damn AI songs you made are better than that.
Wait, like
oh yeah, wait till I write the new one.
Right, so that's the weak sauce. Yeah, hey, Wolf Hunter, if you want the link, I'll drop the link. You come up. Sorry, guys. You already know, what we do. That shit hit. It's been a minute, so that shit hit a little too hard. All right, man. There's the link for Wolf Hunter. Whoever got an issue, come up. So let's go and get into this real quick, right? So let's look at the MC the MC San Diego facility that they're locked in, right? So as you can see, they're locked up at MCC San Diego. Let's take a look. Let's dive in and take a look. So they're still locked up, guys. If you haven't noticed, Solar and Musa are still in custody, still serving time. Let me pull up the. So here's the federal building that they're at. Okay, that big tall building that you see right there, that's the federal jail. Solar and Musa is at right here. So let's go ahead and go down the building real quick and let's see another street. This right here is the building that Solar is locked up in, and Musa.
San Diego County Justice Center.
Yeah, he can't get out of that, man. Yeah, man, he ain't breaking free from that. Yeah, he done. Right here, guys. That's where Solar and Musa's locked up. That's where they're gonna be spending a lot of their time. That's where they're gonna be eating the meal. That's where, you know, and let me know. Do y'all think that they're bunking together? Because if so, then they're already used to kissing each other and like doing sexual shit. So they don't gotta worry about being sexually frustrated because they got each other, Musa and Solar. So my bad, guys. Sorry about that. But that's the jail that they're in. One second. They're fucked. They've been in there since October 29th, guys. It's the 18th. In literally 11 days, it'll be a whole month they've been locked up. And yeah, I'm happy as hell. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I'm happy as fuck. I'm glad this happened to Solar. Like, hopefully, being away from the weed, being away from the fake ass lifestyle, being locked in and caged in with other felons. Hopefully, he realizes that the path that he was going down is some bullshit, and that if he was truly a god and truly connected to the universe and on the right path and on your purpose, then none of that shit would have manifested for you, bro. As none of that shit would have happened. Like, you wouldn't have even brought yourself into that whole situation. Yeah, man. That little wolf nigga don't want to come up, man. He a pussy. Straight up, he a pussy. And guys, I'm not gonna be here all night. I'll probably be here for an hour, maybe 2 hours tops, depending on how well the live goes. But make sure you like the video. So here's the MCC center that Solar and Musa are still locked up at. But as you can see right here, the San Diego is a United States federal administrative detention facility in California, which holds male and female prisoners of all security levels. It's operated by the Federal Bureau of Prisons, guys. So this is federal. He's in federal custody. He's not in a regular jail like Nature Boy was, or Rashad Jamal, or Brother Polite. This is a higher level security situation here that he's in. This isn't, no bullshit, man. This is like basically he's done. Yeah, is the crypto dried up, the forex dried up, and he was left with selling drugs, man. I just don't know why he just didn't go and get a job at McDonald's, man. Like with all the shit, with how much he was gonna make 20, like he could have made that at a month work at McDonald's. He could have got high every night after he got off work. From the time he got off work into the time he got into work, he could have smoked, did shrooms, did all the naked meditation he wanted to do, and just grinded and been in his own little world and saved up the right way. But no, he wanted to be free. He wanted to talk shit about America. He wanted to talk shit about people working jobs while begging for donations and begging other people to help fund his lifestyle and shit like that. I don't feel sorry for his ass. And anybody that feels sorry for his ass, fuck you. And that Leo dude, fuck you. If you're this big ass, businessman, entrepreneur, baller, how come you didn't take care of Solar? How come his ass had to go all the way across the fucking ocean to find business if your ass is making all this bread? Don't try to talk shit and talk about if I was in if Kulu was in my face, he wouldn't be laughing like that. You have no idea, bro. You have no idea, little man. Bro, if I was in your face, you wouldn't be talking as much as you would be talking. You'd be listening, and I promise that. Yeah, that nigga Leo is a little bald little nigga that we watched towards the end of the broadcast yesterday. Is the guy that was hanging out with Solar that gave him a job sweeping and let him put his tent on the concrete at the little art museum as bullshit. Right, the one that had a weird relationship with his wife, right? And I still tell little boy, is you need to check that, man, and see if like your wife, did the deed, because Solar is into that type of shit, man. Leo's wife was a little bit too close and attached to Solar. So he wanted to go on another, Carbonation, is reporting channel, and the host of the channel didn't bring myself or King World up. Leo's bitch ass did, and he was talking about a Queen World and Kulu, uh, are bad dudes, and we're this and we're that. And if Kulu was in my face, he would be laughing and giggling like he was on the live stream. And I was like, oh, okay. And somebody sent me that shit. I was like, okay. Well, if you got all this money, then go free his ass then, bro. Like if you got all this pool and you got all this gangster in Florida and go free his ass. Go get his ass out then. And if I was him, I'd be worried if I was him. Because when when Trump sends the military, because if y'all didn't hear, Trump's going to use the military to start deporting these so-called immigrants out this country. And if you think Leo is not going to get a knock at his door by ICE or the deportation agents, he has another thing coming. His ass better be, his ass better be hiding and ducking and protecting himself. Yeah, is legal fuck around and be cuffed up, thrown in the motherfucking back of the damn bus, and be shipped off with the other immigrants back to a country he's not even from. That's what he got to worry about instead of worrying about Solar, instead of worrying about Kulu or King World. That's what he got to worry about. But I promise you, bro, I'll say whatever I say to your face, in your face, around your face, like digging her nails into the damn scratcher. So this is Musa. So this was posted in November or October 17th. So Musa is high as hell, guys. Now peep this.
Musa got TikTok.
When it all comes down to it, I hope
That's how he had to look at how do ass.
What the fuck is he doing?
Looking at how do.
What is this high ass doing?
Looking at how
Look.
do.
Don't it remind you of Three Gods and Women? It's doing the little hand symbols, the 333 shit. Look, what is his ass doing?
Mm-hmm.
Look, that nigga high as hell. No wonder why his ass was convinced into smuggling drugs. Looking stupid as fuck. This is what he doing on TikTok.
Looking just like his pappy. Looking just like his pappy.
Fucking goofball.
He looking just like
Goof
his
nut ass
pappy.
dude, man. Straight up. Look, crusty fingers. Ain't wash his hands. Is a dude in the damn shower.
Look at him, looking like a
Why her
pappy.
man doing this dumbass shit?
What in the gay vogue is that? Like,
That's the same thing.
Now,
you
That's
always
the same-
stop it.
That's the same shit his pappy was doing. Remember right before they took his ass?
You always stop it perfectly. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Are you serious?
Mm-mm.
Imagine if your daughter brought this dude home and he was sitting in the living room and you went in the kitchen and walked back through and he was doing that shit.
I'm telling you, I will have you're gonna be here for a couple of minutes. Baby, I'm gonna cut me some holy water and just start dashing that stuff at him. Please. I don't know what to say no more. I don't know. I'm telling you, that's the same thing his pappy was doing. Remember, he was sitting up there doing all that's the same thing his pappy was doing. Right? They keep playing with them threes if they want to. Mm-hmm. He's like, yo, I know who to call. Team A. Right? Team A. Come on. And they're like, yeah, right? But actually, this needed to happen to them. And I'm glad that it did. They needed this because these ninjas are still not in the real world. But let's go.
I think Moose is on drugs. Like, do y'all think that he's onto something? Like, do y'all think he's reached like a whole new level of spirituality?
Hey, Kiara.
He on that Tootsie? Ah, shit. Is he on that Tootsie?
Yeah, that was a crash out.
Yeah, he gone.
Yeah, that was a crash.
It looked like his 33rd vertebrae.
I know. I'm saying her name wrong, but we'll be all right.
No, I was saying she was right about her comment. She said he crashing out.
No, I'm saying I know I said her name wrong, but I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. What's up, Miss Kiara? Hey, man. Wow. All I can say.
Crazy, right? But but that's not all the crazy shit that Moose is fucking doing.
And them pick-me's like, yeah,
right, that's not all the crazy
yeah,
shit
yeah. Them pick-me's is like, yeah, yeah.
He's sexy, girl. Look how deep he is.
He missed Eligio. He missed Nature Boy so much. You can tell.
He missed his pappy.
Look at Zingy. Yeah. Look at fucking. One more time. Let me see this shit one more time.
That's he looking at how I do. He trying to find the angle. Okay.
Oh man, shout out to Money Mo. Yeah, it definitely sent healing vibes to you. Glad everything, is good so far. Well, look, he's zesty ass. Now his ass locked up. Now he can do this all day in his damn cell. If he can do this all day in his damn cell now.
If you do that in that jail, his
All right,
roommate
so let's look
gonna
at the next
attack him.
video. Because that's the crazy shit that Moose is on, okay?
He got that aura
There's
in
some other
him.
shit that we gotta
Anyway, like Nature Boy has that aura.
Is that
They gonna
video?
get
Yes, bitch. That's what it's giving to me. That's what it feels like.
Slow note, guys. Sorry about that.
That's crazy. That's crazy work.
All right, so here's another video.
Right. Why would you do that at somebody's mama house? You was tripping, boy.
Here's Musa. I don't know what he's doing. Y'all can decipher this.
No, we're not going to decipher that.
You gonna rebuke? You gonna rebuke that?
This
What
I
the
do this
heck,
for real,
bro?
and side note, I do this for a living and
Wait,
for fun.
what?
So when you ask me what I do
What?
for fun, this, and I ain't practicing.
What?
Yeah, I might. Hey,
Oh my God.
this, I do this for real. And side note, I do this for a living and for fun. So when you ask me what I do for fun, this, and I ain't practicing. Yeah, I might. Hey, this, I do this for real. And side note, I do this for a living and for fun. So when you ask me what I do for fun, this, and I ain't practicing. Yeah, I might.
Right, so that's the that Moose is doing. It makes no sense. It literally makes no fucking sense. Now, here's another video.
I think he off the ayahuasca. All jokes aside, I think he off the ayahuasca on that. He on some type of
Now, I don't know what he's doing.
That boy tripping. That's what he doing. He tripping.
They say he drank the Kool-Aid. Jackie said he drank the Kool-Aid.
He drawing some download juice or something. Look at him. He trying to get that right angle for Hadu. Look at him.
I told you.
Oh my freaking God.
They calling them you are your perception.
Reason to defend all of your violent nights.
Hey, letting this hair go back.
What the fuck is he doing?
Don't get in trouble for the music, shoot.
I know, right? Why? Very evil song made with, hold up. Somebody put, well, look how I stop it, right?
You always stopping exactly.
Very evil song made with MK Ultra and your flashing satanic symbols. My brother, you are only channeling demons. Exactly. I don't know who wrote that, but that's what I was getting ready to say. Anyway.
You know what it reminded me of? When they chant to it's almost like a self-hypnosis. They chant and it's a rhythmic thing, and it seemed like that's what he's doing. He's trying to hypnotize himself into something, and he's trying to, his mind is really gone, though. His mind is.
See the hat?
Yeah.
Do you see the hat that say "Love Wins"?
Love wins.
Isn't that what Solo says?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I said it's all of these things are rituals. Look at him. It's a very specific. He's doing things, and he's trying to get. That's a way of drawing people in. You get what I'm saying? It's like sometimes it can be repetitive music.
Because he's the closest one to nature. Remember, he's been there the longest, right? And they were not getting Nature Boy vibes from Solar. They're getting that nature vibes from Musa. That's why Musa stepped away for a little bit, but people, he know that he will be like the only one that people will be tuned into, right? They're gonna either be tuned into him or True.
He tapped in and he tapped in that part
Right.
of Nature Boy
That's
that
the download. That
he
got this
knows.
right download came out. That whatever you know how you can be having XEX, right? And a lot of times you don't get knocked up, and it's that one sperm that made it. It was that one sperm. It was that one sperm that made it on that download. It was that one sperm that made it.
Hey.
Look, I stopped.
Okay, Miss Kiara. Yeah, but they, you know, when you was talking about all of them picked up certain pieces, like Velvet picked up a lot of the vernacular of how Nature Boy spoke and the things that he said in order to draw people in. Musa picked up the physical embodiment of Nature Boy as far as trying to induce and hypnotize people through different things, like all of these movements, because what he learned from Nature Boy is, guess what? Once you look at him and you see him doing this crazy shit, what is that gonna make you do? Go look at his next videos to see what other type of nut shit he gonna do. So he learned that from Nature Boy.
Talk,
look at him.
The ambiance, the cadence, the everything, even in the face, right?
Yeah. Nicole said Trina B over there hollering at people asking for beans.
She said BP said Velvet picked up the bacon. Well, hustling for that money. Yeah. I think that's what he was saying.
That's why I was saying how she comes across like almost sympathetic.
Like she know how to that hustle part to get you up out that money.
She knows how to get that bread out of you. That's why she constantly had them girls.
Solar picked up
the sexual manipulation aspect, because that's how you survive. He's having sex with dudes, chicks, whoever.
And the gift of gab.
Thank you. Now, Musa, look at Musa. Musa picked up on the other, like I said, the physical, the looks, the facial expressions, doing all of the crazy stuff Nature Boy was doing with his hands and all of that. That's the part. And like you said, the cadence. And then you can look at, you know, different ones.
You can never have a regular conversation with him.
No,
because another one who goes into different personalities.
Exactly. You never know who you're talking to, and you can't have a regular conversation. Like if we were sitting here and say we were talking about, I don't know, it could be the election or just something that happened at work. He's not going to he's going to start talking about all this crazy cosmic esoteric bullshit and he's gonna, that's what he is. That's who he is. He's never, and I mean 20 years from now.
And the D team picked up nothing. They picked up being a squatter, pissing in somebody's house. That's why I said you could tell the difference between the A team and the team. Even though they're going to jail, they're showing the A team. If you're going to make the news, this is how you do it, right?
Exactly.
You do not make the news because being a squatter and then go, my teeth. Well, did my teeth? That's not how. See, they were trained differently. Matter of fact, the D team wasn't even trained.
Right.
The dumb team, the F team.
Yeah, but they was just to clean up and wash dishes and, you know, run errands and do everything. Yeah. See, and that's the thing, like, because the way our society is set up now, and Truth put a question in, she said, as a female, I'm confused. Solar appears extremely feminine, but why in the world would someone be attracted to him? The only way I can answer that, Truth, is by saying, for the same reason that girls are attracted to Lil Uzi, to other artists who see now, it's like it's a cultural thing with young people. Like it really is. It literally is. How do you think Diddy was able to get off all of the stuff that he was able to get off for so long? Because slowly they knew internally that our younger culture, they had changed their mind frame, so that when you come with the OnlyFans, no girl, look, you're a prostitute, mom. Sorry, however you want to, you're a prostitute. Just because you're doing it online, that don't dress it up. You can put a dress and lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. But they've convinced them that, oh, if you gang bang, the girls are gonna love you. Who do all the girls love? King Von. He admitted basically to being a serial killer. So when you ask yourself, like I asked myself, oh, myself, my bad, YouTube. I'm so sorry. But when you look at that,
they're gonna make you go find Nick our house. Keep playing.
Yeah, I'm my mouth. I just because I
gonna make you find our house. Whatever else she said.
Yeah. It's scary though, the people that not us, because like I said, we singing to each other. We all in the same choir, but we talking to the people who support them. And BP said it. How could you donate to degeneracy, to things that it's just like if I know a whole group of people are addicted to drugs, but I'm sending them money every week because they're putting their exploits on YouTube while they shooting up and passing out and ODing and doing all this. That's the same kind of thing. But again, that's where we've gotten to in the younger culture, because my generation started to realize that there is no bottom. Let's see how far down we can go. To the point where they didn't do it in country music. They didn't do it in rock and roll music. They did it in rap music. Now,
they did it there too.
No, well, what I was getting ready to say is when they want to see how far they can shock you. Remember when Lil Nas X slid down the pole like the devil and all of that with. They wanted to see how far what they gonna put up with, what they gonna let us do.
Like when is enough? Like when is like what is taboo? Like this is a certain thing we ain't. But obviously,
and guess what? We haven't.
It's like the Kodak Black I seen. Was it yesterday? He said, "Nah, I'm still drinking and doing stuff. Why would I stop? I don't want to be young and pass away and not be an alcoholic." Like and the people like yeah. People don't understand too. I think Kat was saying it yesterday. You don't know when it's real people and you don't know when it's bots, right? So you may think a lot of people be supporting this person, but them are bots. You may think a lot of people may be against some of these people, but they are bots too. You don't know whom's real and whom's fake. A lot of times people arguing with a bot. Their job is to keep it to where
confusing. That's right. Exactly
I tell y'all all the time, it always gotta be two sides. It gotta be what? I forgot what I be saying. But y'all know what I be saying.
Your side, my side, and the truth.
No, the opposing, it always gotta be this side, it gotta be whatever I be saying. The hell. But it always gotta be two sides. That's the only way it's gonna work. Okay, I like it. Okay, I don't like it, right? Same way with I'm a Republican. I'm a Democrat, right? It always has to be an opposing side, right? There's one side, just like
always, because if not, it's a dictatorship,
right?
It always has to be an opposing side.
But one thing about a dictatorship, it doesn't keep people in confusion,
right?
Right? Because you can feel how you want to feel, but this how shit gonna be run up here, right? But unlike here, this is to keep people confused, right? It's to keep people arguing and fighting over people we don't know, we ain't never gonna see, right? Who take our money, and all we do is keep giving them. That's just like I love my Snoop Dogg, but I said, Snoop Dogg, we ain't got no more money for you, right?
Exactly. Let the white folks use the money.
Now he got jewelry, right? He got the TV show, like Snoop Dogg, you literally are turning into Beyonce. We don't have no more money for you. But again, when you hot, right? So they don't care. What's what we got to understand? They're not looking for generational wealth. Right. So when people talk about their company closed, that's how it was supposed to be. They get their cut, start a new company. Get their cut. You don't get poor starting new companies. Yeah. Because I got my big cut from this. So if you buy it, if you don't buy it, it ain't like they were going to stick around neither.
That's just like
it's not like they lose money or this person such and such clothes or whatever. They don't care.
They're gone long before
they're not in it for the long haul.
It's like people that were in the real estate when the real estate was hot, right? They got their money because they knew the real estate bubble was going to burst soon. So by the time the real estate burst bubble and everybody was losing money, them people that invested and got their money, they got out and started investing in crypto or this or that, whatever the next thing was. That's what we don't do. We think that we got get rich quick schemes. People thought they could get rich off of PPP loans. People thought that they could get rich off of scamming. And that's what you see.
They could have gotten rich off of it, but
a lot of them did, but they waited till they went to jail.
Blew it.
Look at all these.
They didn't put their money together to create a real, like, we were so stupid. That's just like when people got the stimulus check.
Right.
What's the incident? Jordan is going to bring out a new pair of sneakers right then at that time.
Mm-hmm.
What's the coincidence? Right there, right now. Now they all supposed to be. Can't be outside, but the line is long for a pair of Jordans. So your whole stimulus check, you gave it to Jordan.
Yep. Shout out Miss V. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Shout out Miss V. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you for the support. Really, really appreciate that.
Yes, we do. Thank you, kindly.
And again, stop wasting our resources in the wrong place. If you see something positive, you see something that's affecting change for the good in the community, support that. I'm not going to tell you what to support, but if it's good and if it's doing something positive for the community, support that. You don't have to pay these idiots to entertain you with their nonsense because, again, all they do, their whole main purpose is to have us arguing about the content that they put up. Because if we don't argue about it, then the content is not valuable.
And how can the bots study us?
They do. They study our patterns. They study what we like, what videos you watch. That's what an algorithm is. They're going to cater to whatever you watch. If you watch all crime and murder shows or M shows, I'm sorry, and stuff, that's what's going to come up in your algorithm. If you're in the messy sector, 95% of the things that come up on your algorithm will be that. It might be a news article or something else here and there in between entertainment, but you're going to get 95% of what they know you look at. So if you feed into that, they're going to send you every messy video from every sector. And it's sad because as smart and as intelligent as Black people are, it's like we still fall for the most basic bullshit, the most basic things that divide us. Like, I just feel like this. No matter how I feel about something, like Suge said, it's always an opposing point of view. So I look at it like this. My job is not to change their point of view. All I can do is represent my point of view in the best light that I can. Maybe that will have an effect on the way that they view their point of view. But other than that, I'm not going to spend time trying to change them, trying to browbeat them to death about, because what I understood is that it's only a certain amount of people that can shoot a basketball good enough to be pro or to even play in college, right? It's only a certain amount of people that can sing. Everybody cannot sing. And when we don't like to look at it like that, but when we look at our whole community, everybody cannot go. Everybody can't. I wish everybody could, but I know in reality, everybody can't go. Everybody can't. And that's what we have to realize and focus on. The people who can't go, stop trying to drag them onto the boat. They pulling people off. We trying to drag them on. They pulling you off as you reaching down, trying to pull them out the water. They don't want no help. They think they're smarter than you. Everybody can't go. And it was hard for me to accept that because I love Black people. That's what I come from. That's what I was taught being raised before I came here. So I love Black people, and I wish every one of us would be in on this conversation. But do you know it's people that's sitting maybe in the bushes listening to us like they full of shit. These motherfuckers, they just hating on them. They jealous because they can't do what they do. And you can't change those people.
I guess I will stay jealous. I will stay clout chasing. I will stay all of the above because I do not want to do what they're doing.
And that's why they can't go.
Just like that. Thank you kindly.
Yeah, they can't go. Because if it, I mean, really, if it came down to it, I'm not gonna bring somebody along with me who I can't trust around women, who I can't trust around children, who I don't know if they hide, what type of drugs they'll consume, and what they'll do when they consume them drugs. I couldn't take a chance on having Musa or Solar around me, or Jax or Juju. They're dangerous to me and to what I'm trying to do. They dangerous. I can't have them nowhere around me. That's what it is. And and I'm not a cold-hearted person, but I'm a realist, and I realize that I've been on this earth long enough to know that when we try to do it in the way of everybody bringing everybody, that's why our community is still at the bottom of. You could look at any other race, any other community. We're at the bottom economically, socially, everything on every metric that you can measure. And it's not because we're dumb, it's not because we're lazy, it's because we have learned to dull our pain through the things that are going to keep us from doing what we need to do, whether it be drugs, alcohol, whether it be entertaining ourselves with this mindless bullshit. Not that we're doing that, but it's a whole group of people. They get online and watch them every single day. They follow their lives as if they know them. And in reality, if you had that group of people anywhere in society, they couldn't get along with anybody in society. They couldn't hold a normal conversation. They could do nothing productive. They've shown you that. Nature Boy is not around no more. So what's your excuse now? First, it was I was brainwashed. I was being controlled, but now I know better. Now I see Nature Boy wasn't really who he said he was. So what's your excuse now for doing the same things, the exact same things that Nature Boy was doing? I'm not going to keep waiting around for you to heal or get better or change. You can't come with us. I go back to the story. I tell people all the time, look it up in history. Nat Turner, who led the very first slave insurrection, which is why we are no longer slaves. He told the slaves, listen, it's 20 some odd of us on this plantation. It's one master and his wife and his 2 kids. How can they control all 27 of us? Death would be better than this existence that we have right now, because they saw no way out. So long story short, they took out the slave master, his whole family. And when they were getting ready to run, it was 13 of the slaves that refused to run with him for whatever reason. And so Nat Turner and the other slaves that were going to run, they unalived those 13 that wouldn't run.
All right. Go ahead, because I want to get into what this lawyer had to say with this case.
Okay, I'm just wrap this up, but
no. I want you to continue to talk.
No, it ain't. No, just real
while
quick.
I get it together.
The point in that story was when they finally caught up to Nat Turner, the white folks, and they told him, if he made a statement and said he was sorry, that they wouldn't hang him. And he said no, because he wasn't sorry. And so they asked him, well, one more question. Why did you unalive, 13 of your, fellow slaves? And he said, because they wouldn't run with us. And I couldn't run the chance of them telling master which way we ran. And
yeah. Mm-hmm.
That hit me in a way, but that's why I said, thinking about now, everybody can't. Anyway, what's up, Miss Double?
Oh, what happened is, y'all know sometimes I be busy. I take a hiatus. So I reckon that if you take a hiatus, I wasn't even going that long. I was only going for maybe like a month, 3 weeks. Wasn't that long. So I, even on my own phone, they haven't sent out notifications. So again, anybody who have seen that I was on, thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. What I'm doing a new song. I am not playing. I am definitely going to do a new song Because now I gotta take out Nature Boy in jail and put they ass in jail, right? Wait till y'all hear the new song, right?
And that remind me, everybody double check your notifications, hit your bell again, because it's something that YouTube is doing. They're bumping people's notifications so they don't get them. So yeah, it just reminded me when Miss 007 put that in the chat.
And then
replay.
Please make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. Why? Because they also take your subscribers away. So you may be thinking you're subscribed to somebody, but they unsubscribed you, right? And,
Facts. They've been doing that. And you don't even know until you look at, when you click on a page and you look down and see that it's white and it says subscribe because they unsubscribed you. Yeah. They did it to me twice.
Turn the red to the gray. All right, guys, but Ibrahim, don't forget to.
Hope you had a great time, my friend. Don't forget to like and hit send. Tell a friend to come join and thrive. Yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe. Come on and let's make it a trend. Come and share till the very end. Join the fun, don't just take a dive. Yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe. Like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell. Share the love and stories to tell. Join the crew, let's keep it alive. Yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe.
That's a little bop, I ain't gonna lie.
That's why I like, comment, and subscribe. So don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now we're going to take a little deep dive. Now this video credit will go to Lisa. This video credit goes to Lisa. And because she has the lawyer friend on, I like when he talks. So we're going to see what he's going to say. Because as I'm talking, I am going out of breath because I have a little cold, right? I have a cold coming up. So I'm quiet for a little bit. Kevin, at any point in time, you have something to say, which I know you have something to say. I'll probably hear you, but just let me know because
I got you.
Your sister time. Your sister time. Where my Coco? Where my Coco?
We're gonna see how the professional
F that ninja Coco. You only talk. He ain't gotta talk to you. Come here, my baby. Where my Coco? Where my Coco? I ain't asked for your ass, Carter. We still ain't speaking. I said, where my Coco? Nobody asked for your ass. Get the fuck out of here. Where my Coco? Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all ain't. Oh, I'm not on mute again. Let's go.
Still connecting. Andrew's name is. Do you see Andrew's name?
Oh, my baby. Mm-hmm.
I don't see my name, but I don't know if anyone else does.
I can't see your name. Let me see.
Spunky self.
Okay, let's see. Let's get this going. And it seems like you're already live. All right. Hey, we are Pickle, where they attempted to transport marijuana into London, England by way of British Airways.
I stand out.
Prior
I stand out.
But they flagged their suitcases, and they are now currently in custody after they were caught with 150.
Thank you, my love.
Plus, Medea, you can say exactly how much.
It's 152.60 pounds
of marijuana. So tell me what you found interesting about the
No. It was marijuana in it. It did not say Zaza. So which means something was mixed in the Zaza. That's all I got. You know what? Every time I see got sugar cookie there, Nicole, you make me hungry. You make me hungry. It was some sugar cookies with some ginger ale. Y'all know. That's another reason why too. I had to I had to go on my little hiatus because I overdid it. And I mean, my sugar was all the way up. I didn't even, boy, I was, oh, your sister wasn't feeling good. Hey, Chief T, ayahuasca. Oh, there you go. That's what it was mixed with. Thank you, darling. Remember, he's been going back and forth to Mexico. Oh, that would have been Musa. So, oh, yes, Chief T. Yes. Oh, okay. Let me carry on. I want to disrupt him.
Well, let's start with 152 pounds of marijuana. Okay. So I just want you to. I just want you to envision just like how dense is marijuana. I'm guessing it's flower and not THC liquid or anything like that. So I just want you to contemplate how much marijuana 152 pounds is. It's not a dense substance.
Right.
And so when I read that, I chuckled to myself. One of the things I did, I just wanted to find out, like, you're smuggling it to the United Kingdom, essentially England, and you're using British Airways. And like, is it like a big thing in England to have, marijuana? It turns out it's still illegal in England or United Kingdom, but it doesn't seem like it's all that big of a deal. But why are we flying in 152 pounds? Is there no other way to get it in England? And why are you doing it from the United States, not some other country? And so, in reading the information, the first thing that struck me was that it was what they call a targeted, meaning that they had already identified these people as persons of interest prior to them even arriving at the airport. And so
well, thanks for telling me I was mute. Duh. Didn't we say that, bro? Didn't we just say y'all marked for life? Headache. We was trying to tell them. They didn't want to believe us. I ain't on Bigo. Oh, I do got Bigo. I should have showed this shit on Bigo. Right? I could have did that. That shit now. Oh, that's what I think. Can I do that? I ain't been on Bigo for so long. Maybe I could do that. Let me see. I don't even remember the rules of Bigo, right? I don't even remember the rules.
What up, Chef T? Chef T said she ducked her head out the bushes for a minute. Appreciate you.
Now, I don't think I better do that because I don't know if this man should be on there. I don't know. Right? Let me see. We get a little bit. Oh, Lord, this phone ain't been used in so long. Don't even want to do nothing. Now, Bigo's that funny looking character, right? Maybe I don't have it anymore. Okay, let me see. They try so hard to escape reality, and it keeps smacking them in their face. They
think they can create their own reality. That's what Nature Boy told them.
Oh, yeah.
And I say, if they can create their own reality and they catch a hell like this, that's not a if you create this kind of reality for yourself, that's crazy.
And this is no peace reflection, neither. This ain't no peace reflection. No.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Hold on, let me see something here. I don't even know how to do this. How do you do this? Where you at, Nick?
Right. Her and Jackie, they the tech support.
Let me see something. Home. No. Me. Let me see. Okay. Let me see. Da da da. Do do do. I don't know how to do this. Where you at, Nick? Tell Nick she is fired, okay? Tell her she is like so fired.
Yeah, it's crazy that like the lingo. I don't know where I was. I was watching something and I heard somebody using like some of their lingo and I was just like, wow, that's wild. It wasn't even, from this sector, but that just shows you how stuff spill over. What up, peace, DJ Torch? What's happening?
My post. That.
Yep, shout out DJ Torch. If y'all ain't on DJ Torch and Friends Live, go check him out. He's dope, good content, always bringing it. So shout out again, salute DJ Torch. But yeah, man, it's they got a lot of experts that's gonna be analyzing this for years because it was almost like a social experiment within the Black community. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like they haven't done it before. It's just more high tech now.
I'm sorry. I think it's because of how dumb they are.
That too.
And this ain't the first daggone coat. It ain't gonna be the last. It's just this is the most dysfunctional.
I think they show more.
They ever heard.
I think they show more than any other cult. Like they showed the violence. They showed the the X. They showed a lot of things that most cults kept hidden. And I think that was the difference. That's why I said it was almost like a social experiment / reality show in real time. And white people are interested in that because they want to know too. Well, hey, if this one person can get 100,000 people to follow him and get dozen or more people to actually come and live with him and serve him full time, like what's the capability of somebody that's smarter, that's more charismatic, that has more financial means and blah blah blah. They study things like this, man.
They probably say, listen, how the hell these dumb people get a bunch of other? We didn't know how many dumb people was in this world. Right?
Yeah, it's sad, but for real, that's what they do. That's how they know what we'll accept. That's how they know if we put this rapper out here and he says X, Y, and Z, no matter how vulgar, no matter how obscene it is, no matter how homophobic, how misogynistic it is, it's still gonna sell. That's how they determine, how they gonna make us look in movies, how they're gonna portray our artists, what kind of things that they subject us to, because if we'll put up with this, then that's really what they do. That is called social engineering. They're gonna, if we don't have a basement to where like, okay, this is absolutely unacceptable, this is taboo, then they're gonna take it all away. That's why they had Nature Boy. Think about this. How many Black men before Nature Boy could have come online on social media for the whole entire world to see? Because this is not just in the United States or the states you live in. The internet is worldwide. How many Black men do you think could have come on and told the world that I let my son play with my genitals? They wanted to see how we were going to react to that. And guess what? Nature Boy's popularity went up, his following went up, his donations went up. He was more lit after that. After they seen him beat Velvet up. After they seen him abusing all these other women. After they saw the babies unalived. After all of that, he got more popular. Don't think that they don't study this. Don't think that they're not watching this. Don't think that they're going to tailor how they handle us according to what they see our community will accept. Because they absolutely are and will and is right now. What artists, they just look at the female artists. What wouldn't they put out that a female would be objectionable, that if a female artist said or did? You can't top Glorilla. You can't top Sexy Red. They thought Lil' Kim and Foxy Brown they look like Catholic schoolgirls compared to Nicki and Cardi and Glorilla and all the girls now. And shout out to them. No knock to them, because as humans, I don't know them like that, and I don't, but I'm just saying, it's like, if we have no basement, if we have nothing that we're gonna say, no, I don't care how much y'all paying, we not doing that, and we not going for that in our community. But as long as they put rappers up there and they number one and they tell you they got 3 or 4 bodies, you couldn't get a white singer, a country singer, to come out and say that they have unalived 3 people and they're going to be the most popular singer in that genre, other than our genre, our community. It wouldn't happen. It would not happen. Could you imagine if Justin Bieber came out and said he unalived 3, 4, 5 people? He's a gangbanger. He sells drugs. Do you think he would be the number 1 pop singer? Absolutely not. Do you think if Taylor Swift pulled the Glorilla or pulled the Sexy Red, do you think Taylor Swift would be the number 1 artist on the planet? Absolutely not. So we have to understand, man, it's not what they doing to us. It's the shit that we allow. It's the shit that we accept. Like I said, you can't even shame nobody anymore. Like I said, it was a death sentence when, I mean, not literally, but when I grew up, for a girl to be called a 304 or whatever word was popular at that time, to be known as a female that was promiscuous, absolutely not. Right now, they'll tell you, this is what I'm doing. I slang cat. It's the best shit going. It's better than dope. It sells faster and it costs more. They'll tell you proudly. Mothers will say, not only am I on OnlyFans, me and my daughter are on OnlyFans. And what? And if you say something, you hating, you jealous, you clout chasing. So we don't have a basement. We didn't went past the basement. It's certain things that other communities don't allow that we accept as normal. That's why you have a carbonation. They don't have people coming out supporting them saying, yeah. Like we got the black, y'all hating on him because he got 5 women and y'all jealous. That's crazy. That's why you can't argue with them. You have to let them go. Everybody cannot go with us, people. I'm going to keep saying it. Everybody can't go. And if you trying to drag them along and you feeling too sorry for them, you can't go either, because you slowing down the boat. Everybody cannot go. And that's just what it is. And and like I said, look at this guy right here. What would he know about this sector and what's going on? But I again, don't think that they're not studying this. White folks, smart white folks at MIT, at Harvard, at Yale. This is going to be part of cultural studies 20 years from now. If it's still, such thing as a public school and kids are going into an actual physical school building. Because I predicted in about 10 years, they're going to say it's too dangerous. It's going to be triple the school shootings. It's going to be triple the school shootings that it is right now in 10 years.
Ooh, pow. Kevin,
I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah,
You are so
school pow-pows, if they don't change the weapons legislation. And so that's going to be a reason for them to say, well, it's safer for your kids. We did distance learning during COVID. We've already got the blueprint. Again, now that you take away the social contact, which we were talking about, all of these things feed into the society that they trying to shape for us. That's what all of this is about. If they found out a guy can sit on the internet and control 100,000 people, what do you think they can do with that? What do you think they can do with that? If they got one idiot who's not smart, who's not charismatic, who's not an intellectual, who's a bum, who was a male prostitute and a stripper, if he can get 100,000 people to follow him, what do you think we could do with somebody that we put in position that got all the things that he lacks?
Well, actually, they did, but I ain't saying no name.
Yeah, because it's a social experiment. They're gonna keep trying.
Met the president, but I'll leave that.
Yeah, Nature Boy was just the first iteration of what's to come. You're gonna have these people popping up every 6 months, every year. Somebody's gonna come out of somewhere. They saw it with all the get rich industry, all of the lifestyle gurus, the trucking gurus, the credit repair gurus, because they know they can get masses and masses of Black people to follow things like that, because we're susceptible to conspiracies, and we're susceptible to get rich quick schemes. And because they know that, they'll marry those two things together, and you'll have people like Nature Boy pop up. You'll have, people like these mega church preachers pop up. You'll have different people in different arenas that are within our community, because they're going to see which hustle sticks.
Well,
and
they also know kids like to rebel, right? And they like to show their parents something, right? They like to show us like, we don't
you ain't gonna control me. Yeah.
Right. So in a sense, remember, everything is really repeated, right? Nothing new under the sun, right?
Yeah.
So it's easy to catch kids at that age, because the way their hormones is out of whack and everything like that. That's when they find fault with us for everything. We can't even ask them a question. We don't even know how to say good morning. Is that going to be an argument? They know that they're very gullible, because
they know that
they think they're going to go out there and do better than us, right? In this world, because we're holding them back,
right?
For a minute, so again, these are no new tactics or anything. This is something that always been there. So they always know, like these young girls, again, one of the problems is that the people who are educated, people who, this is why I say we're going to have to, again, pick our battles, because the people who are educated, people who did go to college, people who did get their education and all this other stuff, who started out in the ghetto, they left, right? They left. So now you want to talk about the people where you were at, but now that you left and you didn't bring, when you went out there and learned all these things, you didn't bring it back to the community. So now that's where these people whom has been in jail, who have more education in jail than what they had in college. And they also has the hustle. They learn the hustle. The whole Western, they teach you the hustle, to this, to this, to this, to that. So now these kids are longing to hear this information, because the information that they are saying is true. That's why they always tell you, look it up. I have never not seen too many people yet look it up and it wasn't there, right? It's there. But that's just so you can say, see, they was right. They was right. They was right. Not knowing that is the hustle, the intellectual hustle. So how do you expect a lot of these people to be smart when you left them, right? Now I'm a doctor, I'm a lawyer, or you're beneath me, or you're ghetto. No, the smart people supposed to have came back to the ghetto, right? Because you know certain things they're not going to learn in school. So if all of you guys left, you just left it open for these predators. You left it open for these intellectual hustlers. You left it open because in their mind, they want to enlighten themselves too, but they don't know how to. So here come the intellectual hustlers. You know, you're from the planet.
Yeah, that's the biggest attraction in our community, because when we hear people that are articulate and that seem knowledgeable, especially about a lot of things that they're not knowledgeable about, they tend to look at those people with a greater reverence than they should. That's why the intellectual hustle is so easy, because you know, you hear it from the conscious community from the 80s and the 90s. They could just spit off all this rhetoric and quote all these scripture from the Bible and all of these different things. And
whatever they choose, right? Because you got to remember too, a lot of them been in jail. They had nothing else to do but read books. So a lot of them are more educated than their parents, right? That's why a lot of these people from jail, when they go out to have these either chess things or debates, they're tearing their asses up because you know, you're only in class for a certain amount of time. They in there 23 hours, right? Out in the day. So they got 23 more hours, 23 hours of study while you go on home, you go to lunch, you get to chill, you go to sleep. They're stuck there. So you're not going to outdo their jail education.
Right.
They got the library. So they do a lot of stuff. So again, they saw a need. They saw a need in these kids' thirst for information. And then on top of that, their hormones, like I said, is out of whack, right? So when their hormones is out of whack, oh, man, you could be my queen. You're going to help me run this, right?
Yeah.
You know, they start off really. Remember, all these things are studied already.
And
right?
I'm gonna tell you a very, very interesting conversation. It's not gonna be a long story. I promise you, it's gonna be very short. This was a 12-year-old that said that we were kind of talking about some of the same things, and you know, like, and I asked him, like, you know, what do you see, you know, in the future when you're 18, 19, 20? What do you know, you plan on going to school, or how do you think it's gonna be set up, you know, to where you're gonna start getting your life, right? And so that conversation kind of evolved into he was like, well, do you think they want people to be poor? And I said, absolutely, right? They need poor people because this society is structured that there are poor people and that there are rich people. They don't care about the middle class. That doesn't really exist. You're either poor or you're wealthy, right? So this is a 12-year-old to show you how they think. And I asked him, I said, do you think that they need poor people, or that they intentionally keep certain people impoverished? And he said, yeah. He said, because think about it like this. He said, I was just watching something on the internet the other day, and they said Elon Musk was worth $134 billion. Trillion. Okay, that's trillion.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is simple math, but again, this is a 12-year-old. He said, if Elon Musk, he said, and I looked at it, not just black people. He said, I counted everybody. It's 350 million people in the United States, right? 350 million. He said, if Elon Musk gave every single person in the United States, man, woman, and child, we all woke up in the morning and we had $1 million in our bank account, that would only be $350 million out of 134 trillion. That would be like change. That would be like 35 cents in change to him. And if he did that, that would end poverty instantly. He goes, nobody would have to steal because everybody would be a millionaire. Nobody would sell drugs because you won't take a chance on going to jail because you already got $1 million in the bank. That's what you would be hustling to get, right? And he was like, that would end poverty instantly, wouldn't it? And I kind of looked at him and I was like, yeah. But again, these are how 12-year-olds think. So you have to talk to them in a real way because they look at the world. They don't look at the world like I did when I was 12 years old. I had no concept about like world issues. I was a 12-year-old. I played sports and was just going to school. It was nothing else that I had to think about, right? So now it's different. It's dangerous for kids to go to school. You know, it's dangerous if they gangbang or not. It's a lot of things that are going on. It's drugs on the street that wasn't around when I was around, you know? And so it's like they think about things in a way that we don't really, I don't think we adults, we don't think that they think like that, but they do. And you have to talk to them like that because they like, I never would have thought a 12-year-old was thinking about, you know, the wealth disparity. And I was like, yeah, that's a perfect example. And that's only one person. That's only one billionaire or trillionaire. Think about all the billionaires. We could end poverty tomorrow. There would be nobody that would have to be on welfare because you would have $1 million. Say you have 5 kids. All of your kids would have $1 million in the bank because, again, if you counted every single human being that's in the United States, that's 350 million people. One billionaire could solve the poverty problem just like that. But why do, and then that's the question I asked next. I said, if that's all true, I told the 12-year-old, I said, Nick, everything you just said is 100% true. Why do you think he hasn't, or some billionaire or trillionaire hasn't done that? He said, because they like being rich, and the only way they rich is if somebody else is poor. This is a 12-year-old, y'all. You right, because if we were all millionaires, then you couldn't make me work for minimum wage. I'm a millionaire. So now you couldn't exploit me, right? I wouldn't, a woman that might be out selling her body, she would have $1 million in the bank. She wouldn't have to, the drug that, you see what I'm saying? There would be no crime. Why would you go break in somebody's house if you got $1 million in the bank?
I know what the Kevin gonna let me. Kevin, please not let me finish. I want to go to sleep.
My bad, sis.
But the thing is,
yeah,
it's 12-year-olds. I thought I like when kids talk like that. I ain't gonna go too much into it myself, right? But I do love when kids have that train of thought where they just, where they can just think about other things and try to put pieces together. And that's a little girl or boy?
Boy.
Yeah, I like when they have them type of thoughts. But hopefully you told him don't get discouraged and oh my God, here we go. A little bit. Here you go.
Using British Airways, and like, is it like a big thing in England to have marijuana? It turns out it's still illegal in England or United Kingdom, but it doesn't seem like it's all that big of a deal. But why are we flying in 152 pounds? Is there no other way to get it in England? And why are you doing it from the United States, not some other country? And so, in reading the information, the first thing that struck me was that it was what they call a targeted, meaning that they had already identified these people as persons of interest prior to them even arriving at the airport. And so it was targeted, and that's what that means. It means that it wasn't just a random luggage search. These people are bringing luggage to the airport. They had some type of information that something was going on, and just a simple security bag search, just grab the bags, run them through the X-ray machine, and they saw quote unquote anomalies. Anomalies are just where, there's something in here that is not clothes or what you would normally take on a flight, shoes or medicine. So my guess is that it was probably readily apparent when they did the scan that there was contraband inside the suitcases.
And they were probably, what I thought was that they were all packed similarly, which
that
being
and they searched all of them at the same time. And so again, it's targeted, right? Meaning that, I think I've only ever flown one time in my entire adult life where I wasn't flagged for the random check. And so if it's every time, it's not random, right? it's like I'm on someone's list somewhere, probably due to my profession. That I always have to go through and do the one extra step. I usually make a joke about it, which it usually falls flat on the people who are doing the actual search, but I don't care.
It's a joke.
I just told y'all I'm tired. I'm only gonna answer Sat this one time because Sat missed the whole entire point of what Kevin said. Right? Sat missed the whole entire, which I will not explain. I don't have the ear. I'm literally breathing from my mouth because everything is stuffed up. But he missed the whole entire point.
You know
But
that's my line.
if the rest of y'all got the point of what Kevin was saying about the 1-year-old, can y'all drop a 1 in the chat? Can y'all drop a 1 in the chat so Sat can know she's the only one that didn't get a. Everybody put a 1 in the chat if you understood what Kevin was saying. Please drop a 1 in the chat.
Oh man.
Because we don't have time to explain. Even Linda came out of nowhere. Hey, Linda, welcome.
Thank you, Linda. Jackie, it's sad. Sunday. That's how she understand. Okay.
Even Linda came out. Even Linda came out of the closet. thank you, Linda.
What's up, Sunday? It's been a long time since I seen Sunday's name, but yeah, what's up, Sunday? Peace to everybody, even the ones in the bushes. Yeah, peace to everybody.
In the bushes, right?
We just gonna talk about it, you know.
Right. They had to come out. I'll say, well, all right. So we can get back to this in peace, right? Because we don't have to end.
But listen to what he's saying, though. Listen to how he's breaking it down.
Now I gotta rewind it back again. I didn't want to do that. And then we will explain what he's saying afterwards. So nobody else look at that. Okay. All right.
They searched all of them at the same time. And so again, brought them through the X-ray machine, and they saw quote unquote anomalies. Anomalies are just where there's something in here that is not clothes or what you would normally take on a flight, shoes or medicine. So my guess is that it was probably readily apparent when they did the scan that there was contraband inside the suitcases.
And they were probably, what I thought was that they were all packed similarly. Which
that
being
and they searched all of them at the same time. And so again, it's targeted, right? Meaning that I think I've only ever flown one time in my entire adult life where I wasn't flagged for the random check. And so if it's every time, it's not random, right? It's like I'm on someone's list somewhere, probably due to my profession. That I always have to go through and do the one extra step. I usually make a joke about it, which usually falls flat on the people who are doing the actual search, but I don't care.
It's a joke, Andy.
Yeah, it's a free country. I'm going to make a joke. I told my wife one time, I said, you're not allowed to joke about the TSA and the TSA pre-check line. And I said it loud enough for all the people in the TSA pre-check line to laugh about. And the TSA pre-check guy made sure I got an extra groping.
Exactly.
Hey, you can't grope the willing. So
exactly. That is funny. That is hilarious. I'm sure.
So so they did it. They did a search of these guys' bags, and then they all spilled the beans. Like they give them Miranda. They all spill the beans, and they all say, "Yeah, we're getting paid by somebody, and we're getting paid, and with a free trip to England and some cash and some walking around money, and all we got to do is bring these suitcases there." And it's like, it's not the most let me say it this way. If it wasn't for the dumb criminals, there'd be a lot less work out there for people like me.
Exactly.
So,
what was their first mistake besides agreeing to this?
the first mistake is agreeing to this. I wouldn't categorize it as first mistakes or second mistakes or third mistakes. I'd categorize it as, if you're that desperate for the money, like, find something different.
Right.
Like, there's a lot easier ways. In marijuana, I mean, really, like, it's a low dollar transaction for how much risk you're taking and for how much product you can get through. I mean, think about it. Instead of marijuana, it's cocaine, right? It's still going to be, exporting marijuana. My thinking is that they did marijuana because it's legal in California and they thought it's no big deal.
Right.
And
I believe you're right on that.
And they're not thinking about, like, this is federal jurisdiction and international jurisdiction.
Right.
And it's like, oh, so what? We're just going to go to the airport with 152 pounds of marijuana stuffed in suitcases. We're not, no big deal. It's just marijuana, right? Well, not to mention the fact, I've never once come across marijuana packaged in such a way that you still couldn't smell it.
True. I mean, maybe
So
they had
think about what 152 pounds of marijuana must smell like.
Well, divided up by 4 suitcases, it's still a pungent, it should be a pungent enough smell that a dog could pick it up.
So you don't need no damn dog to smell 152 pounds of marijuana. Sometimes these people, it's like they come to court and it's like they try to tell the judge, no, I haven't been doing any marijuana. It's like, you smell like you sleep with a family of skunks.
Oh, that's funny.
Now, let me just interject real quick.
Yeah, please.
Because, Andrew, 3 days before the crew that Lisa sent you the paperwork on, 3 days prior to that, one of the girls associated with the 2 gentlemen involved was actually caught and arrested. Okay. Now, her and another girl were trying to do the same thing, and they had 38 pounds of marijuana each. I just did the math, Lisa, and 38 pounds times 4 is equal 152. So they all were carrying the same amount to smuggle. Now, with Andrew saying that they must have had some intel, which is what I felt. This is my working theory. I feel that the girl that got busted on the 26th told the federal government that there'll be more people coming through.
That wouldn't surprise me in the least. Like the information says, it's targeted. So this wasn't like hey, we picked some random people to search their bags. They knew when they were pulled into the airport that they were going to search these people's bags extra carefully, and so yeah, that doesn't surprise me in the least that that's what happened.
So you think that she got popped and then flipped on the 4 that were outbound for the 29th?
Well, I don't know that to be true or not. All I know is that when they showed up at the airport, the feds were already looking for them and had already identified them as likely trying to run the similar scam or the similar smuggling operation.
I'm pretty sure, and I think Mandea can corroborate this, that they made a successful run prior to this the run they did on the 20th.
Was it successful? I mean,
well, they didn't get caught.
Well, no, they didn't get stopped. Doesn't mean that they were unaware of what was going on.
Right.
Right. That's true. That is true.
I mean, I've been involved in federal investigations where they just allow the criminal activity to keep on going because they're on top of it, and they're adding more and more. Either they're adding more charges or more people, and they're just trying to figure out the extent of the operation. If they shut it down too fast, then they don't know the extent of the operation.
Got it. So it was maybe a sting. Could
easily be. I mean, they never. All 4 of them say they don't know who was the ultimate recruiter.
Right.
According to the information. Now, the way it works in the federal courts is that usually the first person up is the one that's getting the sweetheart deal. That's
what I was going to ask you. Is it true that the first person to flip is I'm sorry, I'm using these mobster terms, but if they're in my vernacular, the first person to flip gets the best deal?
Yeah, and that's not really a mobster term. It's just a term that we use. We use common parlance terms like snitch and I mean, the technical term is informant. You become an informant, but it's being a snitch. It's flipping on your other people, ratting people out.
Right.
But the federal guidelines take that into account and will actually reduce sentence for people who cooperate with the government, provide favorable testimony on behalf of the government to convict other people. If you accept responsibility right away, those all factor into how somebody gets sentenced in federal court. And so there's an incredible amount of incentive, particularly in federal court, the way the guidelines work, to provide for people to cooperate. And so
that means Musa ass out.
If the first person to get caught didn't informant on everybody, and then they were trying to roll it up to see how far they could get up the ladder to find out who ultimately is responsible for this. They might already have an idea. That wouldn't surprise me, just putting together like cell phone records and stuff like that, and how those work. And oftentimes they can tell, so each marijuana plant, grows a flower, and they can tell, like what types of climate these things grow in, unless.
So, if they're going to give him incentive for being a snitch, Musa didn't testify. Your ass is out. I wanted to ask Chap something. That's why I stopped. Now, what was it? Shit.
Something about the deal?
I don't even know.
The girl told.
You got to start talking.
But remember, I was saying this yesterday, and I didn't even see this, but that's why I was saying about it all felt too much. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think that now, if he's gonna spill the beans and he wants that incentive, he can get to be a
Absolutely.
What you call that? People witness protection and become a whole new person.
Go into witness protection, become a confidential informant, go in the witness protection program, and they'll change his identity.
But he can't be going around thinking. It ain't hard to know him though. I don't know what type of witness protection he's gonna be. They got to send him to maybe someplace in Holland or something.
See, this is the thing with witness protection. You have to be the type of person that they feel will follow the guidelines, because these are the feds. They don't mess around. You can't be online. It's certain family members you cannot contact, old friends you cannot contact.
That's why I said that, because I don't think you want to.
And if you violate any of those things, you will be kicked out of the witness protection program.
I don't think he wants to. That's what made me
that's
say
not,
that.
Yeah,
he has an excuse not to take his kids. He has an excuse, well, baby, no, I'm gonna run. Right? He has the excuse. So now when them kids say, "Where was you?" Well, daddy went to protect. You know what I'm saying? Now he has. It's like for him to escape reality and responsibility and all that other stuff. That'd be the best thing for him.
Hey, but I'm gonna tell you something. Musa is so gone in the head, he's not gonna do it. He's gonna end up going to jail.
I'm talking about Solar.
He's gonna. Yeah, he's definitely gonna tell.
Because he spoke upon the incentive of being that he already did them a favor and he testified against Gangsta Boy. So he might get less of time, but Musa didn't do none of the above. But I'm saying maybe they may offer Solar if he runs his mouth.
He's gonna tell.
And I think that's because I believe he wants that, so he can just get out of reality, responsibility, and whatever.
Yeah. But the only thing that I would agree to that to a certain extent, but practically, do you see them being able to keep their mouth shut and staying offline? If you're in the witness protection program, you cannot be online at all whatsoever. And so same thing with Alpo. That's why he ended up getting kicked out of the witness protection program. They had him up in Connecticut, up in Maine, and he was going to New York. They seeing him in Harlem. So they like, nah, bro, we gonna cut you loose because we can't protect you if you out and about and making yourself known and seen publicly. So that's why I don't think it'll work for them. And because they're not gonna be able to follow the guidelines. But that's like I was telling y'all yesterday. There's no way in the world that this wasn't a setup because, like I said, that in smuggling 101, they violated every rule. And like he said, they already had prior knowledge. So when they got there, they was already looking at them. So it's no telling how long. They probably had the dude that Solar was on the video with. They probably have had him under surveillance, seeing who he's getting work from because he's the one getting these Americans to come over, right? So they're just trying to go up the ladder. Like he pointed out earlier, they're gonna let them get away with it because they're gonna let them get comfortable and think, oh, okay, we could do this, but they're gonna go further up the ladder and find, the bigger people. But there's no way in the world, like I said, anybody that's legitimate that wasn't working for the government would have any dealings with Solar. Period. It's just like the mob. You can't just start hanging around the mob. They're gonna do background on you. They're gonna do research on you. Trust me. And they got a presence on social media already. So they're gonna,
It ain't hard to tell, right?
Yeah, that's why I said it was all too convenient because these dudes, they don't really want them. But what they're gonna do is say, listen, you facing 10 to 15 years off the rip, maybe 20 for international smuggling, because that was the charge. So now either you take this, you go to court facing this 20 years, or you give us whoever's name that that contacted you and put you on, who gave you the suitcase, what the plans were, who all was involved, and so on and so forth. He gonna have to tell everything, and he gonna do it because he ain't gonna want to go to jail. But
all right.
Hopefully it wasn't nobody super big that was that's up the line, because then that's a whole nother element they're gonna have to deal with.
But they just are stupid because I that's why I said they're embarrassing too.
Yeah.
Well, let's go.
Growing in a greenhouse somewhere, and so there's ways to track this stuff. And what I'm never surprised by is how the government thinks of new ways to track and collect evidence. And so just when you think you've seen and heard it all, you see and hear another thing, and you're like, wow, I never thought that they would do that. And then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, there we are. They did it. So I can tell you, like, recently I discovered the flock technology that the law enforcement is using. And it's basically, it uses artificial intelligence to take pictures of cars as they go through certain major intersections, and to track the movement of those vehicles, not just license plates, like interesting characteristics, like a car might have a mirror that's ripped off, or a unique color, or like on the one example I'm thinking of, it was an SS, a Monte Carlo or whatever it was, and it had a unique paint color on the SS itself. And it was using artificial intelligence, and it just stores that information. And so law enforcement can just go back in time and say, hey, we're looking for a car that has these unique characteristics. And all of a sudden, this program will go through all its, using artificial intelligence, goes through, and they can just go back in time and see where that vehicle has been in and around the city or the county. And they're doing that all over the country. And so it's something that most people don't know about. So it wouldn't surprise me that that law enforcement has found a way that they're tracking marijuana shipments like this. And not that it's a big deal overall. It's just like, smuggling marijuana out of the United States. It's like, we have so much of it here.
We need to share with the rest of the world. That's why it should be decriminalized in all of the Western nations.
I'm not going to take a position on that, simply because the libertarian side of me is like, if it's not hurting people, who gives a shit?
I like that side of you.
Yeah, but my business side says, no, we should punish people for marijuana, so they got to hire lawyers and spend thousands and thousands of dollars to.
That's the capitalist side.
I used to do a ton of marijuana cases back when I first got started. I mean, it was not uncommon to have 3 or 4 a month, and they were pretty consistent. $2,000 case. You'd oftentimes get a probation and whatnot, and nobody really got in any serious trouble about it. My first main drug dealer that I ever had as a client, I picked up within a few weeks of going out on my own, and paid me about $10,000 in cash, and it was a bag of marijuana. It was literally a trash bag of marijuana that they were trying to get him with. Ended up getting him a really good deal, because what was funny was that the detective who was supposed to be covering the back door was on the other side of this fence, and she was too short to see who opened the door and threw the bag of marijuana over the fence, and it landed right on her. And she was too short to tell us who it was. And it was really kind of a hilarious situation that ended up working out to the point where, back then he was looking at prison time, but we were able to get him just a probationary period on a plea agreement. He had to admit that he was the one who threw the marijuana over the fence. But nowadays it's like there's you can't. I mean, you go to church and people smell like marijuana, and so I don't know what to tell you.
Especially here in California and in Colorado and
Michigan. Michigan is totally legal.
Michigan.
Totally legal. Michigan is totally legal. In fact, I had a guy that this past summer was charged with, he had over 40,000 vape pens and vape pen refills with THC, and he doesn't have a license to sell it. And I was able to get the whole thing thrown out, because our argument was that under the new voter enacted scheme, it had completely decriminalized marijuana to the point where if you didn't have a license to sell it, it was only a civil infraction. It wasn't even a crime anymore.
Okay.
Now the courts in Michigan are revisiting that a little bit, but I suspect they're gonna leave it that way and tell the legislature, look, if you want to fix this, you got to fix this, because we're not going to try to fix this for you.
Right. And decriminalizing it federally would help, in these situations.
Well, it would help with banking. The problem is that, and I know some of these people that are involved in it commercially, and the problem is like, how do you bank? Like, how do you get money and process money? Because you're under constant threat that the next administration that comes in could use that and prosecute you for federal banking crimes.
Absolutely, because where I buy my weed, it's only cash only, and it's a reputable dispensary. But they only accept cash.
Now think about the security on that. So there's a lot to think about on that. So you've got to provide security for that amount of cash, right? Like somebody could just come in and steal it from you.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to transport it someplace. You got to store it someplace. You got to somehow get it into the streams of commerce, reinvest it, right? And so those are all problems that the banking system has yet to been really able to figure out. Michigan has provided some protections for it under state and local banks. Mm-hmm. But the big federal banks, the interesting thing is it really started under Obama, where he just decided when Colorado came out and said they want to decriminalize, the Obama administration said, look, we're not going to try to really enforce a lot of these federal marijuana laws if that's where things are going. And the first Trump administration followed suit as well. They said, we're just not going to do it. The people have kind of said that they've spoken on it. The Biden administration, they didn't really do anything with it. But all these times, everyone's had a chance to decriminalize it, but nobody actually does.
And they kick the can down the road for the
next administration. And it's like, the Trump's first administration, and the first time they had the Republican control the House and Senate. How about pass it then? How about when the Democrats took control of it and Trump's still in there? How about pass it then? How about when Biden gets control of both the House and the Senate? Pass it then. And it's like, it's you all have the opportunity. Y'all say you're going to do it. Y'all say you want to do it, and then nobody ever does it. And it makes me question why.
Exactly. I still think there are, religious elements to moral issues that keep us from a lot of progress, and that's one of them. I think a lot of congressmen and senators are still beholding to their religious base, and they find it to be a gateway drug.
Well, let me throw this in there because this is the world I live in, right? Like I get to see the negative consequence of recreational use of marijuana. So to say that there is none, I can tell you that there is. There is actual negative consequence. I've noticed an uptick in mental health, where people are for whatever reason, with young men in particular, and it's young white men more than young black men, but young white men who start smoking marijuana or taking THC or whatever, and it messes with their brain's ability to process information.
Yes.
And so I to say that there is no harm, I don't think is true. I think that it's such a touchy issue, but at the same time, if you're gonna have states that, and then Florida just had this thing where they put it on their ballot as a ballot initiative, and it failed. And so how is a Florida rep, either state or a congressman or senator, going to vote to decriminalize marijuana when your state just voted to keep it criminalized?
Absolutely.
See, this is why I tell you, dumb people, stop worrying about the president and the vice president, right? You don't want to go out and vote, but you're mad because your state is still locking you up. You would think all of y'all potheads would have went to vote. But ain't got nothing to do with me, ain't got nothing to do with me. Now you're going to still do jail time. They put it on the ballot. Did you vote for it? Every pothead should have lined up to even if they didn't vote for nothing else but that, right? You didn't have to vote. People, even with this vote in New York, they had so many different things to be passed. Yeah, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. You didn't even have to fill out for a candidate. Well, it ain't got nothing to do with me. Yeah, it do. The littlest things have everything to do with you. Now, Florida could have been a marijuana state. But guess what? I didn't want to go out and vote because y'all claim we ain't got nothing to do with me. They two talking the same chord. Ninja, it's other stuff on the ballot. You got your locals and you got things like that. Thank you for saying that, young man. Because can't keep telling them the same thing over and over.
I think it's bad marketing on the pro legalize it in Florida. I think they totally dropped the ball. They failed, and they didn't adequately inform the public about, whatever they say the benefits of using marijuana. Now, you can use it medically in Florida, but not recreational.
I don't know about that. I don't know what the rules are in Florida. I know that here in Michigan, it started as a medical marijuana, which was hilarious, right? Like every person had a medical marijuana card. And I don't think anybody had glaucoma. I think they all just said they had glaucoma.
Everybody in Michigan had glaucoma. Medea, you had there was a issue regarding the young lady that you wanted to bring up.
Oh yeah. Now, Andrew, there were two young ladies. One woman that was caught in the targeted inspection on the 26th. And then the other lady was caught on the 29th. Now, I searched the BOP because the Bureau of Prisons, they will show you who's incarcerated and who's not. And of all of the 6 defendants involved, 2 of them don't even appear as if they even were arrested.
That's something that can happen very easily. Let me explain how. Not every person gets arrested or processed, okay? What oftentimes happens is that if you have somebody that's cooperating,
oops,
or you have somebody that knows an indictment is coming or an information is coming, and they'll go hire an attorney,
as they should,
and then the attorney will make arrangements with the United States Attorney's Office to either have a walk-in style arraignment, just appear before the judge voluntarily, and will coordinate it with the court, so they don't actually get arrested, detained, printed. They'll get printed and they'll get photographed, but they'll do it at the courthouse. And a marshal will just do it there. And so then you never actually spend any time in custody. My best advice, if anyone in your audience or anyone watching this down the road later is ever being investigated for a federal crime, is to get a lawyer early.
Duh.
And typically that lawyer will reach out to the federal government to try to figure out what, if anything, they can do to assist in the investigation, if they have information to assist in the investigation, or to get to stop an investigation, because sometimes they'll come sniffing around and they'll think they have something, but then you'll have in what I call an innocent explanation for something, and the lawyer can share that. But then if the government does decide that they want to charge, that lawyer can step in and make sure that, look, you don't have to go to his house and arrest him.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to frog march him out. And that's one of the things that, I always hate seeing it on the news when they have like a high profile individual getting arrested in the dead of night over some petty crime, federal crime. And they got
Rudy Giuliani for that. He made the perp walk famous.
Yeah. I hate that. And I really do, because those people are going to show up and surrender themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You're just doing it to get headlines as a prosecutor, and in my opinion, as prosecutors shouldn't be in that role.
Right.
The role should just be the pursuit of justice.
Yeah,
they got pure immunity now, so
one would think, but then we have the heart of man and the heart of mankind.
Right.
So we all got different motivations.
These girls were arrested at the airport.
They were arrested and charged. However, I will say too, Andrew, to what you just said, one of their attorneys, he's one of the girls that's not listed in BOP, which appears like she was not even arrested. Her attorney has already reached out to the United States government, and in his letter, he asked if the government wanted to offer his client anything pre-indictment.
Yeah, and that sometimes those plea agreements get worked out before there's even any indictment or information or a grand jury. So there's three ways for an indictment to happen, okay, or for charges to get in front of the court. And let me explain those three ways, because it'll probably help answer some questions the audience would have.
Mm-hmm.
One is that they can have a grand jury, and the grand jury can listen to evidence and then can issue indictments. Those are secret proceedings. Oftentimes people don't even know that they're happening. If you are told one is happening, usually it's through a target letter, and it's like, hey, we're coming after you. Sometimes you can get an attorney at that point in time and offer to cooperate if there's more to it than just what your role is. So I've seen this classically in like the Medicare healthcare schemes,
mm-hmm.
Where it's a group of doctors and billing people, and they're scamming the government, and then their role is small compared to somebody else's, and they might want to assist in that. Another way is for like what happened here, which is where it happened right in front of the officer. The arresting officer was an agent, was able to do the investigation, had probable cause right there, and they swore out an affidavit. That affidavit goes to the court, and charges are authorized. And the other way is that somebody can just agree to waive indictment or waive the probable cause, and just agree to have the information. We call that just being arraigned on the information, and just agree to go forward. And oftentimes in those cases is when we have the plea agreement already reached, And we know that I've even had it where we've gone to the arraignment. In fact, I had this in a case in Minneapolis. And my client was from Grand Rapids. I'm here in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and we flew out there and we were able to do the arraignment, have him processed by the marshals.
Mm-hmm.
And then we were able to do what is known as the change of plea hearing, and where we changed his plea to guilty in exchange for the plea agreement. So we had it all worked out before we even showed up. We were able to get it done in the morning. That afternoon, he met with the pre-sentence people, and we were on a plane back to Grand Rapids later on that afternoon. And so we only spent less than 24 hours in Minneapolis to take care of this whole thing. But we had worked on it for over 2.5 years.
Right.
It's just that was the only time that we got it done. But it's because we did it all ahead of time, and we all knew what we were doing ahead of time and how it was going to go.
What is the likelihood of, because these are first-time offenders that we know of, and allegedly this was, in the case of Solar, Courtney Townsend, that this was his first run, which we don't believe that's true. What kind of sentence do you think that the courts will be merciful?
So my suspicion is that this is in Southern California.
Yes.
So you got to remember, so each district judge is appointed by somebody, by a president. But in order to be appointed by the president, if it's in your home state, usually what can happen is the senator from your state has to be on board with the appointment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so you end up, and this is important, like from a constitutional standpoint. It's like if I lived in Southern California and I had certain ideas about politics and how people should live, and they're in line with the majority of people in my area, then I should have judges that are in line with what my positions are. Versus if I'm in, say, Montana, and I have certain ideas about the Bureau of Land Management, and I have certain ideas about endangered species, and the vast majority of people in my area have those same views. Why should I get a federal judge shoved down my throat from, say, Southern California, or vice versa, who might have different views on this? And so that's where the senators from the state can I forget what it's called, but they can block appointees. And so given that this is Southern California, given that it's marijuana and kind of everyone's view on marijuana, as long as they don't have a long criminal history, and the fact that it wasn't completed, they didn't actually get the drugs into the United Kingdom, my strong suspicion is that they'll probably be put on some type of federal probation. Any jail time they're serving right now will be credited to them, and they probably won't do much more than what they're going to have to do just to get their case processed. Here's the thing. What they're really lucky in the fact is that the feds didn't let them just get on the plane.
Right.
And go and just call ahead and say, hey, you got these 4 people, they got marijuana, they're going to be coming off the plane. And all of a sudden you're landing in London, and they don't have the same view as they do in Southern California. And now you've actually completed the act of smuggling into a country.
Mm-hmm.
And you're in a place where you don't have the same rights and liberties as you do in the United States. And we paid the price in actual blood to have those rights. And they don't have those in England.
Right, because they lost.
Well, they didn't lose the whole damn thing. It's not like we invaded them and took them over. They just couldn't impose their will on us anymore. But they don't have those same things. And so you could potentially be looking at a much more serious crime in England than here in the United States. And so my strong suspicion is that as long as they don't have an extensive, and I say extensive criminal history, I mean, nothing of violence in the past. If you've got like a simple OWI, it's score, but it's not going to score a lot of points. The federal system uses a guideline system.
Okay.
And so you'll end up with a range of numbers as your minimum sentence. And so it might be 0 to 6 months. And so what that means is that as long as it's less than 12 months, then the presumption is going to be probation and a little bit of jail, if any jail. But once we start getting into the, like the 12 to 24, then you're looking at probably a year in federal prison and a couple years of supervised release. I don't think at the end of the day, any of these people are looking at anything major, especially if they're willing to cooperate and if they're willing to at least accept responsibility right away out of the gate with the court and not push it to trial or do anything like that.
Okay, so if they take a plea deal, the government is a little more lenient.
Even if they don't take a deal, like you don't have to have a deal. Like the government might say we're not going to give you a deal.
True.
Okay. But so the federal guidelines will take into account that if you're standing there in front of the judge and the judge says, how are we going to proceed? And the government says, the prosecutor says, they're not getting a deal. Their only choice is to plead guilty as charged. Well, you have the right in the United States of America to plead guilty as charged. And what the federal guidelines do is they take that into account. If you plead guilty as charged, even without a lesser thing being offered to a lesser crime, anything like that, it still ends up with a pretty big, I think it's a 10% reduction. And that's just off the top of my head. I think it's 10%, but a 10% reduction.
But hold up. I don't know how you can plead guilty of charge and saying I did it. I'm confused here. When they said that they didn't know what they were doing and they were paid to do it, right? So they saying, I don't know. So I don't know means I'm not guilty, right? I just was getting paid to do the suitcase, right? But I'm kind of confused here, right? I don't know. What you think about that, Kev?
Well, the difference is you can make a statement to the police, right? And say, I don't know what's going on. But now when they come back and say, we have X, Y, and Z pieces of evidence against you. Now, that's when the negotiation come in. So regardless of what you told them in the statement, if you plead guilty, then you still are going to fall under those sentencing guidelines, like he was saying, right? So in other words, they can lock me up and say, hey, we locking you up for suspicion of stealing a car. And I'll say, man, I don't know nothing about that, man. I wasn't in the car. I don't know nothing about it, blah, blah, blah. Now, when they come back and they have to, what they call, which they have to give discovery, meaning the government has to give your attorney the evidence that they have against you. And then they say, based on the evidence, we're willing to offer a plea, right? So you can still take a plea even though you deny it, but you can't take the plea and then deny it because then you violated the plea agreement. So they'll take you to trial and just run out whatever sentence, you're going to get for losing that trial. But yeah, people always lie in their initial statement, especially when they're guilty. They're going to say, I don't know nothing about it. I didn't do it. But when it comes down to the plea agreement, regardless of what you statement you initially gave, your plea agreement is admitting your guilt. Now, if you get in court and the judge asks you, did you agree to the stipulations of this plea agreement? And you go, no, Your Honor, I'm actually innocent. Then you just threw out your plea. But yeah, that's basically the simple explanation.
Now, one thing, hopefully y'all understand what he said. See the difference of shutting up your mouth and calling a lawyer to compare to running your mouth and not calling the lawyer. Them two ladies who called the lawyer didn't have to say anything, right? That's why she couldn't find him. They let the lawyers do the work.
Right. And you know what the lawyer told him? Cooperate fully because they'll give you immunity for cooperating.
Mm-hmm.
So
now compared to the ones who wrote a whole book, right?
This fool on here recruiting people. Solo dumb butt on here.
Isn't that another charge?
Yeah, that's why I said, he's gonna tell what he knows because they have enough evidence to, again, like I said, like the lawyer said, luckily they didn't let them get on the plane because they already knew they had it before they got there. And they'll let you get away with it a couple of times because they want to see how many connects you got and where them connects go back to after you get there and they do the exchange. So it's a lot to it, like I said. And but the amount of evidence they have against them right now, even if they'll get probation, which they probably will, especially if
we saw the stipulations of that. I don't know if you saw it or not.
You're gonna be on federal probation.
Drug tests and all that.
There's a lot of, that's why I was getting ready to say, it's a lot of stipulations that come with that federal probation. That's not like state probation. So, like I said, they're not going to be able to uphold the terms of their plea agreement. So they'll be back in jail.
Get a job. And then the bad part is, free as they want to be, right? Federal is federal. That stays with you everywhere you go. Right. So you now have a federal case.
Right.
Even if you do your time.
Right.
I think for some reason, besides Malaya, since Nature Boy has been in jail, he made sure every last one of them got a taste of jail. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. The gift
besides Malaya, everyone has been to jail.
Nature Boy is the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah. Ever since he's been in jail, for some reason, they all found a reason to go through that system. So I guess they can know what their pappy feels like. Like, this is what, even though he's not coming out, but they all sat there and they all been to jail, from Juju, Jax, Zoka, Efaru.
I don't
every last one has been to jail since he been in jail.
Right. And I don't think, and it's just my opinion, I don't think it has so much to even do with Nature Boy as it does the fact that all that they've been taught how to do is to lie, hustle, and scam. And so now they're just doing the same thing that they were doing in Carbonation. They're just doing it on their own now. So I think that it's just a consequence of the way that they're trying to live. They're trying to live off other people for free. And after a while, those donations dry up. So you're gonna have to do something else. That's why he's doing what he's doing, because he can tell you all these other things. Remember last year or a couple months ago, he was telling us he running around with millionaires. Then why are you smuggling weed? Like he said, the profit margin for weed is not even that high. You might make $140 off a pound. Off a pound. Your profit is about $140. You see what I'm saying? So it's like they've already put in their mind that they're not gonna work. And the way that they're going to bring money in is through donations and through scamming and hustling people. They just put that in their mind. And that's what it is. It's not like they trying to, feel what Nature Boy's going through or something deep like that. It's not. It's just they're all lowlifes. They're all criminals. Even when they were in Carbonation, they're all criminals. Look at the money they stole from other people, lied and extorted out of other people, blackmailed people for, taking people's Social Security and child support checks and all of this kind of crazy stuff. So it's like they all were headed that way regardless. Nature Boy just beat them to it because he was the top monkey in the circus, and that's it. But look at them all. What's his name? He be out here hustling too. Gagoot, but he got a job. He work a job because he know, you can talk all that, but in order to have a house to live in and in order to do the things that you're doing and having 3 or 4 women living with you, you're gonna have to have a job. But see, these other nutballs, they think they're smarter. Musa, Solar, Jax, Juju, they think they're so smart that they can, outmaneuver the game. You can't. You can't. And the feds, like I said, the feds don't just jump onto you just randomly. They've been watching them they've probably been watching them since Carbonation. You see what I'm saying? They tracked them since Nature Boy been in jail. And then when they started connecting with these other people, that's what he was saying. They're going to let you get away with a lot of stuff. Look how long they do. Do you know when they first wiretapped Big Meech, they didn't lock Big Meech up for 5 years after they first got on his trail and got the first wiretaps on Big Meech. 5 years, because that way When they came with the indictment, they got the whole entire BMF. They got the whole command structure. They got the shooters. They got everybody. So they gonna let you get away with some stuff. That's why I said the way this whole thing was going down and they on the internet talking about it, I'm like, they're not gonna let you. They only gonna let you get away with something because they're gonna you're gonna lead them to something bigger, you know. And I think he said the same thing in a different way. But yeah, they not gonna. The feds are not crazy. They didn't just randomly, you know, search you goofballs. They knew. And like you said, when the two girls disappeared, that didn't dawn on y'all. Like, wait a minute, something may be wrong. No, and you're not going to talk to them again because they're government cooperating witnesses at this point. They're federal informants. No, they're not. You're not going to talk to them because they're going to tell them girls you're not in danger from whoever the top smuggler is. So don't have no contact with Solar because they may be able to get to you and track you through Solar and blah, blah, blah. And he's under indictment and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, it's over with. And even if they get that, you know, slap on the wrist that he's talking about, think about this. They're not going to be able to just travel and go to Mexico and go to New York and go here and there. He's going to be on federal papers. You ain't going nowhere, partner. Wherever that home plan is, that's where your butt is getting ready to be posted up. That's going to put a whole crook in their game right there because they used to couch surfing here and there and just whatever, wherever the hustle lead them. Oh, this girl gonna let you stay there for 2 weeks and you gonna get her income tax refund. Then he gonna go over there and he gonna act like he's just traveling, living it up. And yeah, but they've been watching these idiots since carbonation. That's why I said they may be using this case as leverage for something that they may not have had all the evidence or testimony for from something he might have done in carbonation. See, that's how the feds get down.
Yeah.
So,
Yep. Okay. Let me go.
Reduction in your minimum sentence.
Oh, wow.
And remember, if y'all want to watch the whole video, check out Lisa say what. I'm not playing the whole video.
Basically giving people who are willing to accept responsibility, and it has to be, you can't drag this out. This is like, you got to do this really early in the process, is accept responsibility and not force the government to, you know, to prove the case. You'll get this reduction.
Based on what you read in the charging documents, do they seem like they're being very cooperative?
I don't know. I couldn't say that one way or the other. I think that what happened is that sometimes when you're just confronted with the overwhelming evidence of your own guilt, like they're gonna say, well, hey, we don't know where we got the suitcases from, but somebody promised to pay us.
Thank you.
Well, I don't see that as being cooperative. I see that you as not wanting to tell us, but you're willing to acknowledge that you knew what was going on.
That's what I was saying.
Because it would be hard to say that you didn't know what was going on because, well, we just found, 30 some odd pounds in your suitcase. You're telling me you didn't know that was in there?
Right.
But you took the payment. Exactly.
How I got there, I can't imagine.
Yeah, I don't know how I got there, but I didn't pack it. Well, let's see, if you go to the airport, the thing that's on the speakers over and over and over again, if you have an unattended bag or if you didn't pack your bag, I mean, you'd have to be dumb not to notice that.
Well,
it's not
Andrew. They're not thinking rationally. They were in a cult.
I want to know how much money that they're actually getting in England.
I don't mean to stop this because I swear I'm tired. We got to stop giving that excuse too, okay? Right? When they make dumb behind decisions, we got to stop saying when they're not thinking that straight, they were in the cult. No. I can see if you're still something like Malaya and them, you can still say they're still in the cult, right? That's their God or whatever, but they're gonna try to push that to the judge, which of course as they should, right? But reality, that's being in a cult and selling drugs and going to London ain't got nothing to do about being no damn cult. They ain't thinking straight because they was in a cult. Not the way he was holding that money, right? sitting up in that window. Or you want to make money? Come with us. That ain't got nothing to do with no coke.
Do you know how much, excuse me, you know how much evidence they have against them? Because think about this too. All of the transaction and setting up the suitcases and talking about the money, all of that's on phone calls and text messages, because they're not meeting up with the big guys. They're not even meeting up with the real plug. They're meeting up with a low-level runner who gets it from the plug to give to you. And so that's how they're going to backtrace. Like I said, you ain't going to be able to say, well, I don't know where the suitcase came from, because they're not going to consider that cooperation. You're going to have to tell them, Courtney Townsend gave me the bag. He told me that this person was going to meet me. This is the name of the person that I met. This is the hotel we met at. This is what he said to me when he gave me the bag. These were my, if you don't do that, they don't need you. They ain't messing with you because they already got enough evidence to case you up. You know, they don't want you, but they won't put.
But we ain't gonna blame it on where they just came out of a cult. We gonna stop that.
They're not gonna be able to say that, because one, Nature Boy's been locked up for 2 years, and two, you didn't do it on Nature Boy's behalf. You did it for somebody else. So that cult influence had nothing to do with you becoming a drug
she's trying to put it as that's why they can't think straight. No.
Of course they're gonna say that, just like they're gonna say, you know,
that was she said, right?
Yeah.
When he made a statement, and he was like, "Well, say because they just came out of a cult." No.
No, they ain't gonna be.
That might work more for Musa, right? But it ain't no. But at the end of the day, you made a conscious decision to say, I want that money, right? So that money going to you, or is you going to Nature Boy? Where the money going, right? So
yeah, it's like somebody saying, "Well, I sold drugs because I had a hard childhood." Well, a lot of people had a hard childhood. That's not going to be a sufficient excuse. And like I said, they gonna tell. They not gonna do no whole lot of, oh no, I ain't saying nothing. They not gonna do that. Solar done told everything that he know about that dude. So that dude, while he talking about he gotta hide his face with that, they already know who you are, dummy.
And he told them you're from Brooklyn. They're gonna check his stuff and see who the hell he know in Brooklyn.
If they knew that they were going to be at the airport at that time, they know all of their names. They know all of their home addresses.
The girls told dummies,
right?
As they should.
And even if the girls
hear from them, so what would make you?
Even if the girls didn't know them, how they're going to be able to connect it is the fact that if the suitcases got to the girl, they came from Musa and Solar. Then who did Musa and Solar get the suitcases from? And who agreed to pay you the money? And how are you going to get the money? And so all of those things are going to factor in. And if they knew you were coming to that airport, then they knew who you were. Whether the low-level people knew who you were or not, the feds knew everybody that was involved in that. The people that was coming, the people that was going to do the transporting, they know. And that's why I said they're not just, this is what they do full time. You know, you have a whole entire agency that's dedicated to nothing. And you talking about people who deal with the Medellin drug cartels from, South America. You dealing with a big drug cartel. So they're catching all kind of mules coming through them. And these people even went to the point, I remember back in the 90s, in the early 2000s, they would send these people to a doctor and they would cut these people open and put the bags of coke inside them and sew them back up to get it across.
Oh yeah, the doughboys.
Remember that? They know all the games. They know and if they're already on to you, then they didn't already backtrace you for a minute. So yeah, it's not really even a matter of if they're going to be able to get out of it. They're going to get out of it relatively lightly, like he said, probably because it's California. And they didn't actually make the trip. They're gonna get some little light probation, probably like you said, whatever. They might do 90 days in the county, or they might give them a county year, and then they'll be on 5 years federal probation or something. But like you said, most likely whatever time they do until their case comes up, they'll probably give them credit for time served in accordance with their plea agreement. And but what it's going to do, like I said, it's going to severely cramp their style as far as what they're able to do. They're going to be able to limit their internet access because they're going to say you can still do drug transactions via the internet, and so your internet access is going to be limited. Things like that. You're not going to have a channel and be telling people to invest or give you money for all these different schemes, this crypto and this taking free trips, because they're not going to allow that. And so that's gonna cramp their style severely. That's what's gonna hurt them more than the potential of them actually going to prison. The fact that Fed probation is gonna limit their travel. They're not gonna be able to travel because what are you on probation for? Attempting to smuggle drugs. So they're not going to let you cross state lines like that unless you have legitimate reason or business. And none of them have legitimate business. You can't just say, oh, I'm going to go kick it with my homies in California for a minute, or I'm going to go down here to Mexico and kick it with. No, because now him and Moose are not going to be able to talk to each other because they're both going to be convicted felons. So it's going to be a lot. That's the little after effects. That's what's really going to catch them up. And like I said, they're going to get out of the prison part of it. But
and
it's
again,
all the other things.
AI, they showing you again. Y'all keep fucking around with AI, right? Y'all keep thinking these robots. I'm telling you, here we go. Like I said, I'm gonna finish a little bit more of this. I might do a part 2 in the morning. I don't know.
England for that much marijuana, and is it worth the margins?
I guess it is, because it seems like they put a bunch of these stooges out, and whoever gets through, and whoever gets caught, is cost prohibitive.
I get it from the standpoint of the dealer trying to do it this way, but I would think there's got to be a better way to do it. Like I don't know. I'm thinking like a container of Christmas trees.
On a bigger scale, since they're trying to move so much weight.
Yeah.
Christmas trees that smell, or coffee, like in 48 hours.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just think that if you're going to get into the drug smuggling business, you need to do it at a large enough scale so that if you get caught, it's worth every day you're going to spend in prison.
Absolutely. And that did not seem to be, I mean, they only got, each person got $2,000. Oh, and this is another thing. They got $2,000 for the trip, but they also were working like a multi-level marketing scheme, and they were recruiting people to take these trips. And how much was it that they get, Medea?
I don't know. It was like $300.
They just said it was a bonus, but you know what? Before I forget, Andrew, I did look up the statute, Title 21, Section 935, and it said that for the first offense, the minimum is 5 years.
That might be what the statute says. Oftentimes those can get waived.
Okay.
And so I'll give you an example. Let's use that as an example. The prosecution in cases can waive what are known as minimum sentencing requirements. And
now,
so
the prosecutors can do that?
The prosecutors can do that, yes.
Okay.
And the way they do it is they charge it under a different section of the statute. And so that's not an uncommon thing. I see it rather frequently, as a matter of fact, particularly with when you're talking about non-violent offenses. Now, if you're getting into violent offenses, then you're ending up with some of these crazy mandatory minimums, like the Armed Career Criminal Act in the federal system, where on certain gun and drug crimes, you're looking at a mandatory minimum of 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's some, but like this is a non-violent,
they didn't use it. They didn't have a weapon.
Yeah, I didn't see any allegation of any weapons.
Those two wouldn't have any. Oh Lord. So if they do, is it constitutional as a condition of their bond to get psychiatric help?
Oh boy. That's an interesting one. So as a condition of bond, like oftentimes as a condition of their probation, people are going to be ordered to do mental health treatment.
Mm-hmm.
But as a condition of bond, I could think of a scenario where the court could impose that. It's not something that we would typically see as what we would call a standard term or condition of bond. But I could see a court in a special circumstance ordering somebody into it. I wouldn't expect the court to do it normally for any person that comes before them. I think that they would need to have a reason that the court could articulate, because otherwise, if you start mandating people do things as a condition of their bond and you don't have any reason to suspect that that was part of the problem, then you're into areas where it could be unconstitutional.
Got it. So Mo wants to know, would you defend Courtney and Dalen?
Oh, I can't in California because I'm not licensed there.
Right, but if you were licensed,
I'd have to get admitted. I wouldn't have to get admitted into California bar. What I'd have to do, because it's in federal court, I'd have to be admitted on what's known as pro hoc vice. The drug statutes in federal court in California are the same as they are here, so that's not a big deal. But what people like to ask me is, well, would you ever represent and then name a horrible person or a horrible thing? I'm like, man, I was talking to you. I had like at one point in time this summer, I had 10 dead bodies going in my world. I deal with the worst of the worst. So drug crimes is no big deal. That's a no stress situation for me. So I would be happy to represent anybody charged with any crime. It's what I do for a living.
Right.
Why would I be? I would never be upset. I get asked by people, this is my favorite question, is how, what's it like to represent somebody who's guilty? And I'm like, well, guilty people are a breeze. Try representing somebody you think is innocent. That's the hardest one. That's okay.
I had a hiccup. They're only going to do a few months. Angel, I hope you're right, because this is just a mistake. I mean, they spent, for the most part, 4 years in the cult. They come out, their lives, the world has passed them by. They have a lot of obligations and people on their back, like get back to normal. This opportunity comes up and they take it.
Well, and I'll add to that. You have to understand that these are people that were weak-minded enough in the beginning. I'm not saying that you're weak-minded to get into a cult, but if you're in a cult, you're susceptible to that for a reason, and you're not able to do critical thinking. And you are something is going on either in your personal life or in the life around you, people around you, and now all of a sudden you're in a situation where things are different. You're already don't possess all your faculties to begin with, because let's face it, the cult takes a lot of that away from you.
Right.
And so you've got to relearn those skills. And now you're faced with a situation where somebody's recruiting you. And it's not going to be all that much different than being in the cult. And you're already susceptible to it. So it doesn't surprise me that they get caught up in something like this.
That's why I was hoping that, the court could, be merciful and order them into psychiatric.
Hell no.
Well, let's talk about what that would look like. Let's just say I did represent one of these people, and I found out, because I would sit down with them and talk to them, of course, talk to their family, and I would find out that they were just in a cult. Well, okay. So at sentencing, prior to sentencing, I have the ability, or the attorney has the ability, to file a sentencing memorandum with the court.
Okay.
To explain to the court, like, this person has had these issues going back. This person has, and you have the opportunity to sit down with the pre-sentence writer. So there's a person that works for the court that writes the pre-sentence report for the court.
Okay.
You get to sit down with them during your client's interview, and you can bring these things up. And then that person has the ability to do further research. Oftentimes, a pre-sentence writer and an attorney will work together to get the the court the right information so the court can fashion a proper sentence. Because sentencing isn't about punishment. Sentencing has that part to it. We call it the retribution, right? But there's also the rehabilitative part. If I take somebody who is suffering from a mental defect, and that defect can be corrected, it doesn't do me much good as a society to put them and lock them up for a long period of time and then never give them the treatment that's necessary to correct the problem. All that's going to happen is that time is going to go by, they'll come out, and then they're going to reoffend. And they're going to do the same thing they did before. But if I find out that they've got this problem and it's easily correctable, I don't easily enough, I mean, therapy or whatever, that's where the mental health treatment comes in. And that's where the court can say, look, it's not really justice to take you, somebody who's just been through this whole process and you've had to be deprogrammed, and now you're slipping back into it. It's not really going to help society to lock you up for a long period of time. Let's just keep you on this deprogramming path and get you the right help psychologically, so that in the future you're not susceptible to this and you're not likely to commit more crimes.
Right. I hope that comes about, because they really need it.
Yeah, and I would think that an attorney for them would bring that up to the court, prior to any sentencing, so that the court understands and appreciates that.
I hope so. Moving to another case that we haven't we touched on it briefly the last time you were on.
Oh, excuse me.
Case against Nature Boy. We have had a year to digest this case, nearly a year.
Hello,
and I have gone back.
Paycheck.
And as you know, Medea and I both attended the trial.
Oh, excuse me.
And I believe that
Nature
Boy was his lawyer.
I
don't think it was anything that was
excuses for them.
Actionable. I think he did a terrible job at defending him. And Medea thinks he did the best job he could. I guess I don't want to speak for Medea.
How you gonna defend somebody to call themselves guilty?
Get exactly what you pay for.
Well, obviously he didn't pay very much. Andrew, if your client had this tragic childhood, tried to make, I mean, this is from a defense attorney standpoint, tried to make something of his life, decided to go out on this spiritual journey, and in the practice,
then you might as well free everybody in jail. Shit, let them all free, turn them all loose.
Exactly, and that's what's wrong with. I don't understand the sympathy and the excuses, because everybody in prison could say that. I had a bad childhood. I didn't have a mama. I was neglected. Blase Skippy. I just think this. If the reason that people like Solar Musa exist is because they know that people will have that frame of mind. No matter what they do. Oh, I just wish, I pray they'll get some help. I pray the judge have mercy on them. For what? So they can keep doing it? The judge had mercy on them when he didn't lock them up with Nature Boy dog ass. But again, when you don't have a basement to what is acceptable and what is normal in your community, any and everything goes. Like I said again, it's always somebody that's gonna feel sorry for somebody that they ain't got no reason to feel sorry for. And that is what our community as a whole, that's what our problem is. We don't hold people accountable. And so our whole community then just went to shit. We have no standards. We have no morals. We have no ethics. We have no respect. It's just like, it's a free for all. And the worst, and here's my thing. If somebody was in a cult and they're still doing cult-like shit, maybe them being locked up will stop them, prevent them from doing cult-like shit, instead of pacifying and babying them and letting them continue to do what they're doing because they're not seeking counseling. Nature Boy been locked up for 2 years. Solar ain't went to no counseling. Why do you want to get him counseling now? Because he tried to smuggle some dope and bragged about it on the internet, not knowing he was under surveillance. Why does he deserve our sympathy? That's why I said we waste our resources on the wrong thing. And I would hate to think it, but it wouldn't surprise me if she was supportive of them, like would send them money because she feels sorry for them. We got to be smarter. We got to be smarter than the game and the hustle that's ran on us. I mean, are we seriously, we that gullible? Are we that gullible? Even to the point where I think I just heard her say, Nature Boy's lawyer did the worst job. So what? We want him locked up. Good. If his lawyer did do a bad job, so what? Why do we care that somebody who's supposed to be locked away from all the things that we saw him do? Why do you think? Why do you? That escapes all understanding. You're worrying about his lawyer representing him fairly after you know everything that he's done to children and to women and to the men, for that fact. All the things that he's done, and he used to laugh about it. He used to have this devious, like it was almost like a movie character criminal laugh when he would do the most horrific things to people on camera. And you got anywhere in your heart to feel empathy and say, well, his lawyer did a bad job. He should have brought in the fact about his past and his childhood. Wow. But that's just my 2 cents. That's what I got from that. That last part just kind of really turned my stomach. I'm like, it needs to be women that be finding compassion in their heart for the most sick, sadistic men possible. They'll say something is wrong with me for not having empathy for Nature Boy. How do you as a woman have any empathy in your heart whatsoever for Nature? Or look what Solar is he beat Zoka and Velvet. How do you feel bad for him? How do you wish that the judge has mercy on him? As a woman, as a human being, how do you wish the judge have mercy on him, knowing what they've done? I'm tired, boy. I told you, I'm tired of ninjas, boy. I'm tired of you niggas. I'm tired of you niggas. I'm tired. Y'all worse than white people. Y'all worse than white people. White people would not say that they wish mercy on Nature Boy, Solar, or Musa. But you got other black people who he's doing it to us, our community. You pray that the judge has mercy on them. Wow. That's all you have to really say, man. Listen to what niggas say. Don't worry about white people. White people not worrying about us. We doing everything that they was doing to ourselves. They don't even have to participate no more. We doing it to ourselves. This is crazy. These are grown adult people that are adults, that are grown people. How do you as somebody, I don't know. So
I ain't got nothing to say. That's ridiculous. I mean, that's sick. I mean, save that. Like, and don't, like Homeboy said, Truth said, ain't like we hate them. They ain't did nothing to us. But we're not going to excuse none of this behavior.
We hate what they did, and we gonna say it, and we don't want nothing good for them.
We're not going to excuse none of their behavior.
And I'm certainly not going to be praying for no mercy for them.
Right.
That's crazy.
And you have every right to, but when does it stop?
And it don't make you holy because you praying for
all right, so we are no longer to call a 304 then. We are no longer because if things happen to them in their childhood that made them hyperly, you know, I'm tired. You know, I start talking stupid when I'm tired. I just changed words. You know, it made them such hyper sexually active. Then why are we talking about these young ladies then?
Thank you.
They came from a home, and now this happened to them when they was grown. A lot of these people that call 304, right? But a lot of these kids, these young ladies, whom been traumatized. That been happening since they was 3, 4,
Thank
5,
you.
6.
Thank you. But you're not gonna give them no pass. You're gonna call them a hoe. You're gonna say all these different things about them. You're gonna
You got
criticize
daddy issues.
up and down. You're gonna criticize them left and right, but you want mercy for women beaters and child abusers. Lord have mercy.
And like I said, clear out the whole jail. Shit.
Thank you. Let everybody go, because everybody went through something as a child.
Because
everybody has been in a think about how many women have been manipulated by narcissists. So we don't excuse them. Y'all tell them, hey, they still supposed to raise the kids the right way, hold down the household, and be a lady and blah. You don't give no woman no pass and say, man, it's and again, it blows my mind.
Not just about women. I'm talking about anybody who has been abused when they were young. Okay, so when is the cutoff point where you are now an adult? Exactly.
When are you responsible for your actions? Right. How long do you get to say I was in a cult? How long do you get to say I came from a rough childhood? We was poor.
Even people who say that, and then even like some of these traditional religion practices and who have had much worse done to them, right? Because them are what people don't understand. It's all a cult. It's just depending on the side. But people don't realize the first cult starts from one-on-one, right? That could be a husband or narcissistic woman, or a woman or narcissistic man. Them are what you call single cults, right? Because they still all do the same thing, right? Then you move up and you'll have a bunch of women, and every last one got to be loyal to you. Then you got the bigger ones. Then the biggest one, allegedly, will be the Mormons, right? Be the big cult. That would be the Mormons, right? And every one of the women, especially the ones that I seen from the Mormon women, they ain't get no grace, right? Imagine being a child bride and all this other stuff. They ain't get no grace. Nobody ain't trying. Well, I was Mormon, allegedly, and this happened to me, and I had to be married. Even I was watching these shows, and did like the 13-year-old brides and 14-year-old brides and all this type of stuff, and nobody said they was equally traumatized. Far as in the mind when you're doing stuff. Now they had to do stuff against their will or because that's how the tradition goes, right? So when do we cut that off, right? Again, they didn't do anything to us. I want they like to be better, but they have to want it too, right? They, like I said, Ahmad is a perfect example, right? He wanted it.
How this is what I don't get. Where do we draw the line? Okay, so say the police roll up and they beat some innocent black person that unalive them. Should we take into consideration that they have a stressful job and maybe last week, they were popped at by criminals and that's what I'm saying. Why are we always obligated to forgive and have mercy toward the people who are trying to harm us? That's the part I don't understand. So if
Again, if things happen to you when you were young, like I said, Ahmad is a perfect example, right? You will have to want to do better. That goes for anybody, not just him, but that goes for anybody who has been traumatized, especially as a child or had things happen to you. That doesn't mean you don't have more life, right? Now, take that and want to do better. Like I said, Ahmad is a perfect example. He says, you know what? I can't cope out here. I have to be in that type of environment. He joined the Air Force, right? He didn't want to go that route. He didn't want to sell the drugs. He didn't want to, and he still does his little videos. He does more videos in the Air Force than he did up. But he took time from there. He was making a couple of mistakes, when he first got out, which you can, he's still human. right? He was out there. But then he said, you know what? I don't want this life no more. And he made a choice.
Thank you.
He made
A conscious choice, not
Yes.
because you're still under the influence of a cult. These people, they have families who, all of them, from what I could see, because I never saw one of their families that said they wouldn't take them back in. Not one. All of their families said they would take them back in with open arms. They had an opportunity to do something else. You can't say that everything that they do wrong is because they were in a cult. They were in a cult because the cult facilitated their devious behavior. They could do the things that they already had the impulse to do, because regardless, when you're everybody at some point is under the influence of somebody else. We were all raised by our parents. All of our parents were different. But if that were the case, then that means every parent that was addicted to drugs, their kids should have turned out terrible. We know that
all of them.
We know that doesn't happen. So we can't sit here and say because this happened to him, then that excuses something that he does later down the road. That's just opens the door. Exactly. That opens the door for all of this. Because don't you think these people sit back and listen to all the sympathy they get? The people, when they hear people make these comments, guess who they gonna hit up for a donation? The person they heard say, I hope God have mercy on, I hope the judge have mercy on them. They're gonna hit you up and they're gonna ask you for a donation and they're gonna ask you for a couple of dollars for an interview.
And then even with the hood interviews, right? They did not have the right childhood, but his mom didn't do nothing to him. He passed away, right? And a lot of things that happened to him, Nature Boy initiated it. Just that this grown pervert who should be in jail too observed him, and then he's still a child though. At that point in time, he's still a child and got taken advantage of. But he said, I liked it, right? I liked it. So he went to a grown man being a sexual deviant, right? But at some point in time, that go for all of us. It's not even just them no more. That go for all of us. When do we go seek help? Like, when do we start making better choices, right? You got a lot of people, because you don't hear their stories, that does not mean they did not have a bad life too. Some of them probably sitting there like, shit, I had it worse than you, but look at me, right? But look at me.
Exactly. That's my point. It's like we and again, what always gets me is, you know who be leading the charge to make excuses? And I'm not being, it be women.
I done told you, and I'm going to do a show on that too. I'll probably do that in the morning. It's to the point now, right? You got the women who want to separate. Like I told you, we have to do a reset. And then you got the other women, what they don't understand. We tired of them too, right? It's not the fact that we just tired of men. We tired of them too, right? Yeah. We don't want nothing to happen to nobody, but we are tired of them too. So a lot of women, certain women, not a lot, but certain women are starting to step back now, right? We're starting to step back.
Let's keep it
where we are tired, right? We tired of coming. I'm not gonna call us Captain Save a Hoe, but we coming in to save the day or whatever. Hey. And I'm like, and then me like,
can I keep it $1.50? Can I keep it $1.50? I'm a grown man that's worked every day of my life since I was 16 years old. But a nigga who's been in and out of jail, he can find a woman to let him lay up and stay with her before I can. That's fact.
Why we are tired of them. That's what we're trying to say. We're tired of them too.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We got to be honest about what the problem is. Of course it's the dude, but who's helping them? Who's housing them? Who's giving them money? Who's giving them a place to lay their head and wash their behind whenever they decide to? It be a woman. It don't be no man. We gotta really, honestly, man, we gotta look at what the real problem is. The problem is we be feeling sorry for the wrong people. We be giving the wrong people our time and attention. We be giving the wrong people our money and our resources and our effort. And until we stop doing that, until we start being real, you can't save everybody. You sitting over there begging for somebody's healing that ain't thinking about. They don't even. They laughing at you because you
we
think
may
that,
be discussing it now, but on the YouTube, women ain't even caring them. I'm telling you, we don't want to hear either side. It's to the point that people are really dissenting all of this bullshit.
And I get tired of people saying, "All these young girls, you know who would be taking care of these nothing ass niggas? Old ass broads. It be old ass women that be taking care of these dudes. It don't be no young naive girls.
We don't care no more. I'm telling you, it's to the point we don't care if it's man, girl. Live your life,
Right.
but don't
Leave
come
us
crying
alone.
to us. I ain't gonna. I'm not gonna be what a woman is and the man that. It's the both of them. The
Leave
both of
us
y'all
alone. Leave us normal people alone. Y'all can stay over there in that mess.
We ain't gonna do the man this, the man that, the woman this, woman that, because they
it's
both
just right
the
and
same.
wrong.
Right. It's the same thing as y'all running in the flag. Y'all want to be the pick-me's, stay the pick-me's, right? If y'all want to be the no good niggas, stay there, right? But now be able to thankful for the internet, we can identify them and let them be. I'm telling you. And especially since that, what you call it, the election, you got to see the amount of videos. And women are really saying, we tired. They go right ahead. You know, you put you in them type of predicaments. You put your daughters in type of predicament, your kids in type of predicaments. And then on the flip side, y'all men thinking we going back to the cave days. It ain't gonna happen. We don't want none of that. That's what you got to pick me for. Go and bother them.
Hey, sure. Nicole and Jackie said, "What you eating on?"
God damn it. I don't know. This Russian lady gave me some candy and that shit be good. That shit good like a butternut, a butterscotch, or and a I don't know what it is. They got me hooked on this Russian candy to call. They done got me, Nick. God damn. God damn it.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. I'm older than a lot of y'all. Trust me. If you live life long enough, you'll know that you don't have that much of it. Don't waste your time on none of this craziness, because you'll look up and all that saving and helping and praying you done try to do, them people gonna be them people. Like I said, live your life, enjoy yourself. Don't listen. I'm telling you, drink you plenty of water, stay away from a lot of people, and only be around people who face light up when they see you coming. Other than that, man, these people, this world will drive you crazy if you sit here. If all of the, think about how much stuff we're bombarded with every single day. It's Trump, it's this, it's that, it's we bombarded with so much stuff every day. But that's the point, because everything that they throw out there, they got us arguing about, like Suge was saying earlier, whether it's male, female, is people who got the bag and broke people and jealous people and this and that, and we arguing about everything. Because
we're not gonna do this war thing, because we can't tell people to be accountable. You can never ever be accountable the minute you add somebody else into it, right? So we can't say men need to be, but the women can, now you're not accountable anymore, right? You can't say to the women, hey, you need to vet better or whatever. No, she fucked up, right? She's a pick-me, right? Don't get me wrong. I do understand where we understand where it stems from, but at some point in time, a lot of us women got bait. Right? A lot of women got bait. Why am I saying women? A lot of children got bait. A lot of children have gotten groomed, right? And a lot of them are, that's why I don't really talk about them. But that doesn't mean that I like what they do. That doesn't mean they're not going to mess up. Their lives are not already messed up, and they're not going to get older to regret it, right? But we're at the point where we have to separate from them too. Right?
Facts.
I ain't gotta talk about you because
But
I
I
already
ain't
know, right? I already
right.
know the trauma that you have been through, but it's up to you to say, I want to get out of this, right? And find any way possible to fix your life. Now,
And unless you do, stay away from me. Because when I think about it, yes, like you said, a lot of these children were abused. But guess who had it worse? Our mothers and our grandmothers, and they still managed to raise us and be, and
but a lot of them too messed up.
Oh yeah, of course.
A lot of them too. You know what I mean? Kids had the best mother ever, best father ever, but never got a hug.
Yeah.
Never said I love, but they did. See, the same way I see it as how when Denzel was in that show, right? He was, I did my job. No, you did your job. That doesn't, because you did your job, but you didn't show no love. Your kids hate you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So people get it confused. Well, as long as I do my job, right? And a lot of men, as well as them pick me, because I'm gonna go on, I'll go on pick me's in a minute. See, I go in on women. I don't do the back and forth. But a lot of these men, y'all got to reset your own selves too. Right? Because the way y'all living, same way women ain't right. But I don't usually talk about men. I just talk about my main thing is how do we see what they do and put it out there so you can help a younger child, right? You can help, like, okay, now when you got kids, let me not start telling them this when they're 13, 14. Let me drill this shit in their head when they're 1 year old, right out the fucking womb, right? This is the game. But a lot of men, especially the black men, because of y'all trauma, right? And y'all adapted to a tradition that does not belong to you, right? We always been told you take care of your house, you gotta do. Yes, you are supposed to, but the way y'all have that in your mind, that y'all thought y'all want to adapt everything that come with it, that does not belong to American blacks, right? The woman sitting down being quiet, no, we was never quiet. We went through too much together for now that y'all thinking that, or y'all want to take on all these other practices and shit that doesn't belong to us. We had a harmony. And then y'all started doing what? That's like people, we're gonna talk some dirt. Right? Because when you have a lot of women that's out there and they said being a whore or something is the oldest game in the book, right? So if that's the oldest game in the book, then who was a pimp?
Right.
Who was a pimp?
Somebody was a pimp before it was a hoe.
Who was the pimp?
Hey, most men, I wish women.
Who was the pimp? Her father. That goes on to today. A woman's first pimp is her daddy in a lot of these traditions, right? Don't believe me? So how was it? How did you? They marry their women off. They marry their daughters off. They sell their daughters off by the time they're 13 years old. You already got them. You took that little cow. So that's a pimp. And you got men coming and look at your daughters.
You know when that started, right? Men used to come over and father, just like when you.
They do that still. They still do that today.
Remember, Mr. went to the house and it was Miss Sealy and it was Nettie. He wanted Nettie, but he said, "Nah, you gotta take the ugly one."
Right. So so men, you got a lot of cleaning up y'all shit to do.
Yeah,
because y'all groom these women. Y'all groom your own daughters, and then even in some of these religions or whatever following, and this ain't even just black women. They got it to whereas even their sons are allowed to talk to their mother the way they want to because they got to train them how to. Not many weddings I seen that was what you call them weddings when it's not out of love, arranged marriages.
Arranged marriages.
Women don't even have no. We was not put here on this earth to feel pain all day, every day. Pain for my fathers. Then picked out from my fathers. Mama not able to say nothing. Beat, abuse, cook, clean, children. And y'all worried about how many times a woman opened her legs when the person who put her in that state was her daddy, her uncle, right? The neighbor, when she was young. So now she's sexually hyper, and now we mad. But you know, all they did was make it better for them to be on them streets. Now, in America, we have a chance, women, to get a better life. Not all of us, talk about the black American blacks, because we wasn't part of none of them traditions. We was able to start wherever we wanted to start in whatever tradition that we wanted to start, right? Once we was able to get free or whatever, and you notice that we had to, like I said, we got beat together, holes together. When y'all learn it's a we thing, but because they took on the masters, wanting to be the master and took on everything that they do, they thought, let's bring it to the black woman. That was the biggest mistake. You can't make it without us. Y'all ain't want us to vote. Ninja, where do you think the votes went? To y'all, whomever one of y'all that was running for whatever. You needed our votes, right? But that still goes on today. Besides even with the American blacks, if your daughter was young, and because you had so many kids, they sold their damn daughter off just so they got an extra space in the house. We got so much fucking dirt, it's unbelievable. So much dirt. Then, and the bad part about it is, only thing the woman got, that keeps the woman in survival mode. Right? Well, I gotta give it up. That's what I'm gonna eat. Well, I gotta give it up. And homeboys who sit there and listen to this, they are not being checked because you know why? How can you check your homeboy when you think that's the way it is? That's how I treat my girl too. So how you wrong? Right? So it got to the point that some people decided, I want peace. I want peace. We going into our soft girl era, and we're not going to be in a lot of stuff. Right? We're not going to be in a lot of stuff because y'all don't want to change you guys' behavior, but you want to constantly tell us what we supposed to see, what we supposed to know, and what we supposed to look for. But you don't talk about the behavior. Well, they should have known. No, that nigga should have known not to put his hand. He know his hands don't belong hitting no woman. He know he got to be his bed for no woman. He knows these things. How about we change both at the same time? How about we not pick and choose whom to change? Both been programmed from years and decades and decades and decades.
This what I don't understand. Everything you just said is true, Shug. If people say all the time, you know, I changed my life, you know, God, you know, blah blah. If God can't change a person, what makes you think you can? And that's a serious question that people need to ask themselves when they be trying to save people. If God has not intervened and changed that person, what makes you think you can change them? You can do something God can't do?
Either who, both have to be changed because it doesn't excuse his behavior. Regardless if her reasonings are the worst, which they are, we tired of them too. We don't want to hear the reasons no more neither. Right? Us regular folks want peace. They're going to have to figure that out. Right? They got to figure that out. Again, I get it. You was abandoned. I get it. Some men had to be, they was young boys and they had to, a lot of things that they witnessed, it turned something in their head and they became the person of whom they seen beat their mother or whom they seen beat their grandmother or aunt or uncle, or in the fact of being abandoned and not having no man in their lives, right? You're gonna stop have to, you men gonna have certain men gonna have to start making choices, right?
But sure, this the thing. They don't have to make choices because the ones that's living like that, they're not suffering the consequences of those negative choices because
they are. They are.
Well, not enough because you still got too many dudes. This is what if women could see how most niggas live like pirates. Y'all just don't know. If y'all really if y'all saw the average man, even the men you date, if you saw how the average man lives their life on a daily basis, you would look at them totally different. But it's like they show you who they are. They can't even hide it no more because
that is absolutely true. But both behaviors have to be changed because
I get it, sure.
That doesn't give him the okay to say, well, let me keep doing this, right? Because when I say they pay, I don't mean them personally, but God deals in generations, right? He doesn't, if he don't get it to you, he deals in generations. So now that goes off to your seeds, right? Your kids are your kids out here laying out on the floor. Them are your kids that's out here that's gangbangers. And then your friend kid who may not even know you gonna take you out. So you better get it together. Yeah. A lot of times them homies be out there and being that they ain't seen, none of them have seen their damn kids. Now their kids is gang, and now you're older. And they taking your ass out. Your homeboy's son taking you out. Or your kid taking your homeboy's son out. You baddies, are you going to pay one way or another? So it doesn't matter what she did or what she said. Your kids are taking you out. Your kids is taking you out. That's what I mean by y'all better start getting it together. But it's not for so much. We both work with kids. We can hope and pray that something that we say may help them. But it ain't nothing like it coming from your mother or your father. It ain't nothing like it coming from your mother or father. Just like these women, you allow these people in your house. Like I said, the behavior goes both ways. If you have daughters in your house, I'm sorry, women, your love life should be over. That's just how I feel. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have find a boyfriend or what. I'm sorry, you got a daughter now. You don't know what you're walking into. Your love life should be over. Should no man be in that house, especially when your child is having puberty or whatever, or if you have a son, no matter if it's a boy or girl, they abuse them differently, right? You got the husband out of there. Now you got this ninja all up in there who don't like your son because your son is not his son. And he's thinking that, he's going to do tough behavior or whatever you call that shit. That ain't even your kid. You don't even care if he make it or don't make it, but you want to be the one that discipline them. And these ladies allow it in their house.
That's what I was saying earlier about, yes, the responsibility for the behavior is on both people. But this is the only difference I would make. If I know that a woman is a drug addict and I make the decision to be with her, it's no longer about her behavior. It's about the conscious decision that I made to make myself a part of something that's negative. So yes, it's both people, both sides, men and women, have to be more responsible. But what I'm saying is, don't wait on these men to get their shit together. If they don't have their shit together, avoid them like the plague.
That's what I just said. You have a child.
What I'm saying is people focus too much not us, but people focus too much on saying, well, yeah, she shouldn't have been with him and let him into her house, but you got to hold him accountable for his behavior too.
That is true too.
I do. They're wrong. But where the line is drawn is he's already shown you who he is. If you make the choice to deal with him, then I'm no longer looking at him because we've already established that his behavior is wrong. Why does that other person on the other side, why are they so easily willing to accept people who are in gangs? You know, this dude is getting in shootouts all the time, but you want me to hold the dude responsible for being in a gang? I do. But where I hold more of the responsibility is you for choosing to bring a person like that.
That part is true, but I still hold both, because even if he don't get her, he gonna catch somebody else if his behavior don't change. He ain't gonna stay single.
I get it.
So
but
his
again,
behavior
that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. You say he's not going to stay single. My point is, if everybody was thinking logically, then he would be single, because no woman should accept him.
Yeah, but
I don't care what the reasoning is.
The mask they put on at first, right? That's why I tell women, put that into you. Like I said, I always keep it on the both, right? Women, put that energy into you. I can't say that enough. You have to decenter these men, period, so you would know if it's the right guy or the wrong guy, right? But you have to spend time to yourself so you can learn. But these men out here the same will apply, right? You still committing these crimes. It's still the man that's committing that behavior needs to stop, or all of their asses, if they can't stop, then all their ass is going to be in jail. Because what happens is, if no women don't want them willingly, they're going to take the vagina. It's going to be a lot of more babes because no woman is giving it to him. He's sexually frustrated. Ain't but so much jacking off or whacking off he's going to do. Ain't but so much.
That's true, but I think more than men just going out there vaping women, there's more women that just accept men that are doing
that is true. I don't know,
and that's what I because here's what I'm looking at. I don't want it to get twisted that because I'm saying I'm taking the man out of the equation, not because he's not responsible for all of the things that he does. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the bigger part of the problem is not that there's always going to be people that are going to commit crimes. There are always going to be people who are devious. There are always going to be people who are manipulative and narcissists. My target is the people who they get. I want to ask them, what is it about because people lie to themselves. If you dating a man or a man dating a woman, you should know within a couple of dates if that person has a job or not.
That is, yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So I'm saying
no, that part's not true. But everything else you said is true, right? That's why I said people, and just like Jackie said, people must take responsibility for their own conduct, right? So a lot of these men is out there, but we want to keep saying, why did she pick him? Why she pick him? Nigga, why you like that? Why you like that? How both behaviors have to change. If we want a better community, both behaviors have to change. Because again, if his behavior does not change, guess what his new age range is going to be? Scouting them kids out the fucking school, getting them young and dumb ones, borrowing money from his homeboys, making that little young girl think that he got money, borrowing his homie car. Hey, I got a car. Well, I'm trying to get this girl. Let me hold this. So that's why they hang out the high schools. That's why they hang out at the junior high schools. So you're not going to stop them. They have to change their behavior, because once, let's say the older women,
everybody's not going to change. That's the
right. They're not. But we can't.
But what I'm saying, Okay, so what I'm saying is, if we know that no matter what, that person's not gonna change, the answer is not to keep saying they need to change. Fuck them, leave them alone, let them keep being criminals. Because what's gonna happen if nobody takes them in, then they're gonna stay in jail. If nobody goes and testifies on their behalf,
who don't go to jail, then they go after the younger girls who don't know no better. That's what I'm saying.
but if the reason that a lot of them don't go to jail is because people don't prosecute them.
If these young girls fall in love with these guys, number one, a lot of them lie about their age, and the ones who can't lie about their age, they're young. They're not going to run and say, hey, mommy, because he already got in her head, oh, I love you, or whatever. And especially these young girls who never really had sexual experiences. He gonna do some things to her that will make her not tell nobody so she can keep getting it, right? This is a vicious cycle. See, a lot of these men, they're far from stupid. Okay, these girls has wised up. These girls has wised up. So now that's why they get younger, and younger. And then they start picking.
I don't think you can get a person who is a sexual abuser. I don't think you can get that person to change their behavior. Well, I think I have a better chance at changing that girl that would deal with that behavior.
You cannot change the younger girl. They are not experienced. So how do you change somebody who's not experienced? How do you
change a predator though? That's what. How do you?
Right.
Do you,
so
it's a choice of who do you try to change? Do you try to change a predator, or do you try to change the people who's being preyed upon's mind frame?
You have to change their mind frame too. They're both fucked up.
You can't change everybody. If a predator, there's some predators you're not going to change them.
Where are the people
but you can change a girl that might
change the girl? No, that's not a man or woman thing, right? A lot of
I'm
these
not making it that should.
A lot of these men, they know what they're doing.
Look, I understand that, and if they know what they're doing, they're gonna keep doing it. They're not gonna stop doing it because we talk to them. That's not how predators work. That's what I'm saying. It's not a man-woman thing. It's not
so then how do you change a woman who don't? How do you change their new victim? How do you change them if they don't even know the victim? They don't even know they're going to be victims. How do you change them?
Okay, let me tell you how. The mothers, the aunts, the grandmothers of those girls, the fathers, the uncles, and the brothers of those girls, if they make it clear that this is regardless of whatever you think or however you feel, if you're 15 and a man is 21, he is a predator. You may not think or you may not feel, and I give that to you because young people's mind is not as developed. But again, as long as some woman is going to take a man in her house after he got out of prison for the same thing, she's going to put that daughter at risk. Because
so the women have to control men behavior.
No, they don't. They
you're technically saying that.
No.
Even if I warn my daughter, and
what
I
I'm saying to you,
all the game. Well, I'm not understanding that part.
Okay, let me break it down and explain to you, because once again, here's what I'm saying. I'm not for 1 second thinking that no matter how much talking I'm going to do, I'm going to change a predator. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let my community know, all of the women that are that age that may date this guy, he's a predator. If you bring him into your house, I'm definitely going to blame him for being a predator. But again, responsibility. You're responsible for your children. So if you allow that man into your house, that is the way that he is going to further his abuse and his predatory nature.
He's not going into the mother's house. He's picked. First of all, I'm saying I'm not even calling him a predator. He might not even be a predator yet. I'm saying that once they know older women, we can't do this stuff to, right? So now he's going to become a predator, right? So you can school your daughters, yes, you can, but they need to be schooled also, because we do know that women do. They hear the word, I love you, I'm going to take care of you, I'm be there with you forever, and all this other type of stuff. And even though you have spoken to your child, I'm just saying that is a problem we have in the community. I didn't necessarily say that we have to. All I said is both behaviors have to change. Did I say it can be changed? I never said that.
The thing
But
about it
I'm
is
saying
we
for
can
things to change, both behaviors have to change.
okay,
But
let me give you an
then I
example there.
uh-huh.
Let's use Nature Boy as an example.
Mm.
Did somebody talking to Nature Boy make Nature Boy change, or did Nature Boy being locked up in prison forever make him change? Him being locked up in prison, we could have talked to Nature Boy till we were blue in the face. That wasn't going to change one thing. The only thing that was going to stop Nature Boy is not us talking to Nature Boy and getting Nature Boy to change his behavior, is getting the potential victims to not become victims. That's the best chance that we have. That's all I'm saying. It has nothing to do with
their mind is just as twisted.
I get it,
but a lot of women, a lot of young girls, they get caught up with these older men because they've been around longer. They know what to say, they know what to do to make you disrespect, to make you not tell your parents. Right? That's why a lot of girls, if they had a baby at 16, their baby daddy is usually 18. If they had a baby at 14, their baby daddy is usually 18. If you go back in time, and majority of all, if you ever ask grandma or great grandma and you go to her oldest child, look how many years they're apart. Some of them is 13 years older. I'm not saying anything is going to change. I'm not saying you can change them. But what I do know is for things to change, both behaviors have to change.
okay, and
Now,
let me just say this then.
can you make it happen? I don't think so.
The
But
way the
that's
way
the
to
only way.
make to make the men's behavior change is they have to suffer consequences. So let's build from there. Yes, both of them have to change, but how do you change it? How do you change it? The only way to stop men from becoming predatory is one, lock them up. If you can't lock them up, then you put them on blast in the community and let it be known that not only are they a predator, if you as a woman deal with that man, then we're going to hold you responsible, because now you're putting your children at risk by having this predator around them. You have to ostracize these people, because they're not going to change their behavior because we tell them that we know they need to change their behavior. But just like a person who sells drugs, they're not going to stop selling drugs until they get locked up. They're not going to stop selling drugs because we tell them you hurting the community. That's not going. What you have to make them physically suffer consequences. Women love drug dealers. If women stop saying, I like ballers, I want to be with the street dudes, then that would eliminate a lot of the things that happen, because now you can't stop them from selling drugs. But if they selling drugs, they're gonna be selling drugs over there. They're not gonna be doing it around you because you're not allowing it. That's why I said I'm not gonna waste 1 second talking to Nature Boy. I'm gonna talk to the kids who I know may become victims of Nature Boy. I'm not gonna waste
That's a good step. That's all. That's all you could do. That's all you
That's
could
all
do.
I was saying about both sides need to, both men and men's behavior definitely needs to change. But what I'm saying to you as a man, it's not about talking to them, it's about punishing them and making them suffer the consequences for being violent.
That's why I tell women, you have to decenter yourself. Like I said, I say the same thing you say. We got to start telling these women to decenter yourself from men until you know what life is about. You have to decenter yourself, right? You, like you said, if God can't save you, will make you think you can save them, right? But on the flip side of that, like, people got to start checking these fucking men. Your homeboys need to start checking you. You got some men that's out there. Some men, and on some of the shows I watch, if you ain't married, I don't want to be your friend because I only hang with married. I'm a married man. I only roll with married men because they ain't got no time for the bullshit, right? They check stuff, right? Both have to be checked. That's why I said you can't work on one without the other, right? Now, whomever could work, if they don't want to change, some women don't want to change. Again, you have us people that's in the middle that ain't gonna be bothered. You've been told, you've been warned, you've been
That's all
told,
I'm
you've
saying.
been
That's
warned,
all I'm saying.
right? Right.
Yep.
But
just like if you send carbonation money, don't come crying to me. You've been warned. You already know. I don't care if they scam you or not. That's on you because we know they're scammers. We can't change them. But if you continue to entangle yourself with people you know are like that, then you can't go either. You over there with them. I don't feel sorry
I
for
will
you.
tell you in a minute.
I don't
If
feel
you
bad.
haven't fixed it's up to you to fix your mommy issues, your daddy issues. That's up to you, right? And the sad part about it is, again, a lot of that, why it's so hard to fix with women because they first pimp was a daddy. Their first sexual encounter was the daddy, right? That's the one who said, I love you, right? So you equivalate love with no feeling and no emotion. So that's why it's really hard to fix a lot of girls. And the ones who have not been touched by their fathers or whatever, maybe them the ones that you can reach, right? You have to, from the young, you have to get out of these traditions. Soon as a man come with all these goddamn traditions, run, because he is now institutionalized. He is not his own man no more because your own man, if he has his own house and his own family, you're gonna make your own you're gonna make your own rules, right? This how I want my household to be, right? Not because so soon as the man start coming talking about well, who job is this? Run, because he is into now.
Yeah, no, for real.
Right.
That's
If,
serious.
right,
They'll
run.
show you who they are.
Right. My job is to hit these women with what's going on, right? And you need more men that's is blowing these men up, right? And concentrate on the men, let the women concentrate on the women. You could do it vice versa, but you got to keep it as the problem. Like I said, I don't do the blame game because I understand both sides of the story, but these women got to learn when to fucking run, right? Sure. They don't understand. Read your own book, but you have to decenter from them, because what is happening now, that being that you have more women that's waking up and decentering from the men, they don't want to marry y'all no more. You know how many women, because of the law that's being changed with Trump stating that he is not going to be permitting divorce, and the marriage rate is going to go down. Women ain't playing no more. So it's going to get real nasty out here. It's going to get real nasty. They don't want to have the babies no more because now we have a choice, right? All our choices have always been taken from us. Always. We never, what the fuck were we born for then? To keep hearing what we should do all the time. That's not what the hell we were born for. We got brains. We are human beings. We can read. We know logic. Oh, as soon as you hear a woman number the most, first of all, there's nothing in the Bible, first of all, that states anything about masculinity or femininity. There's nothing in the Bible that states that. What the Bible states is what is a man's job and what's a woman's job, right? So now, if a man has emotion, oh, he's feminine. No, there's nothing stating that what feminine's supposed to do and what masculine is supposed to do. There's nothing in the Bible that states that. Now, as a man, like, we got it to whereas men can't have fucking feelings. Yes, they supposed to, right? You come from your mother, and anytime you forget that you come from your mother, look at your neighbor, right? Anytime you forget you come from a woman, look at your neighbor. Your neighbor will remind you forever you come from a woman. That's from your umbilical cord. That's how she fed you. That is always a reminder. A woman has something to do with you. Buy that, look at your stomach and that umbilical cord. Right? But women have to, again, it's been passed on from generation to generation because of all the things we were not entitled to. All the things we wasn't entitled to. So you forced your daughter to marry these men. You forced your daughter to stay in these relationships. You forced them. And I understand why. Because you had no bank account, couldn't get a real job. And if you got a job, your name wasn't on anything, only the man. So, but they had it to whereas a woman could not leave because you ain't gonna take nothing with you. No money, no nothing. A lot of these religions are set up just that way. You be thinking when you see some of these women that's in these cults or whatever, that money go right to the man. Her name ain't on nothing. And you know he telling her, well, go ahead and go. And you can leave. You ain't gonna have nothing. The kids stay here knowing they ain't gonna take care of them damn kids. But we've been trapped for so long that we never had too much time to think for ourselves. And then the minute we start thinking for ourselves, now your education don't count. This don't count. You got ninja. Right? But you gotta start letting them be. Let them be. But don't come calling us. Do not come calling us for nothing. If you don't see the value and you don't want to change yourself for the gift that God gave you, don't come calling us, because everything that has changed in America for Black people, that's because a woman got tired. And guess what? You know, when we tired now. We are tired now. And even when that's like you got them fake ass femininity coaches and the fake this and the fake that, and you throwing these women all into the wolf's fucking the lion's den and shit.
Hey, BP just said it in the chat. She said, I learned from Nature Boy that women can be predators too. It's not just men, it's women.
We call them pick-me's. So when I say pick-me's,
but they're
grooming.
That. Yeah, but they're grooming gullible women the same way that these men are doing it.
But they're following the man instruction though. They ain't doing it on their own. They're following the man instruction. But that would be a pick-me. But that'll still be a pick-me, right? They're just as fucking dangerous. So when I say pick-me's, that falls into the category. That's why I say then go with the pick-me's then shit. Leave us regular women alone. There's plenty of pick-me's that want to accept. They're the ones just like Crimson Curl. They're a good man. Well, y'all going over there with them. There's enough pick-me's out there. Leave us regular women alone. Or that's even for the men too. Leave the regular men alone too. Even the regular men are tired.
Right.
Even the regular men are tired.
We tired of the manosphere. Hey, and you know,
it's more men. It's more men now that's starting to make videos about these motherfuckers. They're even just like they had that other guy. Never even heard of him before, like Fugazi or whatever. The men eating his ass up. Anton, they're tired of their shit too. Because now you got it to the point that we don't know whom is whom. And we don't want to take the time to know whom is whom. Now everybody's scared of each other. Because that's how bad these pick-me's and this manosphere had made it. And we us in the middle is trapped in the bullshit. We sick of that too. So now the poor man sitting up there, minding his business, going to work every day, minding his business. And here you go. Every time you got something to say, you want to throw them under the bus. We sick of that shit too. And you got women too that's also starting to make videos about these good men, right? You got women that's also now making these videos saying, well, fuck it don't matter where we go eat, right? Long as we eat. Because first of all, this is my belief. It doesn't have to make it right. But dating means I really don't know you, right? So you're supposed, the purpose of dating, that's the pick me's. They love it. They can stay with them, BP. You're absolutely correct. They don't like it. They love it. So go on over there. Go on over there.
Hey, Suge, I honestly believe, like some of you have said before, like you said, just the regular women that's not caught up in all this craziness. Honestly, I think y'all just gonna have to separate yourself for a minute, because until these men,
it's happening.
Until these men, for real, until these men start seeing that for real, like, yeah, it's gonna be some women that deal with them, but the ones that's gonna deal with them are gonna be the ones they don't want. Them are gonna be
they don't want them. Exactly.
Right. That's why I said so when women separate themselves and they stop dealing with men unless they come in at a certain standard, then men gonna get their stuff together, because they gonna want who they want. And but yeah, it's like you said.
And then women, please, I beg
when women start pulling back, I'm telling you, when women start pulling back and saying, "Look, I don't got time to
we ain't saying
on
shit.
you. If you need something,
we are to the point we're not saying nothing.
Just fall all the way back. That's all you gotta do. Fall all the way. Stop communicating with the niggas. Stop taking it. For real.
But another problem too is that thing that mamas do, right? Mamas do, right? They complain about every man but their son. They complain about every. I could never understand ever. This is just me, right? I can't understand how your son can come to you and tell you the same thing that you complain about, and you fight tooth and nail for it, right? I could never. Oh, well, fuck that shit. That bitch will let me see her kid, and then you start to hate the female, but you forgot that was you, right? You forgot that was you. And you show him all the ropes of how not to pay child support or how not to see your kid, and blaming, oh, that bitch crazy, that bitch. That's the same thing they said about you, right? That's why women got to start telling their son off top, don't come to me with the bullshit. If you ain't got a court order, I don't want to hear why you ain't seeing your child. Show me a court order. If you ain't got no court order, nigga, use the dusty. Mothers make it really hard, because the same thing they fought for, you will love, you don't have a problem for the next woman to go through it, and you enable your sons to do that, right? You enable. You always got a home. Let me tell you something. Once my uncle got out, my uncle couldn't come back. But my grandma said, "You better work it out. You can't come back here." Right? But a lot of mothers enable their sons. Right? My boy, instead of go get your grandkids. You're going to see them grandkids because they're going to be right here. Right? Or don't make them babies. But you're going to see them. And then you have it to the point that you enabled your son so much. Now the woman is now pissed off and say, you know what, fuck all of y'all, right? And what you don't have a problem with, what you should have a problem with, but you don't have a problem with it. So now poor child don't know what the hell's going on. Don't see the grandmother, don't see the cousins, don't see the aunts, don't got a whole family they don't even know. When the mother should be like, I ain't got nothing to do with that. You made that child is family. Or they see their sons out there doing some fucked up shit. Ain't even got to always be with girls. But how many mothers be down there? They were here. The atrocious stuff their son did. My baby. That's a grown ass man. What do you mean, your baby? That's my baby. That's a grown ass man. Right? And you see you, but they'll call their daughters names. They don't take their daughter's size. Whatever, y'all. Whatever. For whatever. But I'm just saying. I know Nick started it. Because I seen it. I seen it. I seen it.
She talking about this Wednesday Eastern Standard Time.
I know Nick started it. The heck, I'm just saying that.
No, that's real because people, you know what, for real though, the younger girls really need to hear this, and the younger men need to hear this, especially like coming from a woman. Younger men need to hear them tell them, hey, listen, y'all need to get y'all stuff together because women are scared of y'all. Y'all are looking dangerous out here. Y'all looking violent out here. Y'all are looking crazy. And until y'all get y'all stuff together, we gonna pull back from y'all. We're not gonna deal with y'all. We don't wish y'all nothing bad on y'all. We just gonna pull all the way back because what y'all gotta fix is bigger than us. I'm not a mechanic. I'm not a life coach, and I'm not God. I can't fix you and I can't change you. And that's and when they understand that, it's gonna start kicking in. They're gonna be like, damn.
Instead of trying to correct us all the time in these videos, like I said, if it doesn't apply to you, don't let it fly. Why don't you take that time and teach these young boys like skills and trades, right? Instead of trying to teach them about what the woman got to do. No, teach them what a man's supposed to do. That's another thing too, right? If that's all they know, is you telling them about women all day, you wasted a lot of time. Now,
that's the main thing I be on these young dudes' heads about because they got so much knowledge about the streets. But when I ask them about anything else, you know how to fix a car, you know how to change
exactly.
Do you know how to work? Do you know practical things like man? What what good are you to a woman and you can't do nothing? You got to call somebody to do everything. That's the first foundation of being a man. It's not only financially being you have to be able to make your family feel like no matter what happens, dad is gonna figure it out. He's gonna come up with a solution.
No, just for yourself. Forget about the woman.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying.
You gotta do these things yourself because then that makes you more independent. So you don't.
Thank you. That's gonna be automatic when you.
So you don't, because once you independent, you ain't even gotta need a woman no more, right? That gives you more leverage when you're independent. So now you don't have to do all that lying and all that other type.
That's what I mean. It's like if you
your
already have your stuff together,
standards are different too.
Yeah, if you already have your stuff together, you don't have nothing to lie about. And if a man, and I'll tell women this until the day I die, you'll never stop a man from cheating. But the thing is, when a man has his stuff together, you're less likely to have to worry about that man cheating because a man that has his stuff together, he's worked hard and put himself in position and done the right thing in order to have his life a certain way. They're less likely to jeopardize the things that they've already established, especially when they take on a family, because you have extra responsibility. Then that's not to say all the way across the board, but I'm saying you have a better chance when you meet a person that already has his stuff together. Men are not pet projects. Women treat men like pet. I see he got potential to be a good man. You shouldn't be dating anybody with potential at this point. You should be dating people who are already where they need to be. And that way, when you get together, nobody has to pull the other person up. You have two people that have got themselves together and they're combining what they have. That's how you prosper. That's how you build generational wealth. But if you're still in your 20s and 30s and 40s and you trying to fix this dude and stop him from selling dope, and you got to fill out job applications for him, and you got to do all these things to try to keep they got to fix that themselves. And it's a lot of men like that. Y'all have to leave them alone. And just like other men, I tell other men too, we got a lot of these young men that we got to pay attention to. If this dude is 28 years old and he's still out here doing other things, we got to let him go whatever process he got to go through in order to get himself together. Because we done told him verbally everything that we could possibly tell him to try to help course correct his behavior. Now it's just on him. But I'm going to focus my time on these 10, 11, 12, 13-year-olds who's just now getting exposed to a lot of these people who's going to try to pull them into stuff. And we have to really look at it like that, because a lot of these guys, they beyond help. They beyond redemption. They beyond, and we have to understand that. And I've had to do that. It's dudes that I've went far beyond what I should have. and it still didn't work out. And it's not just one, two, it's dozens and dozens of them. And I finally had to realize that you can't love them into doing right. You have to let them go, and whatever they have to go through, maybe that will change their behavior.
Yeah,
But
but
as long
in
as,
order for that to happen, mothers have to get their daughters out of the Cinderella syndrome, right? The Prince syndrome and the glass syndrome. Like
right,
I tell women, please stop buying your daughters baby dolls. Right?
yeah,
Stop buying them baby dolls. Right? I know it's gonna hurt you, but I know you want stop it because you're training them. You're putting an energy on them to treat that baby doll like it's real now in their mind. Like stop making your daughter think, oh, get married and have a happy life. Nah, stop teaching them that stuff. Right? You gotta start teaching your children reality or teaching your daughters reality. So that's why when they hear certain things, they don't even use their mind no more. They like, oh wow, oh he big, oh he handsome, and he love me. Right? That mask is on. Of course you're gonna hear everything you want to hear. Where you gonna come to you like fuck a bitch like some men do? But I'm talking about good girls, right? But again, that's how you train. The same way you train your sons away, you train your daughters a certain way. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
yeah,
And,
we got a lot of
and
work
then
to do.
stop letting people pressure you. Oh wow, you didn't have no kids yet. Well, you 18. Fuck, I'm 18. By the time you get 20, oh shit, your eggs ain't leaving yet. She's 20, right? Oh Lord, you're 25 years old. Oh shit. Stop letting people dictate your life. Hey, I was supposed to be. Live your life. Somewhere around living your life, you want to find somebody. And if you don't, that's okay too. Not everybody is not meant to be married. Not everybody is meant to have kids. Some people don't want it. And that is okay. Stop pressuring them to live your life. Because I understand you feel bad because you probably feel your family tree is going to be done. But hey, it's going to be done. Right? I don't want it. I'm not talking about myself. I have two. But I'm talking about people who don't want none. Right? That's okay too. Stop listening to people when it comes down to your life. Right? Like I said, Black Americans, you can change a lot where other people cannot. Other people cannot. You have a voice where other places women do not. And the biggest voice is saying no, right? You don't have, well, you do have it in America, but a lot of Black people, American Black, a lot of these problems these other cultures have, we don't. That's why I'm saying how we could change. So it was harder for them to change. We could change quicker than them because we don't have them traditions. We don't have it. Because everything here we've been through together, right? So that's what will make us even more whole than other cultures. That will make us even more happier and have a better, we could have so much more of a better life if we stop taking in what all these other cultures been telling us or what we're trying to live where that's not our culture. We created our own. If you can claim hip hop, right? What you said, we made that ourselves. Well, every fucking thing we did here, we made ourselves. So what's your point? What's your point? What do you think?
And you know what? And all people got to think about, expect us, think about how we made it this far. The only way we made it this far is together. That's the only way we have made it. Why all of a sudden now we don't feel like we need each other to make it? That's the only way we have made it in slavery.
That problem is being that we're not part of a lot of stuff. They sent in infiltrators, right? They sent in these infiltrators to keep us apart, to break us apart, right? Because I've seen things. We all been there. Whoever haven't been there, God bless you. But we've been there when shit, we had the bologna. I remember when Spam was dinner, okay? A Spam, fry that shit up, bread, long as the stomach was filled, you were good. And we had a good time. We had a good time as a family, right? We had a good freaking time. A lot of kids, they may tell these stories, but none of us tell these stories in pain. We tell these stories like it's the good old days. None of, oh Lord, I had to eat the bacon. Oh God, we ain't had nothing. When people, we listen to people in our age back and tell them stories, we be sounding so happy, right? We don't be sounding depressed and that was good times. That's what we ate. That's what it was. Our stomach was full. You can't complain. Some people don't have nothing, right? Mama had the radio on. Daddy had the radio on. And then guess what? They used to go at it. That's because a woman always had a voice. And we sit like, oh, hell. Then we'll sit back and start laughing. A lot of us, we may not think it was good childhood, but that was our childhood. It wasn't all that bad. But we still did it together. Now, they want to infiltrate it and start telling you all of these rules and regulations that we've never had before. And that's tearing us apart. That's tearing us apart. You used to listen to the black woman before. Now the woman can't tell me nothing.
You know why?
Okay. Well, okay.
I got to say that changed. You know why I think that changed? And it's just my personal opinion, but the respect that, men lost for women was when we stopped having the strong grandma presence in the house, because Granny checked everything. Big Mama ran everything. She checked
the matriarch was always the head of the household. Yes.
That's before a man started saying a woman can't tell me nothing, because Big Mama told us everything. She ran the house, period. And so, yeah, we lost our own traditions and we started adopting all these Eurocentric traits, like the man's role and the woman's role. We just naturally fell into our roles because, like I said, we had to stick together in order to survive. That's why even when we was at our lowest, as far as society-wise, that's when we were the closest. It ain't a man or woman today closer than a slave and his wife. You see what I'm saying? Because
what brought me joy, Kev, to prove our point with them little young kids. Remember, them little young, they was going to jail together, smiling, right? I was like, that's what the freak we was about, right? Remember when we saw what was it, 1963 in Alabama, and this kid say, "Hey, the kids changed the world," and they was down together. It wasn't like, okay, women, no, you belong in the household. Women, they like, hey, they didn't even think about nothing like that. They had a cause, and they did it together. Oh, they got sprayed together, sitting in jail, and they was getting locked up every day. And to the point that they had to stop. And nobody was thinking about what a man job and a woman job. We didn't have that choice to have we had to get shit done. I think things got changed. It was about for us. But we want to acquire these other people's agendas. That's like, to the point too, them young ladies, we're not watching these shows no more. If you want to go on Fresh and Fit and get disrespected, go right ahead. Like, how many times we got to tell you don't go on these shows? Do not support these shows. You're the brunt of the joke. Again, we left that alone too. There's a lot of women now is leaving. We're tired and we're leaving a lot of shit alone. You got a lot of men now that's tired also of this stuff, of the gender wars, right? A lot of people was sick and tired of these gender wars.
I think the whole community is getting tired, because you see it. People are exhausted. People can't even argue no more. People just so frustrated, don't know what to do. It's like, yeah, but it's getting to a breaking point, and I'm just saying, man, at the end of the day, I would never ever say that we don't need women. I would never say that a woman is less than me. We need each other equally. We are equal. We will always be equal. We're just different in different ways, but we need each other. That's the bottom line to all this. We can do and say whatever we want, but until we figure out that we absolutely need each other in order for either one of us to make it, because we're not gonna make it by ourselves. So until we figure that out and get that in our brain, I don't think nothing's gonna change.
It's like this. All of that, yes, but in between that time, find yourself, right? Because we've been indoctrinated with so much stuff. Men been indoctrinated, women been indoctrinated. Take some time to find yourself, right? That's like I tell these young women, stop falling in love with these guys while you're so young. They're going to cheat. Why are you mad? Right? Why are you mad? Let them cheat in peace and go about your business, right? Don't go burning up the house. Don't go fighting a girl. They're going to do that. That's what they're going to do. I don't know. I'm not a man. It's something about that testosterone, right? It's something about that feeling, I guess, when they in there. I don't know. I'm not a man. But we do know from the beginning until now, they're going to have different partners. Why are you mad? That's their nature. What are you mad about their nature for? Right?
Yeah, you know what? But and it's still to this day, I don't know why, but it irks me when I hear two women arguing about a dude over a dude. It's something about it just irks me. It
irks me more.
It just irks the shit out of me. I be like, and y'all don't realize, not only are y'all fighting, he's probably dealing with two other women that y'all don't even know about, and y'all might physically hurt each other or go to jail or do something, and that dude don't even care. But you can't say nothing, so it's just like, man, I that just irks me. I heard some girls the other day, next door, they outside, the girls outside on the phone arguing with some other girl about the dude, about, you know, I was just like, wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Because she took the time to find herself. Right? We're all under some type of form of indoctrination. We all are. The only way you're going to get free is when you start being a free thinker. Right? Stop letting people, I don't care if you is woman or man, let's go for both. When you start being a free thinker, right, and you meet somebody else that's another free thinker, create your own world, create your own household, create your own life, create how you want your kids, right? Stop listening to what everybody else got to say. That's how you stay together, right? Be with somebody, take out them conditions and be with somebody who make you laugh. Be with somebody who knows you, who could joke with you. That's the purpose of having a partner anyway, right? Someone who makes you happy, right? Not, oh, well, this is what you got to do. Then nigga, you don't want happiness. You need a maid service. Goodbye. But anywho, I'm gonna let y'all go because I don't get that many these days off, right? Mm-hmm. I don't get that many of these days off. And then when not the fact that I don't get many of these days off, I don't get these days where I have the energy, right? Where
you sick and gotta go. Energy, right? And plus Nicole and Jackie is getting sleepy because when they get real crazy when they get sleepy and they get to talking crazy in the chat. Nicole is crazy. She started off, I look back about an hour ago, she talking about it's already Wednesday Eastern Standard Time.
And thank you for rolling with us, y'all. We appreciate you.
We team stay up over here.
I guess we getting too old for that, huh? Right? Right. Now it's team. Now we gotta be team take a nap, right?
I ain't gonna lie. I be needing a nap during the day, and I'm still in the bed by 10. I ain't gonna play. I don't even front.
We team take a nap out this block. All right.
Hey, guys. And you know what? This is the last thing I'm gonna say too. The thing you was talking about men changing, the way I try to change them in a little small way I can. I bring them over to the house sometimes and I let them see how peaceful it is, to have a woman at home and to have a quiet, peaceful, comfortable home, no confusion, and it's still fun. I got a Xbox over here, got a pool table, got a trampoline in the backyard. So when you black men, and I'm saying this to any black men that might be listening in the bushes, we gotta give better examples to these young men, because like Suge said, they gonna have to change their behavior one way or another. Period, point blank, because that's the starting point. That's where the bullshit begins, and that's where it has to end.
Yeah,
so,
and I say that because I care. I don't want to see my black men out there
for
having
real.
hell in jail.
Yeah, for real.
I want to see my son out there having hell in jail. My nephews or whatever. I don't know. None of us want to see that.
I hate that it's dangerous for them. Like I feel scared when, my son or my nephews or my little cousins is out, because I'm not scared of like white people. I'm scared like they're gonna be somewhere and somebody that look like them gonna do something to them. So we have to change. We have to change that whole thought pattern in young men, and that's on us. That's on black men. You can't blame mothers for how your sons turn out if you're not there to raise them. And that's just the bottom line. That's on you. So if your son or you complaining about how women is, well, that's because you wasn't there to raise your son. That's where it starts. That's where it starts, and that's where it ends. And like I said, y'all know me. I hold men accountable, but that's where we got to start.
What? On my other channel, I think that we're gonna be doing more topics about that. I'll get on. I would get on the pick-a-me's, right?
Yeah.
But you could speak nice to the black man. I don't speak nice to the pick-me's, right? But however how you want to do it. But
I don't speak nice to them. That's why they call me lame. They say I'm taping because I don't talk nice to them, and I tell them for real, like I said, I tell them, I said, if most women knew how y'all lived on a day-to-day basis, they wouldn't even deal with y'all. But they don't see that. They just see a little bit.
Yeah, but we need the. I always said we was the medium, right? But if you see, it's a lot of men now that's starting to be the medium, right? Starting to be the medium. Because especially if you're in a household or whatever, you got to see where you're doing wrong. Female, you got to see. But I'm gonna be more to pick. But we're going on another channel, not this one. We're gonna start having more conversations like that, and hopefully Kevin will get this channel and podcast together, right? I ain't gonna stop till he do it, right? But I tell him it's in him. But I thank you guys. Go get y'all little nap, because we're gonna be right back in the fucking morning. So don't get comfortable. Go get your nap right now. I'm coming back to wake your ass up in a couple hours.
Right. Hey, Nick, I just got a notification. TKO going live, so I'm finna go over and troll TKO.
Oh man, on what? We're on YouTube?
Yeah, he on Yetta page. On
YouTube?
No, on Instagram. Yeah, on YouTube. On YouTube. No, yeah. Hold on. I just knocked it off.
Come on, so we can go over there. We can go over there and crash his ass before we go to sleep.
Yeah, he's on Yetta. He's on Yetta's Yetta Brown. He's on her page.
Yetta Brown is the name of the channel.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, let's go
all together. Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, gang. Hey, I appreciate y'all again, man.
Peace.
Peace.
There's a love that's true. Sugar love is her name, spreading sweetness too. Her voice like velvet, smooth as a summer breeze. A podcast, a soundtrack to everybody's ears. Sugar love, she's the queen of soul. Ooh, yeah. A podcast, the place where the stories unfold. Ooh, yeah. News and entertainment with a touch so sweet. She's the heartbeat of the community's beat. Ooh, she brings the news with flavor like a cup of hot tea. Uncovering stories, bringing light to what we see. Ooh, with her infectious laughter, she uplifts every soul. Sugar love, she's the one who makes us feel whole. She's the one who makes us feel whole.